証文ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。 消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。 消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。 消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。
Hello everybody, welcome back to the DVD Mobile Invitational. We are back for group stages on day 2, where our 4 teams, Kingdom, Froggy Frogs, Predrop, and Swing, will be competing to get better placements for the playoffs that will be happening next week. Also, we have a in-game code that you guys can redeem if you guys want to check out mobile for yourselves. For a free 20,000 blood points if you guys want to check out the game and you like everything that you see and kind of want to see the game for yourself.
Exactly, and for anybody who wasn't around yesterday, the four teammates will be the 4 teams will be duking it out for a $30,000 total prize pool, with 4th place getting $4,000 for the team members, 3rd place getting $6,000, 2nd place getting $8,000, and the magnanimous 1st place winners will be getting $12,000 US. It's going to be a hell of a prize pool with some fantastic Dead by Daylight to see who gets that coveted 1st place.
And the rules will be going as follows. 1 kill will be 1 point, and let's say a team gets 3 kills, that is 3 points. But 4 kills will equate to 5 points. So trying to get as many kills as possible is favorable. And this is also vice versa for survivals. If a team member gets 1 survival escape, they get 1 point. 3 survives, 3 escapes, 4 escapes in total is a total of 5 points in total.
And after yesterday's performances, you can you can see the scores on the doors. Team Froggy Frogs in 1st place with a total of 2 match wins and 4 round wins, and then Team Predrop in 2nd place, Team Swing in 3rd, and Team Kingdom in 4th place down at the bottom there. But this is still the group stages, and there's still all to play for, so things could turn around completely in the 2nd day of matches.
And higher placements within the group stages here will actually be able to allow them to get higher placements and more consistent in the next week. Our matches today will go as follows, with Team Predrop playing against Team Swing, Team Predrop facing Team Froggy Frogs for round 2, and Team Kingdom facing Team Swing for the 3rd match. And everyone will be fighting to try to get a highest placement that they possibly can, as a 1st place placement within the group stages today and from yesterday will equate to a guaranteed 2nd place spot in the finals next week.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it looks like we'll be setting up for some interesting matches after yesterday was our competitors kind of finding their feet. Today seems a little bit more likely to have people updating their strategies, potentially refining their killer picks and perk choices. And do we reckon we're going to see any notable major changes since the killers and maps that were on display yesterday? Anything exciting that we think we should be keeping our eyes out for?
I'll be honest, maybe we might see a little bit more of an explosive playstyles, and I've seen a lot of the end game playstyles when it comes to Noed. I'm not 100% sure if that has proven to be as reliable, but it seems like it's something that a lot of players seem to be comfortable with. I might think that we might see a possible mix-up when it comes to maybe controlling generators and running more lethal pursuer. That has been an interesting pick to get a really fast 1st down. What I saw that was a lot successful for a lot of teams is that what they wanted to do was try to find someone as fast as possible to get a ball rolling as quick as possible, and that allowed them to tunnel someone out of the game and turn it into a 3v1 to get conversions off.
Absolutely. I should think there'll be certain killer bans that'll be pretty high priority after some of the performances that we saw yesterday. Obviously, for example, Team Kingdom, their killer Lynxie seemed to favour a lot of the M1 killers. You saw Wraith, Doctor play killers like that. So maybe we'll see things like Wraith bans coming out against Team Kingdom, whereas against Team Froggy Frogs with Alpha's the killer, that's gonna, as we discussed yesterday, there's going to be some difficult ban choices to be made there, with strong performances from Nurse Spirit and Hillbilly, with only so many ban slots for one ban in the 1st round, 2 bans in the 2nd round, and 3 bans in the 3rd. become very, very hard to maybe get some of the experienced killer players onto a pick they might not be so comfortable with.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if any of the players have done a little bit of research into what the other teams are comfortable with. It's like, okay, Lynxie's super comfortable with Doctor. Maybe if we ban Doctor, maybe we could make it so that she might come on uneven grounds. And then when it comes with Alpha, it's like, okay, we don't want to play Nurse because he's just going to be teleporting through walls. It seems like he's quite comfortable with that. So we want to be able to deny these really, really comfort killers from other teams so that we have the highest chance possible. I think we saw that with in the match where Alpha's forced to play Hillbilly with the ban on both Nurse and Spirit as well. The thing is that it's going to be very important to try to get good placements, because even the second, third, and fourth place really do make a difference in the group stages here, as the third and fourth place players will have to play an additional match in comparison to the second place and first place players coming forth for next week. So what it looks like, we're going to be getting Cold Tower versus Team Swing and Team Predrop here for the next match. It seems like we've been seeing a lot of Macmillan lately.
Truly, it's a fairly well-balanced map by the looks of it, and could work for any killer, such as Lonely rolling back the Clown from yesterday. We've got Tony the Duff on Dwight, Swit on Laurie, Just Be Quiet on her typical Yunjin, and Swarm on Nia up against Lonely's Clown. I'm having flashbacks from yesterday.
And this is also a very solid Survivor team that he'll be facing as well. 4 medkits, it looks like. Starting off his first chase with Kawaii around the jungle gym. He seems to be connecting the jungle gyms. A slight whiff on the hit. Is that a double pallet here?
There's a double pallet jungle gym, bit of a relic from the old days of DBD. If anyone played back when double pallets existed on the main game.
Now continuing his chase on Kawaii. There seems to be a triple jungle gym connection here. That's a very favorable position for Kawaii to be. He's trying to follow him as he's connecting one by one, and I think this is going to be an LT. Will he make that? There we go. Gets the hit off on Kawaii. Follow up.
First blood. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. You make up. All good.
First blood bar corrupt intervention still available, although it's possible Lonely running out of bottles. Hard to tell from his point of view. Doesn't seem to be needing to get an extra hit on Tony the Duff.
Now he's transitioning off to chase Swirt, who is going to be using a window right here, and now he's trying to cut him off. Doesn't seem to be able to close the distance off. Swirt is going to connect to the main building. It's going to prove to be very difficult, as he has a breakable wall he needs to get through in order to get a nice, efficient move. Heading more central here with his generator. No pop goes the weasel, unfortunately, but he does need to control these generators, as he has early game, mid game, and late game, but the mid game requires him to get a hook off.
Note there that Lonely's use of bamboozle, forcing Sweat out of the otherwise very stacked jungle gym there, could be very useful at main building with that window on the side.
And now both these survivors are actually really paired up. Without a single hook on the board, the pressure is going to start building if he doesn't get a ball rolling, as the second generator looks like it might be about to pop with 10% left on progress, and he is chasing the main building. He does have bamboozles to be able to force them off, but there's these pallets that are actually eating up a lot of his time here. Getting a connection hit on Swirt. Kuwait is very close by. They're trying to make sure to deny as many downs as much as possible. It's looking like that the Clown is possibly going to need to get a camp off in order to get a kill if possible, or possibly rely on the no-ed.
Well, we certainly have to see, especially because that pallet's been left unbroken. But the notably, noticed several back-to-back hits on Sweat. Maybe his plans to force out the use of medkit charges, given the survivors seem to have each have multi-heal medkits. Is it a good way to maybe force them out, like resetting later harder, while pallets just get forced out?
I've been noticing that he's been able to get these single hit plays off, but what the survivors are doing is like they're bleeding him out of pressure. Get hit, go far away, heal back up, reset pressure. It's a constant clock of resetting over and over and over again. And it's really difficult for the Clown to get a ball rolling here because they're just completely countering him. It's almost like they're trying to force him to commit. But the thing is that he knows if he commits, they're going to just pull the rug straight from under him so that he slips and falls and is unable to get any kills at the end of this match.
Especially because last time Lonely played Clown on Cold Tower, which was yesterday, Lonely ended up securing a very tight 3-gen Pop Goes the Weasel to secure the win. I think Team Swing do not want to run the risk of that happening again, because that was a very brutal situation that the survivors just couldn't recover from.
Yeah, and this team of survivors are very experienced. I feel like I've seen them in a Swift in the past before, so they are very spread out, getting all the generators done, making sure to pressure on all the corners so that, because they know the killer can't be in more than one place at the same time. So this is going to be a hit off, and they're going to be trying to make him drop the chase once again. You can't just keep hitting people and dropping the chase. We need to get a conversion off. We need to get a down to build that pressure. Because as it looks right now, Pop Goes the Weasel doesn't seem like it's going to be working out here. It looks like he's going to probably be relying on a no-ed endgame, and maybe he's going to use a bottle to try to bait the teammate to drop down so they're slowed. Doesn't seem like Swarm is buying it. And he makes him do a full commit, optimizing the movement there. Very solid play.
It also seems like Lonely is starting to build a 3-gen there, because just like last time, there's a gen in the main building and a gen on the other side of it. Which may be why he's so reluctant to commit to these chases, because if he's got a 3-gen, there's a very, very good reason why the Clown may not want to commit to a chase if he can avoid it. Especially with Swarm now zoned back into the map, with Bamboozle on that window and that pallet already dropped. I think he's trying to push Swarm back towards main building, so if you get a down on a hook at main building in the 3-gen. But I think Swarm's too smart to let that happen.
Yeah, and it's proving difficult because they're trying to pull him away from this area that he keeps trying to push them back into. And now I think he's going to be trying to do the same trick that he tried to do to Swarm earlier. But will they drop this time? Yes, they both do. Will they be able to get a conversion off with these bottles, chasing Swart, who's going to go to the LT wall. And I don't think Swart will make this. He'll get the first hit off. But there's a connection to the jungle gym here. This is the double pallet jungle gym that proved to be problematic earlier.
So we're not using it then, so just go to the comp corner. That may end up costing Lonely a gen if it's not very quick to get a hook and Pop Goes the Weasel off.
So there is a generator on 78% and 53. So it seems like he's probably going to let the faraway gen go, but he really needs to get this Pop Goes the Weasel off on this 82%. I think it's the main building one.
I think it is too.
Yeah.
And that's a very important gen to ensure it stays up, because if that goes, Lonely's chance of a turnaround is basically nil due to the automatic gen spread. If he can keep Sweat at the back of here, keep everybody else off of the gens, medkit charges will likely have already been used significantly by now, making resetting harder and harder. Looks like Lonely's in for a long game, and the survivors are going to have to try and work with that.
Okay, and with this hook, it seems like you were actually quite right about the 3-gen setup, because now he gets to camp the hook at the same time as holding down this triple setup. They don't seem to be popping the far generator. They're leaving it on, it looks like 90, to try to get push Swart into a false sense of security, making it like, oh, I got 2 gens left, but in reality, all the way far at the end, they're trying to probably entice him to make a mistake later on.
Absolutely right. If you pop the distant generator, at that second stage on Swart, I think it is. Swart goes second, unable to secure a save.
It's
the hell quiet makes the save even more difficult to do.
This is a little bit of a mind game, but I'm not so sure. Will he be able to secure this kill on Swart? He's got to control these 3 generators, and I think if he just sticks to all 3 of these, it may turn out to be. The position will slowly turn in his favor. But it's just kind of interesting to see how the survivors are being coordinated to try to do a little bit of a mental mind game on the killer.
Okay, so Swarm gets the unhook off on Swart, but Swart did go second. And given there's only one possible decisive strike on the team, that could be a problem if Lonely ends up catching Swart out before a heal can be completed.
Now, Swart is the only one on Death Hook. That would actually be a turning of the tide here. He's chasing him through the jungle gyms. Does not make the pallet. He's got to be worried about the save here. I don't think that anyone brought any flashlights, because they all brought... Oh my goodness, Decisive Strike. That actually changes things.
It really does. And with the last generator at 90%, this could be very, very bad news for Lonely here, unless something very quick happens. It looks like last gen's going to get completed. But it does mean Noed's now active, so this could become a very different kettle of fish.
With all the survivors all the way far away across the map, he might be able to pull this back, but he needs to be able to get these connections off. Since there's a lot of jungle gyms, it might prove to be very difficult. Oh my goodness, zoning Swarm. A little bit of greed there.
So Swirt's on the back door, and maybe they just can try and take a 2 out here, given the Swirt's sticking with that back door.
Oh,
A lot of the pallets have also been used.
Oh,
3 downs. And Swit with DS may also be the one on the team with Unbreakable. So it's a very good chance this could go horribly wrong.
This might actually turn from a 180 degree, from a 0k to a 4k here. All from the Noed. And with the Bamboozle, it's looking like he'll be able to shut down these jungle gyms quite easily.
The only concerns here are Deliverance or Unbreakable. And with only one unhook having happened in the match, and Swit about to presumably die. Oh, that was an Unbreakable from, was that Swarm or Quiet that used it?
Look at this turn of events, back, forth, Swarm going to the door, Kawhi going to the other, and it just like a 180 degree turn just like that. He's got to be able to try to get a conversion off, maybe try to get at least one person down. Getting 2 people out of commission here will actually be kind of huge, so that they can only be possibly working on one door at a time, because there has to be one player picking the teammates up. And now looping around the shack here, does Swarm get the window vault? Yes, he does. Very clean. I'm assuming that might have been resilience, but I'm not entirely sure.
And Tony the Duff picks up Swit as well, so all the clown's pressure is just completely evaporated.
And there we go. That's a down on Swarm. Tony the Duff is close by. It seems like he wants to take what he can get at the moment. Tony is close by. He seems to be wanting to go for that 2k by going after Tony here.
The pickup may have wasted enough time that Tony's got the distance he needs, but no one can take a hit. They're all injured, no heads up anyway. So the options that the survivors have is disrupting them off the back door, it seems.
And this is a very bold move, as anyone could pick up Swarm at any time. Seems like he's going all in, almost predicting that every single player will be at this door, which is a good play. And it's going to turn out favorably for him. And that is the down on Kuwait.
The dead hard for distance wasn't quite enough to stop the clown hitting quite through the pallet there.
And there goes the first door open, with Swirt and Kuwait on the other side. It looks like Swarm them are going to be playing a little bit safer. No, actually, they're going to be trying to power the other door, or not. They seem to be in contemplation on what they want to do, points-wise.
Especially with
how many points do they want to deny from the killer here? Oh. And it seems like there are 3 people at the door at the moment. They're going to be taking their 3 points and taking the one off on the teammate on the ground, possibly.
It's been a very interesting first game with the establishment of the 3 gens, some very competent survivors making use of all the resources as intelligently as they could. It's been a very impressive time, but Swarm is staying in the gate. Maybe he's just staying around to.
I'd be interested if any players will run Bloodwarden one day, because they can choose Freddy, and Bloodborne is actually in the game, so I'd be interested. That'd be a nice surprise play.
That was why Swarm was staying in the gate, because to see if Quiet could potentially unhook themselves.
Oh, I see.
That was why Swarm was staying in the gate. I was potentially worried that Quiet could have a Deliverance kicking around. Would have been very bad news for team for Lonely there. You just book it to the gate after a Deliverance, but it turned out that didn't quite transpire, and Lonely gets the 1k.
That team, they had a lot of coordination. They got like all the generators done. They're very fast. It's like very back and forth. Balanced landing. They had the live, dead hards, unbreakables, the sprint bursts. A very solid, different exhaustions on every single player, it seems. And everyone's doing quite well on Survivor here. And it seems like they were able to get the read on what Lonely was doing. They were like, he's holding this 3-gen setup. We're gonna hold this out. Let's try to see if we can play like a mental mind game to pull him this way. Doesn't seem to work out. Lonely doesn't buy it. And the one thing is that he was trying to get Swirt dead on the hook close to the main building, but he wasn't able to get that conversion off. I think that was like one of the turning points. If they were able to get that off, then it might have been more favorable for the killer. as he was able to get so many downs with the no-ed, but unfortunately able to get the conversions.
Absolutely. I think the worst part of all of that, though, for the killer has to have been the decisive strike, because at
Yeah.
that point, the game was on at a balance. The DS coming out from, I think it was Swit, prevented a hook, prevented a pop goes to the weasel. If that end game scenario had been a 3v1 rather than a 4v1, then potentially more kills could have been acquired. But that DS was at the worst possible moment, forcing the killer to have to re-down the dead on hook survivors. I do not envy being the killer in that situation, having to deal with the having to deal with the DS there.
And it's just the thing is, it's like everyone's up. It was 4 alive, and then no edit in play. 1, 2, 3, 4 down, and then unbreakable. Everyone's back up again, and then gets 1 down, 2 down, and then pick up, and then it's this very swingy game. A lot of strategy involved, but it seems like all the perks, when combined together, they know how to use everything very effectively. And it seems like when it came to the comms and trying to bait the killer to make mistakes or put the killer and the clown in a very bad situation, they knew exactly what they needed to do to get Lonely in the corner.
Yeah, I think that's why at the end, when the survivors starting to get slugged, Tony the Duff just ran for the corner of the map near the door, because he knew that Quiet had Unbreakable. So the Unbreakable in the pocket meant that all Tony needed to do was to get the clown away from the slugs, because if that happens, the Unbreakable happens, the game basically resets.
I'd wonder there's probably some veterans who play killer who might get like a read, as there are certain like body language for certain survivors are doing. It's like, this survivor should have been picked up. Maybe they have Unbreakable. So maybe as they play more games with each other, some players will be able to get reads on how each team plays, as there are certain patterns to be able to read. Hey, this guy's not struggling on hook. Maybe he has deliverance. Hey, this guy, no one's picked this guy up yet. They typically do it this fast. Maybe this guy's Unbreakable. I feel like getting some of those reads might actually play a huge factor. That's actually a very big determining factor on actually getting points on the rounds on the board here. So it's all about gaining the experience and learning how each team plays when it comes to their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, I did notice that unlike some of the other teams, they did split up who had the DS and who had the Unbreakable, because Swit had the Decisive and Quiet had the Unbreakable. But what we've seen often before from teams is running the Deliverance, DS, and Unbreakable all on the same person. So I'm interested to see how maybe the split is there to throw killers off.
Yeah.
Maybe kind of almost tricking Lonely into thinking that the person dead on hook was the one with Unbreakable may have changed that match completely. But it turns out it was quite the split really paid off for them, because it meant that Swit could be dead on hook, and even if the clown did kill Swit, the team still has an Unbreakable available should a slug begin. It paid off very well for them in that particular situation, even if they never got to use deliverance value, because the person who had it was the first one to get hooked.
It's like a situation of putting all your eggs in one basket, and if you put all your eggs in one basket and it doesn't roll in your favor, then oh my goodness, we put everything in here and the perks, they're not paying off. So having that split, like you said, throwing off the killer, making it so that it's hard to keep track mentally and hard to remember what they're going to be bringing in the next match. That's a good way to play around as a team. I wonder if other teams will adopt that strategy as well, if this proves to be something that carries them through round 1 and round 2 and round 3 here.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if anyone was around yesterday and saw Lonely's first match was Clown on Cold Tower with a very similar build. I think it might have been actually exactly the same build on that same map, and they tried the same thing. It'd be interesting to see how Lonely succeeded in that round 1 match against, I think it was Team Predrop.
It was Kingdom versus Predrop.
Yeah. So it was Kingdom then. Because obviously, because Lonely is on Predrop. But what made Lonely succeed so well in that first match, but struggle so much in the second one? Interesting to see the difference in how the survivors played, because the killer's plan was effectively the same thing. I think Lonely was able to commit to more early chases in the match with Kingdom, to get those early hooks and early pops, as opposed to basically finding the alligators forcing out medkits and strong pallets, because that was most of what Lonely's plan was just make him use a pallet, get a cheeky hit, they run across the map to heal the medkit, and you just go back to your 3 gen. maybe committing earlier to get his early pops may have been an advantageous strategy for Lonely that just didn't really it wasn't really an option this time around.
I noticed they were also running like a lot of chase perks. They had I think there was a Iron Will. They had like every single exhaustion perk, like the sprint burst, balance landing, live, dead hard. They had quick and quiet as well. I think they had a big focus on trying to do the best they can and chase as much as possible. That from the perks I can remember, I think that actually helped them quite a bit because they were able to pair together all the jungle gyms, the brutal triple. There was like a jungle gym into an LT wall into another jungle gym into Shack, and that quad setup was just absolutely crazy at the start because it was to deny that beginning pressure for the clown. So maybe putting some of their resources or most of their resources into the chase there helped them favorably, along with the hard hitting perks like decisive strike, deliverance, unbreakable split up as well.
Absolutely. I did notice that the jungle gym spread that was pretty brutal for the killer duo because that was an unbroken line of the pallet at the back of main building that leads into the jungle gym window, the jungle gym with 2 pallets into the LT, into another jungle gym with 2 pallets in a window into Shack, which is just like that is a spree of resources that as a killer, as someone who plays a lot of killer, I don't envy going into that, especially playing someone like Clown, because the effectiveness bamboozle becomes rather limited because with that many pallets, the fact that they only need to vault one window like one time to get to the next resource, it means that bamboo's value doesn't get a lot out because they're not going to use the window more than once. They're going to use it to get to the next resource and then maybe drop a pallet and that'll be it. As opposed to bamboos being stuck at a tile where bamboozle would probably be a bit more useful.
And at the beginning, they kept trying to pull him to that side of the map because that half of the map was so good for him, for the survivors on the because of the jungle gyms. It made sense why he wanted to just like, okay, you know what? I have these 3 gens, one in the building, one left, one on the right. I'm just gonna stay here. It made sense why he wanted to hunker that down because of just how powerful the rest of the map was. It's just way too difficult to control. But employing that strategy, they knew he didn't want to come over there, so it was just hit, heal, come back, hit, heal, come back, hit, heal, come back. So it was very difficult to just get that pressure, and it was a weak spot. They took advantage of the weak spot in his build, which was with the pop goes the weasel.
Certainly, so. If that slowdown maybe had been Ruin, that'd been a different story because it's pretty good at getting them off of gens. He wasn't terribly good at downing them to pop them. So maybe in that spot, at least for that particular match, he maybe would have almost rather to have had Ruin. Just to get that extra, just to get value out of just harassing them off of gens, getting a single hit, going back to the gen to keep irritating them off of the gens. Maybe Ruin could have done more for him there, but this is the kind of thing you don't know until you get into the match. Like if you commit to chases more easily and get downs more quickly, then I can definitely see pop being a more useful perk, especially later into the game when Ruin may be cleansed, maybe broken. But for that particular match, Lonely's probably kicking himself for not taking Ruin over pop, or even Ruin with pop. Instead of the bamboozle there, because it seemed to really sting.
The one thing that was also brutal was because they were all very spread out. When he was chasing, there was like almost a survivor in every single corner at all times. So it was just high gear, full map pressure at all times. So even with Ruin, there's a bit of a high possibility they would find the totem, but in all honesty, it probably would have done a little bit more than the pop, like you said. But I wonder if he's going to be changing it, like you said. But with this team of survivors, at least he knows the amount of pressure that they can bring. So I wonder how he's going to be changing up his perks and possibly his killer when it comes to the future matches going forward. So.
Absolutely, because we've seen obviously Lonely's Clown before, and that did very, very well. The killer we played yesterday, for anyone who wasn't there, he played Sadako into, I believe it was so Clown into Plague into Sadako with the 3 killers that he chose for yesterday's rounds. So maybe they'll be banning some of those because Lonely did, I believe, get 4Ks with all of them. So any of them could be reasonable bans for team for Team Swing.
Mm.
And or maybe they don't fear the clown. Maybe after playing against clown, they're all right playing against clown again. Maybe they're not afraid of the Kenneth chase, and they're happy to just rather have that than a plague or a Sadako to deal with. So I guess there's only one way to find out, but we'll see, I suppose, because yeah, while they did have a very, very good result for Team Swing, it's not to say that they got completely scot-free, because at the end of the day, Lowy did get one kill, and depending on how the survivors perform in the next round, it could still be very much Team Predrop's game.
Yep, it very much well can be. When it comes to how the survivors played, I'd be interested to see if he does play like Sadako, because Sadako is she's very good at controlling the map, because she can just teleport like crazy, and she has that full map presence. But if he decides to run the phone where it spawns all the survivors holding tapes, that could prove to be, they might be a little bit more coordinated with turning off his TVs as soon as his ability activates. So if you when a survivors spawn with the tapes, just like the match that we had yesterday, you can actually turn off the TVs that Sadako can teleport to, and Sadako's TVs only turn on after a certain time. So with the amount of crazy presence of spread that I've seen from this team so far, I'd wonder if that would be a bit of a detriment, but I'm not quite entirely sure, as Sadako would give him the power he needs to teleport across the map if he decides to play like an M1 like killer that he has been doing so far.
Well, one perk I did also see in Team Swing's loadout was Alert. If anyone doesn't know, Alert reveals the aura of the killer whenever they perform a rushed action. So it's breaking a pallet or breaking a generator, something like that. Reveals the aura to the survivors, which obviously one survivor knows on comms, soon everyone's going to know. So Alert, just being a very, very good information perk, could make life as a stealth killer a little bit challenging, because if he's not demanifested, i.e. undetectable, so his aura can't be seen when he's kicking gens or kicking pallets, the stealth of this stealth killer could just not exist. There's a very real chance, but I guess we'll see.
Oh wow!
Because we've got our next team ready.
Kinetic Flowers is going to be playing Nurse against Rezino on Dwight, I Miss Her on Meg, David, Classed on David, and Zeno on Jake. This is going to be very interesting. A nurse going to be teleporting through the walls.
We've seen this is the only non-super elf nurse we've seen so far, and they're loading into once again Coal Tower.
All right, so let's see how this goes out. Nurse is gonna be first chasing Rezino, teleporting around the shack. Unfortunately, just out of reach here. Rezino will be able to be going around to this structure.
This looks to be a non-generator based perk build here, with the no ed, no way out. Goes more of an end game plan as opposed to Super Elf's nurse build yesterday, where we saw I think it was Ruin in play.
Also, just barely getting these swings off, running the haunted ground strategy. Gets the down on Rezino here. This is the first down of the game. That's a really good amount of. This is a good situation, as the generator progress seems to be a little bit thin at the moment.
Absolutely. That was down in less than a minute, and with Lethal Pursuer to help get there quickly. That's a stack on No Way Out, and the survivors pretty on the back foot before the match even really started.
Here's a Class, and Zeno here teleports right to the building. A nice transition. Trying to get the high ground to see if he can get a bird's eye view of where everyone is at. And going back right to the hook to see anyone that's saving. He sees Rezino trying to go for this double hook play, just barely out of reach. And he's continuing the chase around the rocks. Let's see if he can get the teleports up on the hill. And as those mobile flicks are proving to be a little bit difficult here.
The thing I'm most surprised to see out of the build here from Flowers is the choice of solo Haunted Grounds as a hex of choice, because we've seen Haunted Run before, and we saw it on, I think it was Alf's nurse when he was running Ruin. But running Haunted without any other hexes to prompt the survivors to potentially start cleansing bones is a bit of a gamble. It's kind of relying on survivors maybe hoping there's a Devour Hope in play, that the Haunted Grounds could potentially prop. But otherwise, I think that's potentially a high risk, high reward selection of Hexpack.
Just barely not being able to make the blink here. I'd assume it's a combination between Noed and Haunted Ground. So in endgame, he's praying that they don't keep track of the totems, and it might come into play. Gets a connection into Aaron here, who's going around to the window. Gets the vault off, and the blink. FV's proving to be a little tricky, and gets the down right off the locker. Whoa. Zeno appearing out of nowhere, jump scared by a pallet.
Absolutely,
Aaron's
safety. We can't really discount how strong that locker play there was from Aaron, where he hopped in the locker to dodge the blink. If he'd gotten that locker just a second later, after Flowers had used the second blink, that would have been a very, very successful juke there. But unfortunately, not quite enough patience there from Aaron to prevent the nurse from getting the hit. But it was a very, very solid idea. Maybe it's one we'll see him or other survivors using later on in this match.
Wow, he was able to hold the second blink really long. Is that something that seems like it's quite something different in mobile, where you don't get the fatigue as fast, unless it's an add-on he's running at the moment?
Potentially. I'm unsure about nurse add-ons, because let's be honest, they all look the same. They're all just bottles with things in them. It's hard to tell what nurse add-ons do at a glance. I mean, you didn't get to see them very long, but holding that blink for holding a second blink for ages seems to be a pretty powerful tool.
Seems like they have one generator on 53, one on 56. They're working on 2 at the moment, and it seems like Flower wants to try to get Aaron onto second stage. I'm not so sure if he's going to be trying to push for a death, as that might not be wise, as the generators will be popping. No one is close by, so this is the gamble to stay close. Oh my goodness, Deliverance. You had the read on Deliverance, actually. Does he get the follow-up hit off on Aaron here? As he hovers around the edge of the map, slowly stalking him. Get first blink off. Gets the juke just barely. Missing the M1.
Choosing to drop Aaron perhaps is because Aaron's proving to be a time sink, and perhaps because of the risk of decisive strike.
Now, continuing its chase onto Class. They were doing a triple stack on this generator, so there's a lot of pressure on this, as this one is on 92%. Decides not to go for the kick. As the generator's probably going to pop anyway, sees Zeno and Ray Zeno holding his blink for a very long time to calculate a hit on him through the window. Unfortunately, unable to get off.
Very, very close to Ray Zeno, though. Ray Zeno is dead on hook, so there is a serious potential for to get completely blown out here should Ray Zeno end up getting picked off here.
Zeno's going into the jungle gym on the side. Deciding to hold his blink before he sees him, to make sure he wants to have the information before teleporting. Goes behind the wall and around the trees. Tries to predict that he's going to be swinging around, but unfortunately unable to get the connection off. A generator is on 92%, and it seems like the last generator is almost about to pop. And there we go.
That's a no-ad active, which could put Ray Zeno in a bit of a situation if Flower's able to close the gap.
The mobile blinks seem to be proving a little bit difficult for Flower here, as he's chasing Mr. Zeno around the trees, and there is the no-ad pop. Lucky for him, he still has no way out in play, so he has more to work with here.
Yeah, basically getting a free kill here on Ray Zeno with the no-ed on the second stage survivor, and now with the notification from No Way Out letting him know where to go, Flowers is on his way. This game, the generator done, but the game is far from over.
Now, if he could get a secondary connection on one of these survivors, that could be huge.
Zeno hiding behind the wall, but did Flowers see him?
Does he check?
Oh, hello.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Zeno's attempted stealth plan not quite working out for him, as Flowers gets the pickup.
His clothes just barely blending with the bricks there. Very, very difficult to see him. So it's very good.
I'm surprised Flowers I probably wouldn't have done. But with the nurse only having gotten two unique hooks, the No Way Out was over and done with fairly quickly. Seeing as Zeno can potentially unhook themselves.
Worried about the 4% and the unhook. Aaron on the door, classed around the side. I'm surprised Class is not closer to the hook here. be able to hold his blink for a very long time. What does he decide to do? He still does have the Noed in play, but he's very worried that Class is going to slip on around. Class is creeping forward. He might see him soon. What is he going to decide to do? Hook or Aaron? Hook or Aaron? You got to make a decision. Decides to go for the hook play, but that is his one blink. He needs to recharge here to be able to get a secondary off.
Aaron opens the rear door, and it looks like they're just prioritizing Zeno over Classed. Could this be a potential decisive strike? Because remember, DS is still active in the end game.
And it seems like he also wants to play for a 3K. Aaron and Class are both spread out. Class is playing very safe, hovering around the edge. It doesn't seem like Flower has a read on that. And it seems like the one kill that he'll be getting is Zeno at least. Or at least the hook here.
Aaron
Seems
running
like
into
they
the map.
Aaron's actually going a little bit deeper. Maybe he wants to go for the save or the hatch here. This spread.
Aaron appears to be is that momentary teabagging on the hatch? Maybe a signal to Zeno to let him know where the hatch is.
Yeah, possibly.
Because if you're signaling hatch, there's a good chance then that Zeno has decisive strike, which would mean if the nurse gets the pickup, Zeno just runs for the hatch, which may be why Flowers is so aggressively slugging Zeno.
It takes a bit of time for the hatch animation to proc, so they need to give a little bit like a carrot on the stick to the nurse here to entice her to commit to leaving Zeno so he could get the hatch off. So it depends. I'm interested to see what they'll do to try to entice her to move. Picks up Jake here and decides to go for a hook play. Little does he know, it is very close to the hatch. Teleporting to the gate as Aaron is very close. It looks like Aaron will be able to get the escape here, and that will be a 2 escape, 2 kills, 2 points across the board for both teams.
Indeed. Well, that was. I honestly didn't really know what to expect with a build like that. With the 2 exposed perks, that could very easily have gone either way. It really could have done. There was so much potential for a haunted grounds proc at the wrong time, Noed being found. There's so many ways that game could have gone sideways for either team. But so a 2 kill, 2 escape. Probably both teams feeling pretty good walking away with that.
And when it comes to this object obsession, the previous team, before this, I think it was Swarms, they used Alert. So I'm kind of curious. This team ran Object Obsession, and the Object Obsession user actually got killed. So I'm wondering if Object Obsession is actually a detriment, more so. And maybe Alert might actually prove to be a little bit superior when it comes to this Swift format. I wonder.
I guess it depends upon the killer, because Object Obsession against some killers is just backbreaking. It's just makes it impossible for you to even really play. Like
especially against a nurse, for sure.
Yeah, but something like Trapper and Hag, for example, set up killers we actually haven't seen yet in the tournament, in part potentially because of Object Obsession. There's a very real chance that Object, which makes those killers basically unplayable. So we have no idea whether, but against Nurse on the other hand, Nurse can just teleport to the Obsession when she sees the aura. So that could be, Nurse Object is a lot riskier. Obviously, it can be more backbreaking against killers who's setting up traps, maybe against some stealth killers, because it can let you know when they're visible or not. But with Object, that perk could go very badly wrong against a very mobile killer such as Nurse. And that may have actually led to Flowers having more information than maybe they would have liked.
And this seems to be something quite different with Nurse on the mobile version, where you can hold the second blink for what looks like to be as long as possible. Usually you have to blink once, and then you can hold it for only a certain amount of time. From looked at in mobile, is either a very extended duration, or they could hold it indefinitely. So maybe that, maybe I wonder if some teams are avoiding choosing her because of how difficult they think that she might be, but with that little bit of leeway, maybe she'll be more enticing for picks going forth.
Absolutely, because you could see at the end there as Flowers are holding that blink between Aaron at the gate and the other survivor on the hook, where Classic was going for the unhook. Holding the second blink there is something that you don't really get to do on the base game. So perhaps that was more of a kind of testing what you can do rather than necessarily doing what you should do. Obviously, I hadn't played enough Nurse to know whether that was the correct play or not. It certainly looked like a wise thing to do to force the survivors to commit to an action, either committing to the gate or committing to the unhook. But it was certainly something that I don't think players are experienced using before on the main platform. So
the thing I'd be curious is that the killers that we haven't seen so far are Ghostface, Oni, Myers, Pig, Freddy, and Trickster. There might be a little bit that have not been explored on certain killers that maybe these players can take a look into. Because Trickster, for instance, is a 12-hit down killer. So maybe there are some things to compensate to make it a little bit easier on mobile so that people have not that much of a tough time. Just like this Nurse being able to hold the blink for a long time, maybe there's something on Trickster that no one really has just looked into yet. A lot of the players are, when it comes to this tournament, we have to know that on the 20th, they had auditions. That was just 6 days ago. So there's a lot undiscovered. It's a lot of a new playing field to explore what's possible on mobile. And it'd be interesting to see if anyone discovers any other quote-unquote techs to make the most out of their abilities that they have.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. With the especially with the lack of trap killers as well. I've not seen a single trap killer scene play. No trapper, no hag.
Mm-hmm.
I'd almost want to ask the teammates if they're not playing these killers because of the fear of obsession that could just render you completely useless. Because obviously, if the survivors see you setting a trap up, an obsession, they can just go over and disable it. They can know your trap is, and then tell the whole team what the trap is to get rid of it fairly quickly. But to do so with hag would require the team to bring flashlights. And we haven't seen a single flashlight in the tournament so far. It's only been, we've got maybe a flashbang or two, but it's mostly just been medkits and toolboxes. So there is a potential to see hag. I could even see potentially a hag pick, even risking the object, because even if the traps do get disabled, they had to be triggered, not flashlight burned away. Assuming the team didn't bring flashlights, but no one's brought a flashlight yet.
Mm-hmm.
I think hag could be a sneaky pocket pick for some of these players.
And it would definitely catch people off guard because everyone's focused on like, we need to bring medkits. If we bring medkits, we can always heal. If we bring toolboxes, we can push the generators. That has been the pattern that we've been seeing. So it would be a little bit like an off made up pick. And she has proven to be strong as she was once one of the strongest characters in the game at one point. And without flashlights in play, they'd need to be hoping if they go against a hag to find a flashlight in one of those chests. And Lisa could go off, especially if a team is not prepared for it. And when it comes to the alert plays and the object obsession plays, yeah, that'd be very strong against Trapper. And Trapper has one like a very low kill rate typically. So I'd be curious to see if they have some in the base game. They added the amount of traps that Trapper can have base-wise to 2, I think. So now I'd be curious to see if there's anything different base kit-wise to Trapper himself, having a little bit more power.
I could 100% see it. So out of the killers we haven't seen yet, of which there's a fair few. A lot of the licensed killers, for example, Freddy, Myers, Pig, etc., that we haven't seen, or any of the other or even originals like Trapper Hag. Who is still the one that you're rooting for? Because we've seen Huntress now, so we've seen your dream has been fulfilled of seeing the Huntress see play. So which killer that we haven't seen would you hope to see later on in this tournament?
I think it'd be interesting to see if players would choose Ghostface, because he's predominantly his ability is basically you right click and you have instantaneous Insidious. So his ability is basically built-in Insidious whenever you want it. And when it comes to the mobile controls, you can the movement might not be as smooth for the survivors, or not as comfortable when a mouse and keyboard that they're comfortable with. So maybe a Ghostface be able to get a mark off to get instant downs would prove to be very helpful. But I know some of the best Ghostfaces in the world also would use like play with your food. When it comes to why some killers may not be being played, it could very well that they didn't get perks on certain killers. So that might be the reason why we don't see them, because with the little bit of time they have, they can't really max out everyone and get everything they need really quickly.
So it looks like next match is going to be Team Swing against Team Predrop, and it'll be Father Campbell's Chapel. Map full of windows, but fairly small. And if the map RNG isn't too unforgiving, could be some interesting games.
The mechanical killers coming out with Billy, Mr. Billy, Swarm, and against the Swarm, Kuwait, and Tony. It'll be interesting to see how this match plays out. Getting a chainsaw right to Shaq next to Kuwait and Swarm.
So the build is Corrupt, No Way Out, Noed, and Bamboozle. So putting a lot of effort into the. Are we seeing? Is that engravings and tuning guide?
Yeah, that's like crack Billy.
Ha! Now
there
this.
We go.
Those of you who are mourning the loss of Billy's add-ons, you'll want to see this match because we're kicking it old school with Crack Billy today. Oh,
down,
very cheeky
right
down
on Swarm.
That's brutal.
Oh my goodness.
Someone who got into Dead by Daylight back in, I think it was early 2018, before Billy got his add-on changes, seeing the return of Crack Billy in today's tournament was not something I was expecting, something I'm very, very happy to see. Crack Billy reborn into Dead by Daylight in 2023. What a momentous occasion.
And that's a nice, quick first down. You can see that he has 3 yellow perks, and he's like, you know what? We saw Billy yesterday. You know what? I think I'll probably be doing really quite good on Billy. And he seems to be confident. He's like, you know what? That's a good choice. He looked strong. I want to try it myself. And it's interesting to see players trying out the different killers to get a feel for what they can possibly do with everything they have at their disposal.
Absolutely. I actually, after seeing Al's performances on Billy yesterday, I actually played some Billy myself. Just to get the sense of how it felt on mobile. I've noticed actually the turn rate is significantly better than it is on the base game. Let me explain some of the insane curves and curves of flicks that we saw from Alf yesterday. That Billy's turn rate on mobile is incredibly smooth. So this would explain, along with the better add-ons, a significantly higher hit rate for Billy, and that is second stage force onto Swarm there at 4 gens no less.
And I'm guessing this is something that's quite huge because Billy is an instant down killer. Getting this first down really, really quickly allows him to not be punished as hard by doing this camp here. That's proven to be helpful for Lynxy, it's been proven to be helpful for Alf when it came to the basement. And now it seems like that SRT or Lonely is going to be using this strategy as well. This worked in previous matches, and maybe it'll be a way to get a 4K going forth in this round.
He's just trying to keep the gens very close by because does Lonely happen to have a 3 gen here? Because there's a gen there, there's a gen right by the hook. Is there potentially one in Shack as well?
I'm not entirely sure.
Because there's 2 at the back, and he sees a 3rd one pretty close, but I can't see where the 5th gen is. Oh, there's one in Shack. So, looks like on top of the camp and the No Way Out, Lonely happens to also have an incredibly tight 3 gen, like a ridiculous tight. You could probably, with the chainsaw turn rate, you probably curve around all 3 generators to the Shack yard it's gone. That's how close they are.
Somebody can do that.
That's how close they are, and how good the turn rate is on mobile. That is an incredibly tight 3 gen with a hook in the middle of it. I do not envy these survivors right now.
And they're also very scared for going to the save here because Billy is an instant down killer. One misstep, and that is just 2 people on the floor. Does he? Oh, he doesn't know he has. Carpenter's tuning guide still gets the unhook off, and he really wants to go for this kill here on Swarm. Worried about the barred time because Lori yesterday did have the BT. He has a good memory and gets the down off on Swarm. And is there a DS in play here?
There is no DS. So Swarm's gone, and if they're not quick with the pickup, that could be Sweat on hook as well. That is the lack of DS there, backbreaking pressure operation for the survivors there.
And you can see the little bit of a finger movement to flick to the left.
But you see what I mean about that turn rate there, because this is with no turn rate add-ons, as far as I know. I don't believe Tuning Guide does turn rate. It's been a while since I've seen it, so I'm not 100% certain, but I'm pretty sure Tuning Guide doesn't include turn rate. But look at how quickly Lodi was able to turn, even without a single, I believe, turn rate add-on. It was absurd.
Yeah,
to swerve 180 degrees, pick up on sweat.
And this is quite interesting. They seem to be terrified about this insta down chainsaw. it looks like he almost has a 4-gen setup here, because he can, if they get very close to Billy, he can just chainsaw them right into the back. As he gets very close to Tony here around the trees, there is the 3rd down survivor.
Tony
A
hits the
deliverance
floor.
coming into play.
Yes, that was a much needed relief of pressure for Team Swing there, and especially with the potential risk of an unbreakable on Tony. I guess we'll see. Because there doesn't seem to be any effort to pick Tony up at all. Is that a pre-dropped shack pallet? I think it might have been a pre-dropped shack pallet from across the map, basically.
Oh, they got scared. That's insane if they dropped the shock pallet there. They're now starting to try to pressure the generators, but this setup where all the generators are conglomerated in a very tight corner, they've only got one on 30%, and it's going to prove to be very difficult to try to get these off. 3 yellow perks, 1 green. He's still able to make it work. Oh wait, it's around the corner. Does he get the turn off? Wow.
And with Sweat identified, I think this could be such a snowball kill if he chooses to commit. Choosing to play around quiet, potentially having an unbreakable instead. I think that's a reasonable concern to be worried about unbreakable, given the team you haven't seen it yet. Because if he commits to the chase with Sweat and then Quiet gets up with unbreakable, so he gets to unhook on Tony and it all goes horribly wrong. Playing safe right now when the killer has such a big advantage, I think is completely reasonable.
And now Swirt going inside the main building, trying to go to safety. It's not looking so pretty for him because he is injured. All he needs to get is M1 to get down. And there we go. That looks like it may... Oh, he's afraid of the DS here, isn't he? And there we go. It looks like he's going to be taking him to the hook on the hill. And that is a solid 5 points for Team Predrop at the beginning of round 2.
Beautiful executed there by Lonely, showcasing the power of those hillbilly add-ons and of finding a good 3-gen, because that was a very, very decisive victory. As soon as I think it was Tony went down in that 3-gen and got put on that hook, that was not no, it was Swarm, I think he went down and got put on the hook in the middle of the 3-gen at the start. That was not a good time for the survivors to be in. He's found that 3-gen nice and early thanks to Corrupt helping him out, and just kept it on lockdown there with that 1 hook in the middle of the gens. That was brutal.
And you can see Absolute Presence just terrified of that insta-down chainsaw. When it comes to the perks, everything seems to be very standard overall. I just think it's crazy. The tuned carburetor and engravings, you can still run that. That's nuts. And the points he was able to deny with the camp, the early down, that was a very good strategy. And I wonder if any players will be copying like this Billy strategy going forth.
You can see how dominant the Billy was in that match, because look at the blood point counts. One person got less than 2,000 blood points. That is, that was a brutal match to be at the receiving end of for the survivors. Oh wow, I was not prepared to see not just more Billy, but specifically like old school crack Billy. That was a real blast from the past.
And this is in particular something that Predrop really needed, because in the they may have lost round 1, but this is a great setup for round 2. All the survivors need to do is get 1 escape, and they will be taking round 2 and be able to push it to round 3. So it's a solid setup. And another thing that came into play is the fact that the nurse can hold her second blink for longer. Billy, you mentioned, has a nice smooth turn, a turn that's better than PC. And it's interesting because a lot of these teams may have been scared of playing Billy. It's like, oh, Billy's really hard on PC. I don't think he's going to be as easy on mobile. But in fact, maybe he is easier because of these little slight changes, adjustments to make it so that it's better on the phone.
I can 100% see it, especially with the improved add-ons as well. Like if you were to run add-ons like that today on live, it'd be a very different and much worse experience for the hillbilly player. You've got Crack Billy. You might even have Instasaw Billy. I'm not sure if those add-ons are still available on mobile. The Instasaw super turbo fast chainsaw charge. You've got double engravings. The rule set lets you use. There are so many options for Billy to run very powerful add-ons that we haven't seen in years in the main game Dead by Daylight. And I'm sure that a lot of these players, especially if they're old school hillbilly players, will be chomping at the bit to give these add-ons a go on mobile again, especially in a tournament setting where they're going to be put to the best of their use.
Yeah, and I'd be interested to see if other teams, they'd be like, as this is gonna be like this Billy pandemic. It's like, wow, this first Billy match is nuts. That second Billy match was nuts. You know what? We gotta try that out too. That is insane. We gotta try it. And then someone else is gonna see the nurse and they say like, you could hold that for a long time. I could hold a blink and just stare at the hook and get the grab and time it when someone goes right on the hook. And it's like perfect. There's a lot. I feel like we might see this huge wave of people trying to play trying out Billy maybe today, possibly to experiment to see what is possible, because there's a lot that is unexplored that might be huge to try to be able to push each individual team that may be on the back foot in third or fourth. That might be the boost they need to push forward.
Well, I can absolutely see it, because not only is Billy the most picked killer so far with 3 matches chosen, as opposed to Nurses had 2, Clowns had 2, Wraiths had 2. We've only, and Blink Plagues had 2. We've seen 3 Billys, Alf twice and then once there with Lonely. He's the most played killer we've had on these matches so far, and also hasn't dropped a game, hasn't lost not a single survivor has escaped a Billy player yet in this tournament. So both the sheer consistency that Billy's been able to display and the versatility of add-ons that Billy can run, I think has got him as a very, very enticing pick for a lot of these players, especially because many of them are high hour count players who might have experience with old Billy and old Billy's add-ons on PC back when Billy was, fun and good. Back when, before the dark times came.
Yeah.
And maybe I think you're right. I think we're going to see a big resurgence of Billies. Maybe if not even today, but maybe next weekend when when people start getting knocked out and the 100 gets a little bit tighter. I suspect Billy's going to become a staple pick and therefore also a staple ban for survivors.
I think we could see that. That might be scary, but it'd be proved too important to explore all the killers on mobile, as there might be little Easter eggs that might be a complete game changer. Maybe on some of certain stealth killer possibly as well. There are certain things that probably have been explored that could just completely turn the tide next week. So make sure to do a little bit of research, as that might give you a competitive edge when it comes to getting a slice of the $30,000 prize pool.
Absolutely. Maybe there's an add-on combination that you could run on some of the killers that haven't seen play yet, that could potentially turn some games around people. Because like we saw tape editing deck on Sadako, for example, an add-on you actually see very much in the main game. People don't use tape editing deck very much, but seeing that add-on come into play when the Sadako game was played with, I think it might have been again Lonely playing Sadako, was very, very powerful and completely out of left field for players. Maybe there are other add-ons at these rarities on certain killers that may have not seen playing at a tournament that could turn things around. But of course, we'll have to wait and see what people end up choosing, because there's a lot of Devil to be played, a lot of killer matches to be sussed through.
And also make sure that when it comes to add-on restrictions, each team is able to use at least, I think, one very rare add-on, and then the rest of the add-ons must be less than that. So it could be a very rare add-on and a very rare add-on, or common, all that good stuff that comes down to the rules. There's also, I think there's no offerings, and the survivors cannot bring any keys. It's all about trying to make the most out of everything that you have to try to get as many rounds on the board as humanly possible.
Absolutely. Obviously we saw last match there was a very rare tuning guide and a rare doom engravings, and that's kind of the limit of what you can really run, is a purple and a green. But there's still a lot you can do with a purple and a green add-on, especially on a lot of these killers. We could see, for example, Rusty Shackles on Hag, for example. That's a commonly maligned add-on that we haven't seen any Hag at all this tournament. As a whole lot of potential choices that we could see of very scary add-ons that have been maybe the killer they're on just isn't good enough. Maybe they're not confident with those killers. But I'd certainly be interested to see what players end up cooking with with perk add-on builds.
If we could find like a pig, because I think a tampered timer is a purple as well.
Yeah.
It might be proved to be difficult to get those down, but that's like a built-in gen slowdown. I don't know, but the pig, there's a lot of choices to chosen from. With Freddy, Ghostface, Oni, Myers, Trickster, um, it's kind of interesting to see. I kind of want to see. I want to see it like if there's like someone will choose Ghostface and start teabagging people. I
Oh,
don't know.
absolutely.
I don't know.
Like, I want to boop the Snoop in this tournament. Want to see a pig. Although, joke aside on pig, I know on the live game we've seen nerfs to both Tampered Timer and the Crate and Bag of Gears add-ons.
Mhm.
And while you can't run TT Crate because Crate is a purple add-on just like Tampered Timer is, you can't run two purple add-ons. You could absolutely go Tampered Timer and Bag of Gears if you wanted to go for a similar like actual threatening a bear trap kill playstyle. If you wanted to do that, there are obviously ambush strategies you could do. You could run something like combat straps and workshop or something like that to get your pressure. But something tells me just running that, having the extra slowdown with things like reverse bear traps, because there are a lot of add-ons that benefit from reverse bear trap being on survivors. You could really see, especially with things like no ed, no way out. 'Cause I'm seeing so much no ed, so much no way out. It feels like having extra game stall could be invaluable.
And there's also variant of Freddy, but there was at one point a meta called Forever Freddy. There could possibly something going on there. There's a lot that would need to be discovered. But I feel like a lot of these teams are very comfortable with their choices, and we'll have to see going forth if they have any ideas. Because when they're facing each other, as the survivors be like, wow, when we faced this, it felt like this, and then they're able to tell their killer the experience on who they could play to try to get a competitive edge for future matchups.
Yes, because any stealth killers we've seen so far, we've seen Wraith and Sadako have been stealth killers that we've seen, but a lot of the other stealth killers may struggle in environments with such good communications. But I guess we're going to find out with this new match. And it's Billy once more.
Okay.
Who'd have thought it? Who'd have thought it? It's going to be more Billy.
Billy, let's go. Let's go.
So it's like Kinetic Flowers is playing Billy against Xeno, Placid, I Miss Her, aka Aaron, and Ray Xeno. Looks like Xeno's switching it up and is is playing Adam now, which is, as an Adam enjoyer, I respect it. But I think we're going to see some interesting Billy. Oh, is that okay? Sure, that was a down before we even got to see the coverage.
Okay.
I think that's what we call a good start.
And that's been quite common with the Billies. I'm genuinely curious if he's going to be employing a similar tactic to what all the other Billies have been doing. Getting a very quick down and securing a kill very early.
Literally faster than we could blink. So the add-on choices are Dad's Boots and Doom Engravings. So not seeing Crack Billy, we're not seeing any of the other particular Billy.
You're right, that's a fast turn. Holy.
Yeah. And this is with the yellow turnaround add-on to it. It's not even with the double boots. So this will be really interesting to see if just combs Adam's hair, brushes his teeth with that chainsaw, not quite getting the hit, but ever so close.
Oh, the confidence is there. You can see he's like, I got these turns down. I can do this. Oh, there's the overheat, unfortunately, coming into play. Able to get the M1 off on Adam as he vaults the window into the jungle gym. He's going to have to chasing him around the pallet. Hopefully there isn't two here. And that's a safety drop. Does he drop the chase? No, he does not. And then we'll find out the moment of truth. No double pallet. And what does he decide to do? He tries to do a little bit of a mind game to throw Adam off. Is that enough? And that is enough as he gets the down with his turkey leg hammer.
I believe it's a cow leg, but I'm not an expert on farm animals, so I guess I'll take your word for it.
I'm not sure.
Well, in any case, I've noticed this is the only Billy game so far where there has not been Bamboozle in play. The only one. Because this is the same build that was being run by Lonely last game, except with Bamboozle replaced with Lethal Pursuer. Lethal Pursuer got that down. It was literally too fast for us to commentate on, because it's before we could see the footage. That was still insanely quick. But will the lack of Bamboozle may potentially bite them in this map full of windows?
That Billy proving to be a bit of a menace and curving around to get Xeno, who is humping this pallet off. Does he drop it in time? He does not. Does he have decisive strike, or will there be a pallet save that comes in? There is
There's
the DS.
And on further inspection, that appears to be actually a cow leg. So I think we're all a bit wrong.
Okay.
Might be
And now he's
I think it's a
chasing
cow leg.
Xeno around this LT wall. Xeno has been hugged once, and it seems like he's doing a little bit of a cheeky red stain mind game play, going around these rocks, around the circus, gets the follow-up pallet with tempo and the down right next to a hook. Everything they could ask for the pressure that he has. And 2 generators completed, 1 on 95 and 1 on 75. It seems like the pressure is on, as there will be 1 gen left very soon. He's deciding not to camp, as this is the first ability that we're seeing that is not camping in the match. Being able to get to that generator just in time, just before it pops. And that Deliverance, Adam proving to be such a menace to Flower today. My goodness.
That was the second hook. I believe that was an instant unhook from unhook from Aaron. As you can see, Adam's on second hook. It's broken his one off. He delivered off a first hook.
I see.
But importantly, that means that the Adam. Oh dear.
Oh.
Flowers lets him go. I was not ready for that. That was mad. I'm sure Aaron was going to get blocked in and killed there, but Flowers lets him go. That was I was unprepared for that. But notably now, Xeno's
in the
on
corner right there. But he needs to do like a sort of recovery here around the hooks as Aaron gets to a pallet. Oh, just barely. A little bit of a fake, but unfortunately able to get that off.
I'm very surprised that chainsaw didn't hit the pallet. The thing I'm interested is the fact that now Xeno is dead on hook, and importantly has no decisive strike anymore because he used it on first hook. So now if Flowers wants to get Xeno out of the game, all he needs to do is find him, and then Xeno's days are numbered. So he's coming to class it instead and showing off that is what was that turn?
Look at this! Look at that! That's insane! That is insane!
Billy's turn rate on mobile is beyond belief. I'm sure you can see that's nuts.
Oh my god!
And this is with a yellow turn rate add-on. A yellow turn rate add-on. This is not even with the purple boots.
Chasing Xeno around the pallet here. It seems like he's going to be getting stunned, and that's okay as the generator is not almost done yet. He's chasing Ray, deciding not to vault the pallet. And this might actually be the difference between all the generators getting powered here. There we go.
There's an adrenaline from Xeno.
And now the NOED is activated. Will he be able to get a play off? Class team does only really need 1 escape to be able to take this round. And it's looking like that team, I think it's Predrop will be able to be taking it as long as they could get at least 1 escape and avoid the slaughter of the NOED here. Going around the corner into the circus, Xeno is taking him around the target. Goes right into a locker to try to get as much time stalled as much as possible. And does he drop him? Does he hook him? He is dead on hook.
Actually, he's just going
to go for the
hook. But notably, the gates can't be open right now because of no way out. So just because Xeno prevented the slug doesn't mean that the others get to get out. Not by a long shot. Noah's still up. The gates only started to be worked on because of no way out. It's still got more than enough time for Flowers to pick up a second kill here.
It's very important that class team get at least 1 person out here. Aaron vaulting the window at the LT wall, unable to find any pallets nearby. It seems like he's trying to do a hitbox play. And Aaron gets down, both Class and Xeno at the edges of the map. It's a sign it's not worth it to go for a full chainsaw off. And it looks like he's probably going to be picking up Aaron instead as the last 2 survive. And it's 2 points across the board for both teams.
Absolutely. The first time survivors have escaped Billy in this tournament, but the turns that we've seen have been absolutely beyond belief.
Right? That's insane.
It's a real demonstration of the freedom that Billy on mobile, especially with the turn rate add-on, the boots, really has. It's absolutely insane. And regardless of the result.
He did like a 270-degree turn at one point.
Yeah, you're just going down the 4 lane, just immediately swerving to the
Yeah.
left. Unfortunately, hitting a wall, but nevertheless, that was still some ludicrous turns that we saw there. And again, if there's a better advertisement out there for Billy on mobile, I don't think I've seen one yet, because that was absurd, especially with only tier 1 and 2 perks as well. That was a very admirable performance there from Flowers.
Very solid across the board. Everyone performing all pretty solid. Everyone getting chases off, everyone doing gens. The Billy getting a nice solid performance. Still gets a 2K with no camping, so everything all around. What more could you ask for a performance like this? A Bard time, a fixated, and yeah. And also Adrenaline seeming to make a bit of a difference that round as well.
It really did. Even with the no-ed in play, denying the distance, because the Billy had the filler palette there basically on lock. And that was very, very challenging to prevent the ace from making much distance, because even if he'd been healed to full, the nerd was active. So there was a very real chance that if he didn't have the speed from Adrenaline, even if he's healthy, the ace of that tile just goes down. And then if he goes down, a slug begins with the no-ed, no way out procs, and it all goes horribly wrong. The Adrenaline was a big time saver for the survivors and a big time waster for the killer there.
And here we are. We're going to be going into round 3. I feel like there's probably going to be a ban on Billy.
Almost someone, right? Even if the 2-out has left team Predrop confident in being able to potentially beat Flowers' Billy, there is no way on earth you can tell me that Swing is confident in beating Lonely's Billy, because that match was a complete slaughter. And there was a very real chance, unless we're fearful of Lonely potentially picking another killer that's performed well for them in the past, that Billy's going to make it through the 3 bans that are coming out this round. There is a real chance Billy ends up getting caught in it.
I think it's very apparent that both teams are experimenting with Billy, as there were yellow perks on both sides. There were 2 yellow on Flowers' Billy and 2 green, and then I think there were 3 yellow on Lonely's Billy, but it was an absolute slaughter for his. So with the experimentations, with the turn rates, maybe there's a possibility they'll be scared of that pick, because even as a fresh pick you're experimenting with, wow, this guy's playing like a monster.
Absolutely. I want to know about the efficacy of Bamboozle, because I noticed when Flowers played Billy, there was no Bamboozle. The build was Lethal Pursuer, no-ed, no way out, and Corrupt Intervention. Whereas for Lonely's Billy, there was Bamboozle involved. But what I want to know is, do we think that Bamboozle is, because basically while Lonely did bring Bamboozle, I didn't see much value get used from it, compared to the Lethal Pursuer usage instead on Flowers, which got the down so quickly that we couldn't even commentate on it because it was happening when we were still loading in.
I feel like it might be typically like a runoff effect from regular competitive PC DBD. For instance, like let's say if you're playing Huntress in a tournament, you might see a Huntress running Bamboozle and Brutal Strength, and because like aura perks are kind of banned in comp DBD, so you can't run that. So and there's a lot of pre-dropping typically on PC. So what I feel like a lot of players might be seeing is like, okay, I want to run the best perk possible for the killer that I'm playing. Let's do a little bit of research. Okay, since mobile's fairly new, there isn't that much research. It's like, let's see what comp players are doing. But the thing is that comp players on PC roll with different rules. There are completely different rules in comparison to mobile and a PC here. So the thing is that players don't seem to be doing like the crazy pre-drops in comparison to PC. The movement is not, it's with your fingers, it's not with your mouse and keyboard. So there might be a little bit more leeway for getting plays off when it comes to getting downed. So I feel like the Bamboozle picks and choices is mostly from doing research on competitive PC play and being like, these are what the best people use, I'm going to use that.
100%, because obviously a window just existing at all makes using the chainsaw rather challenging, because going off a window completely makes a hit with a chainsaw on a tile like Shack a lot more consistent. But by the looks of it, if you've got all that turn rate, you might not need it. Yeah. Like if you can seemingly get a hit basically anywhere, because you can turn on the eye of a needle.
Yeah.
Do you really need Bam Bam when you can just zoom around the tile like Speedy Gonzalez? Like it's a little bit, it's a whole different it's a whole different ball game playing on mobile.
Yeah, with the strengths of like the different, it's like a different base kit almost, like it's like the PC base kit. The reason why people run Bamboozle and stuff is because of the surrounding environment due to the different base kit and balance changes for PC. Mobile has a completely different ball game, like you said, with different environment, different balance changes, a faster turn rate. It allows for a different meta to evolve. So although Bamboozle may be amazing on PC, maybe a different perk might be a little bit better on mobile. It's just all about the adaptations to making the most out of the changes and kits that you have for each individual killer.
Well, shut up with that. Well, I always know the reason why on PC I don't use Bamboozle very often because I forget I have it. Like, I'm sure it's always been moments where you've been like, oh damn, that window is really good, and then you forget that you have Bamboozle and can vault it after them. Especially if you don't play Chainsaw Killers very very often because they're the ones who started to run Bamboozle. You just forget that you have Bam Bam, and so you so it's like, oh great, I could have made my life a lot easier if I just remembered I had this perk. Sure, that's why I don't run Bamboozle very often, at least, because again you forget that you have it.
Yeah, that's happened to me before with Bloodborne, I guess. I'm like, oh no, I'm not able to get they're going to be escaping, and it's like the Great Wall summoned right there, and then like they just teabag the exit gate, and it's like, oh yes, actually we're able to get it down here. This is actually really sick. So sometimes that happens. Yeah.
I'm very much aware that you are a Blood Warden advocate. I know you're very fond of it. I didn't know a lot about you before we learned casting together, but I did know that you were a major advocate for Blood Warden.
There's nothing more satisfying than having a survivor at the exit gate teabagging with the Ord, like, and then insta down and like no. And yeah, it's nice. It's a good feeling, to be honest. But
I can imagine.
It's interesting. And matter of fact, Freddy is within. Well, since Freddy's in this tournament as well, Bloodborne is actually on mobile. I'm not entirely sure if that would be a great pick when it comes to perks. No Way Out probably seems to be more consistent, as if people run Bloodborne, it seems like players are leaving a little bit early, unless it comes to allowing a teammate to struggle on hook. Yeah, but the thing is, when it comes to running a Bloodborne perk, it'd be interesting to see if any of the players will throw that out as a curveball, since it's not something that people have been using, it's something people probably won't expect, and maybe they'll be able to punish a certain amount of greed where players try to, for instance, let a teammate crawl to a hatch before pickup, or let a teammate struggle by staying in the match a little bit. So maybe there might be a curveball pick somewhere in future games for something like that.
While I could see it, it would be very hype to see it. There is one thing that I think would concern me with that, and that is the presence of Decisive Strike. Like, DS working in endgame protects you for the entire Blood Warden duration. So unless you're killing somebody on that Blood Warden hook, in which case they probably would have left, then unhook the survivor, and it's like, okay, great, they're unhooked. And you just have to basically try and faff around with the DS while Blood Warden runs out. I can see that being a little awkward. But otherwise, 100%. It makes me feel a bit sad that Twins aren't on mobile, because Twins on the main game are, I'd say, hands down the best killer to run Blood Warden on, because Victor has it basically built in. For those who don't know, you can actually attach Victor to a healthy survivor, and when he's attached, they can't leave through the gates. So it gives him like a Blood Warden effect when Victor is attached to somebody who's healthy, and it lingers briefly when he's removed. So what you'll see me do a lot is occasionally I run Blood Warden Twins, not very often, but I do it sometimes, where I'll intentionally let someone healthy hold Victor for a bit. They run to the exit gate, they get stuck because they can't leave, and then I down them while they're getting rid of him, take him to a hook. Now the gates are open because they tried to leave, and you Blood Warden the whole team in, and suddenly they're locked in a small room with Victor, and it goes pretty badly for them after that. It is a little bit unfortunate that the Twins are available on mobile because Blood Warden Twins is chef's kiss. It's incredible. It's so much fun.
There's a couple other killers that do that as well. I think with Pinhead, if you're able to get the chain hit on a survivor and the exit gate, it makes it so that there's like a little mini Blood Warden. You got the same thing on PC where Freddy, I think if they open up the exit gate, he has an add-on that automatically summons Blood Warden. There's another one with Wesker. If you get a lunge into a survivor as they get to the exit gate, there's a little mini Blood Warden as well. It's all these little things to try to stop end game play or make a little bit of a clutch play when it comes to killers going off.
Absolutely.
I kind of wonder if that Freddy add-on is in mobile, where if a survivor opens up the door, it blocks. There's a little bit of a mini Blood Warden, but I'm not entirely sure if whether they have the Forever Freddy variant of add-ons or the reworked one where you can have an exit gate block. Actually, the exit gate block one might be iridescent. I'm not sure though.
Yes, the block one is iridescent, and I believe the add-on variant that Freddy has is before his add-ons got updated. So that add-on, the black box that blocks the exit gates now on the mobile version, that instead makes the obsession permanently asleep. I know this because I used to run that build all the time on live before it got changed. I used to run this is like old school pixel build. I'd run pallets, dream pallets, with Nemesis and Rancor and Black Box. Because what you would do is you would and then you can run on mobile, by the way, because obviously all the stuff is still there on mobile, apart from everything will be there. Well, because then Nemesis, anyone who stuns you with a pallet becomes the obsession. So Black Box, as soon as they stun you, they go to sleep. And then when they're asleep, obviously, they enter pallet heaven because you just filled the map with dream pallets. And because maybe you run it with Spirit Fury, run it with Enduring, suddenly they become very reluctant to try and stun you because obviously you've got Nemesis. And it creates some really fun interaction where survivors are just messing around with the obsession, trying to make sure they're all awake at the right time. Because one person's always going to be asleep. Lets you make a new obsession if one dies. It was a really fun build. I'm sad they got rid of it when they changed the add-ons around, but you know, such is life. And you can do it on mobile, so it's still around in spirit, I suppose.
I'd wonder. That just gave me an idea. I'm wondering why if we're going to be able to see a perk kind of like Rancor, possibly. I don't know why that reminded me of. Rancor allows you to instantly mori the obsession in endgame. It seems like a lot of these players are running this no way out. No-ed playstyle. This probably just talking about Blood Warden and everything. I'm kind of interested and kind of curious as to if players have not looked into running Rancor to be able to be like, okay, if the obsession's in the match, it gives an insta mori. That's one free point on the board, but it would be one kill for 1 point. So it'd be interesting to see if there are any tactics involved where someone goes on like an all-out endgame spree, as people are comfortable with no-ed. So I could see something like no-ed, Nemesis, and Rancor, and just no-ed, mori the obsession, Nemesis, squish the obsession, get another mori, and get like 2 instantaneous points just like that. Putting all the eggs in one basket, saying, you know what, they can have the early game, they can have the mid game. I'm going to just go all-out end game and get some kills as fast as possible.
Oh, I could 100% see that. Like any build that involves Nemesis, a perk that I absolutely love because it screams use me with something else. Any obsession kind of related switching perk is one that I'm very, very fond of. So I would be very happy to see more, to see anyone using Nemesis in this tournament. I don't think it's never going to happen, but I because it's kind of a dead perk slot without something else to back it up. But Nemesis Rancor it's just a blast, man. And we've been seeing all people using No Way Out. I think we've seen No Way Out in the past 2 matches now, possibly even more than that. I can't remember off the top of my head. But both Billy matches definitely had No Way Out in them. We've seen more No Way Out today than we did yesterday, so people may play more into endgame stuff. So maybe we'll see some funny, some full endgame builds later on.
That's the main reason, because the No Way Out is everyone. It seems like we've seen 2 different, like a hybrid of players. People who run Lethal Pursuer and they just really want to get that information early, to get that quick down. As we see, before we start commentating, wow, that's a down, that's crazy. And then, or it's the No Way Out Blood Warden play where it's all in, let's go, to make sure that someone can get like we can get 4 downs within the play of endgame. I'd wonder. The thing is, when it comes to the Noed, is what's been stopping players from getting their kills is unbreakable plays or deliverance plays or decisive strike plays. I'm wondering if we'll ever see a scenario where decisive strike is used and unbreakable is used, and the best play is just to leave all 4 survivors on the ground to bleed out.
I could honestly see it. I could very much see it. And I guess we'll find out as the next round is starting. Looks like it'll be Team Predrop scrapping out against Team Swing on Family Residence, another map that I very fond of, and I wonder which killer we'll be working with, because Family Residence seems like a map that can work with basically any killer. It's fairly open. It's big but not too big. Even good grass trap killers. I guess we'll see. Oh,
okay. That is an interesting choice. When the thing is, when Oni, Kinetic Flowers chose Oni, if Billy has that turn rate, what if Oni does too?
Oh
so,
no!
So that would be insane. That would be insane.
Admitted. Sorry.
Yeah, all good. You go for it.
Yeah. Admittedly, Oni's turn rate on PC is already very good, and some very good Oni players can pull off like 180 degree flicks with Oni. Hell, even I've been trying to learn to do it lately. It's actually really fun. I want to see if some of these crazy Oni flicks that you've seen on PC can be done on mobile, because oh my lord, if we get that, we're in for a good game from Flowers. This is going to be very exciting.
It'll be like Billy 2.0. The thing is that when Billy has his chainsaw, if he runs into a wall, he gets stunned. Oni can keep running through the wall. Oh, and it looks like he's running like the different cosmetic as well. He has like a bit of a flaming sword. He's checking around the shack area. Aaron and Clast are close by, and it seems like he checked a good scenario. He does see Aaron at the jungle gym, so it seems like he's going to be committing, as there's 1 pallet. I don't know if there's 2. Aaron goes around the corner and seems like he's going to keep hugging the center. As Oni gets his first hit off, that is huge to start his blood rush type ability. Aaron is able to connect it to this pagoda here with a window vault, trying to do a little bit of a mind game, and he vaults forward to keep on the pressure on Aaron as he continues to connect the pagoda to the jungle gym. And now kicking this pallet seems to be the best case scenario for him.
I think this might be the Tengu cosmetic with the bird feet. I think it's a new one with the beak mask. It's
the bird mask.
I believe it is, because I'm only guessing because of the bird feet. But I guess we'll see on the survivor camera at some point. But that is a very quick first down crop convention still being up. And is this the first time we've seen Sohi Butcher used so far? Or, no, we saw it on the Sadako match. We saw it on the Sadako. But,
we did.
Yeah.
And that's proving to be quite interesting. And right now he's going to be getting the first hook on Aaron, and it looks like there are 2 generators, 1 on 56 and 1 on 64. 3 actually on 50. They seem to be fully spread out, trying to make sure they can put the Oni under a lot of pressure really early, as he needs to build up the blood in order to get his fury ready.
Oh,
Yep.
I just noticed, by the way, it is the Tengu skin. You can see the beak on the mask in the top left corner. You can see that is the Tengu skin.
Oh, I see. That's interesting. It's like kind of like a custom character portrait. I never actually really noticed that.
Yeah, I feeling very smart right now, but not as smart as Oni's feeling as he's forcing pallets out and getting his early blood, even just at 5 gens. I know a lot of in a lot of comp matches you'll see aggressive pre-drop against Oni trying to deny him his power, but at this point when Aaron's already started bleeding, and I should think the power it's not there yet, but it's almost there. It may be too late to play so safe, and you got to take some risks.
And it seems like Flower wants to try to get a second hit off. That is the fastest way to get the ability right now, other than just following Aaron after he got unhooked. He's chasing Zeno around to this pallet here as he keeps vaulting back and forth. He really wants to get this M1 off. Will he get the connection here? No, he does not. And there is the follow-up. He needs to be able to go off with this Blood Fury right here, right after he gets this down on Zeno, because this is where he'll be able to build the pressure. And let's see, we're going to have to be seeing if he's experimented a little bit to see how strong Oni is.
Absolutely. Team Predrop not quite living up to their name today, but 3 gens completed by the first use of Oni's power. This is very much a do or die situation for our friend Flower here. Team Predrop living up to their name with that pallet drop around 2 tiles away.
It seems like he's able to get the pallet kick with tempo, chasing Zeno along the side of the map around the rock. Is he able to get the flick off? Unfortunately not. It seems like a standard flick from Oni here, as Zeno is going around the secondary larger pagoda, and Zeno making sure to take full advantage of these tight corners. As there are some restrictions, we'll be able to get the grab, just barely not getting the grab, but he gets the pull for the down here.
Yeah. Notably, being grabbed from the locker does force the Oni out of his power, but it also forces him not to go into fatigue if he runs out of power. So it's kind of a double-edged sword here for Flowers.
And this generator is on 49%, and it seems like there are 2 generators left. There's still a lot in play. Class vaults into a window right into him. The Shack pallet is not there, so it's not looking promising for Class, as the Oni seems like he'll be able to get the down as he goes to the pagoda. Will he go into the locker like his teammate? Yes, he does.
Class Authority desiring to just give the Oni a hug. I mean, wouldn't you? He looks very huggable. Looks like you feel very safe in that man's arms, wouldn't you?
It's a big, cuddly man bear. Yes, sir. And it seems like he's getting a little bit of blood orbs from the side. He wants to get another Blood Fury off, because this is the area where we'll be able to get a high amount of potential. Oni seem to be very strong if he can get his orbs. So if they can deny him his ability, that will be proving to be very strong against him at this moment. He's slowly but surely collecting his little eggs, and there we go. He uses his ability. He's going to go after Zeno, what looks like to be Class. It's very important that he can get these downs here. Not that much pressure on the generators, so he has a little bit of time to work with. Zeno does a vault on the side, gets a little bit of a curve. Unable to get the flick off, unfortunately.
So close. Off such a long shot. That'd be a very impressive hit if he'd pulled it off, but it was it looked so close here so far. He's heading for Classic though in the corner of the drop pallet.
The pallet was used pre-dropped earlier. Unfortunately, unable to get the connection on Class here. And that as a tight loop, Oni's proving to be a little bit difficult to get these hits off. Zeno is right in front of him, and his ability must be almost finished. Zeno vaults the window. Does he get the connection off? There he goes. That's a down right there.
So we're seeing a fatigue here. Yeah, getting down on Zeno just before the power runs out completely. That was very, very good timing. If that'd been maybe a second or two later, that would have been a Oni without power, looking pretty foolish at that point. But after a few committed chases, a few drop pallets, finally gets the hook on the item. But could we be in with the Deliverance in our near future? What with the potential? Well, it's an Adam. Adam has teachable Deliverance. What are the odds?
And now the Noed is procced in play with all the players all far, far away. He's going to have to try to make something work. The Oni is closer to the doors, and the survivors are on the other side of the map. It's going to be interesting to see how he tries to make advantage of Noed right here.
Importantly,
And
the
there
Noed coach was
is
right by the door.
Deliverance. Starting to chase Zeno, as Aaron, Zeno, and Class are all within the vicinity. He needs to be able to try to get a pop-off in this direction. Zeno, maybe Oni's now afraid of getting a decisive strike.
The others
That
they
would
seem to be
prove
inclined to.
very detrimental to him right now.
Well, the Kazan now has his power, and we're ready to see some violence taking place. Zeno's going to try and force the hog grab again, most likely. Oh, but Flowers gets the hit and he gets into the locker. That's a brutal time to get slugged. And now the Oni barring down to the rest of the team. It doesn't look like the doors are close to being opened either, so there is potential for this still to go very badly wrong for Team Predrop. It's an Oni, anything could happen.
Now it seems like they're all spread out. It might be they're trying to hide so that he's unable to get a secondary down. Being able to get a secondary down may prove to be huge, as it builds a lot of pressure on the board. It's hard to actually get a solid pickup and the door at the same time with 2 pickups, with 2 people on the ground. He is going to pick up Zeno, who seemed to have gone into a locker before. He was scared of picking it up, it seems, I think because of decisive strike, but he is going to get this hook off here. And they seem like they can't find his Noed.
Well, it is by the door that they're now working on, so it's good if they're going to find it at any point. Now would be the time. But It's an Oni with probably decent power access given the amount of blood on the map. So I don't know if they even prioritize getting rid of the node or just giving him the 1k and leaving.
It seems like they're going to be playing it a little bit safe here and taking their 3 points and taking it. That is a solid 3 points for team Predrop.
Absolutely. An interesting showing for the first Oni of the tournament. It seems to take a while to get that first power usage, which is unfortunate given that they were able to stop him slugging using lockers and whatnot. It was certainly a dangerous pick for, especially without any actual hard slowdown. Only relying on contention and Noed to save time during the beginning and end of the matches.
I'd be curious to see about when it comes to the Oni, if they were experimenting with his perks, because they're like, Billy was crazy. Let's see how Oni is like. I'm not entirely sure though, as when he downed Aaron, he was unable to get his ability quite early. Usually what Onis do is they get their first hit off and then they follow the injured player over and over and over again until they get a max on their ability.
Yes, I'm curious as to the role that Sloppy Butcher played in that build, because Sloppy Butcher obviously it increases the time survivors take to heal, which is, you think, pretty good with Oni, but the problem is with all the medkits that survivors can be running these days in this tournament, it doesn't really add much time to the healing. So I wonder if maybe that could have been better suited to be another general aggression perk, maybe a Ruin to waste their time looking for it, or maybe a Pop goes to the Weasel because of the hooks that he got. I can certainly see the line of thinking behind Sloppy then. If they'd have brought Toolbox instead of medkits, I can see Sloppy would have been a much more effective pick. But I think it's just unfortunate that the survivors happened to bring 4 medkits plus a couple of healing perks and really be able to dissolve his pressure faster than Sloppy could help him apply it, which is unfortunate for the Oni player.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I feel like there's a possibility that Sloppy Butcher came into play as and be like, okay, it's probably going to be it's going to take them a little bit like longer to heal. I think because they're mangled in this version.
Yes, it's mangled. Yes.
So I'm assuming it's a very like all-in type of playstyle where he's trying to get everyone injured as much as possible. But the only issue is that early on he was only to get like 1 injury off on Aaron, and Aaron got unhooked. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to get a track on where Aaron went, which then led him to unable to find Aaron's blood orbs. And when it comes to playing Oni, you want to get your ability as fast as possible because that allows you to basically turn into Hillbilly with a little bit that ability that can turn and hit walls and go around things, kind of like a hug tech Billy, in a way.
Yes. I've produced some point maths in my head right now, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but it looks like Team Swing is going to have to get a 4-man escape in the next round if they want to even draw with Predrop at this point, because Predrop right now sitting pretty on 13 points, and Team Swing only at 8, so they have to get 5 points in the next round, which put them at 13, putting them neck and neck with Predrop. So if they want to win out against Predrop in this engagement, they have to get a 4-man out. Am I correct?
I think in order to get points, yes, but when it comes to the rounds, I'm not 100%. I think Swing took round 1 as they have 5-3 on Predrop, and then Predrop took round 2 with 7-2. So right now it's 1-1.
Yes, yeah. I'm getting the scoring confused.
No worries.
I'm just being odd. I apologize. I apologize, viewers.
You're all good. Don't worry about all that. So I think in order to push this to overtime, Team Swing would probably need 3 escapes. And if Team Swing wants to take the entire matchup, they need to get a 4 escape.
Yes.
Which, I was about to say we haven't seen one, but we actually out of all the matches, it's quite rare to find a 4 escape, as it seems like the players seem to be adapting to mobile in comparison to yesterday's performances.
Yeah, we seem to see effectively no players without Noed as well. Like everyone on their dog is wearing Noed in these games, which makes me think that getting that 4th escape in endgame with Noed active very, very difficult to do. Especially if the killer hooks near the Noed totem, it means that they almost get the first kill, the 1k almost guaranteed. Especially if they pick the right killer. Like if you get a hook, if you run Noed on say Doctor and you get your hook, even if the no-ed goes, they're still struggling to get the unhook, or with Leatherface or something. That's going to be very, very hard to get the actual 4-man out that you need. But I guess we'll see. Anything could happen.
I'm kind of interested that a lot of the players, no one has ran STBFL. We see a lot of M1 killers. So it seems like everyone's going super all in on like, okay, no ed will just be like an instant down. I don't need to hit a lot of people. But with the amount of Wraith, I guess, Clown, with Doctor and Spirit, we're seeing a little bit different here with Billy and Oni. I'm just very curious that we haven't been seeing the STBFL too much in play.
No, interesting. No. And speaking of Oni, looks like Lonely is breaking up the Oni gains for this match now with Swarm, Quiet, Sweat, and Tony on the survivors they've been playing all day. But let's see how Lonely handles the family residents in this game, because potentially different build, potentially some different add-ons. But I guess we'll have to see if Lonely can beat the 1K that Flowers got in the last match.
And yeah, this is going to be proving to be a little bit of a difficult matchup, as well as Tony's team seems to be quite coordinated. They seem to be able to be consistently getting a lot of value out of the perks, whether it's Deliverance, Unbreakable, Decisive Strike. So it might be a little bit scary going into it. So we'll have to see if he's able to get his first downs, and that is a quad med kit. That might prove to be a little bit tough. He's also running, I think, a little bit of turn rate on Oni.
The Scout Top Knot, now that's an add-on that I've not seen in a while, but on mobile that add-on is extremely powerful because it dramatically decreases the amount of time it takes to start your charge.
Oh.
And it looks like again Lonely's paying attention to the casting, because would you look at that? There's a Rancor in that build.
There we go.
we mentioned Rancor and now it's there.
It's a triple combo, No Way Out, No-Ed, and Rancor. It's like a no-brainer. You get the Obsession, that's a free kill straight up. Don't need to deal with DS, don't need to deal with the Unbreakable. That's very solid choice.
Well, that'll be extremely useful if it gets to the stage of the game where, as we said, the onus is very much on Team Swing to get a lot of people out in this match. And Ranker's going to make that very challenging if someone could just, like, if Tony looks at the Obsession right now, can just explode.
And now he's chasing Swart around the main building, getting 1 Winter Vault into a 2 Winter Vault. It's looking like he's creeping closer and closer. And does he make the pal here? He does not. Lori goes down, and this is going to be the first pickup. He does not have his ability yet, but there is only, oh wow, they're on 3 generators. They're going full horsepower, 70%, 56%, and 52. Putting a lot of work into making sure the Oni is under pressure really early. He's going to need to get his ability quite quickly, which also means he's either going to have to get it from the hooked survivor or get a very quick second hit.
Well, this here is what I call Oni suffering from success, because Oni, he's gotten the down too quickly. If he'd have gotten it a little bit slower, there's a good chance Laurie would have dropped enough blood to potentially get power. But unfortunately, with the wow, okay, 3 gens popping through Corrupt, that is pretty brutal, and I can see why they're only deciding to camp now.
And there is the Rancor as well, which is actually also an informational perk telling him exactly where the survivors are. So even though he knows they're really far away, he is still deciding to camp. I wonder if he's going to be trying to camp here all the way to Death Hook. And I'm wondering if he's going to be trying to do something that we mentioned earlier, taking full advantage of the No Way Out so that he could get a down to the Obsession to get a Mori off. And here's Swarm trying to go for the unhooked play, unfortunately hitting Lori and getting his secondary blood. Chasing Swarm around the jungle gym here as he might, oh, he doesn't go to the pallet, he goes to the, he doesn't get to the window there and gets downed, unfortunately.
It's clear Lonely Fox is not wanting to risk a decisive strike from that Lori, and rather would just get an additional hook. It would also be an additional stack of No Way Out, and importantly, his power. So while this was a decent trade for Team Swing with the unhook and partial reset, he's also given the Oni another stack of No Way Out and, more frighteningly, his power.
And now this is where everything will prove to be a little bit of a toss-up. He needs to get a couple downs. If he can find, I guess, the connection on Yoonjin. If he can find the obsession, that is 1 free kill, and that would be huge.
Hits the borrowed time endurance. Unfortunate. But Sweat's in the corner of the map.
There we go. That's a nice solid 2 down with the no way out now in play. Unfortunately, no one is on death hook, but he does have the pressure that he needs in order to try to get something off, especially with the no-ed.
Gates blocked with blood everywhere due to the several injuries, and Tony is in the area. So if he notices Tony, then we can end up with a brutal ranker finish to... oh, Tony's run past the no-ed totem. Maybe he's aware of a potential potentially going to deal with the no-ed now.
Able to get down off on Swarm. Tony making sure to tread carefully, because if he does see him, he could just be as good as dead. He's chasing Koei right now, getting a nice setup for a 3 on the floor. And at this point, he's going to be, oh, whoa! He's going to be having to be worried about an unbreakable play with all 3 survivors on the ground here.
Tony
Pick up on Swarm by Tony. This is looking quite favorable.
No deliverances have been used yet, so there's a good chance that Kawaii could just unhook themselves right now. We don't know yet, but I believe Tony's been spotted. So if the slug happens here, then Tony kind of has nowhere to run.
Oni tried to do a little bit of a mind game, but look at this. All of a sudden, all 4 up, now 3 down. He is going to be chasing Tony here. He's going to have to pray that one of these survivors do not have Unbreakable. One of these survivors do not have Deliverance. And if that is the case, and Tony has those perks, then this might be a Mori straight up on Tony.
Yes,
and possibly a 4K for Team Predrop.
Yeah, barring any clutch perks, that could very much be in the cards. They're probably kicking themselves now for giving potentially an Unbreakable to Tony, because now they have to.
And there, Tony goes down right after the vault, and a nice
not going for
pick
the
up
Mori
on
now.
Nia. I'd be curious as to why he's not doing the Rancor Mori. Is it only when he's the last standing?
No, he can do it now, which he's going to do now.
There we go, the first Mori of the tournament.
Absolutely. Absolutely brutalized there by Lonely's Oni on his with no hooks at all. So this looks to be a spectacular 4K for the Oni. A fantastic endgame turnaround with a build that seemed almost like a notability at this point.
It seems like Tony's team seems to be attracted to getting these 180 matches where all of a sudden it's on the survivors, then it's on the killer side, then it's on the survivors, and it's a back forth. It seems like it's a blessing and a curse, because it has gone in their favor, but in this match it has gone against them.
Absolutely, with an amazing
Predrop
play at the end.
is the winner of this round.
100%, and a very, very well played match by Lonely. The ranker especially feels like a very, very smart call. The match where you know you don't have to get many kills. Like, since he knew that getting 1 kill would result in a draw, bringing that ranker as a safety net feels like an excellent decision to make sure that, if nothing else, you're probably going to get 1 person.
And that's been the majority of the issues when it comes to been running no-ed for these teams, is that they have this instant down ability, but they unfortunately unable to get the conversions to close everything out. That Rancor allows, well, essentially, even if you can't find the Rancor person, it makes them a tiny bit more scared to try to get a pickup, a tiny bit more scared to make certain plays, because he knows 1 mistake, 1 hit, you're out of there because of the insta-mori. So I'd be interested, just like the Billy meta that we mentioned, the Billy pandemic, if we'll see a wave of Rancor with no-ed.
Oh, I can 100% see it, especially in the later rounds where people know exactly how many kills they have to get to finish a given round. Interestingly, Kawaii was the one who had the Unbreakable in that round. So, but Kawaii was on hook. So it was unfortunate that the one person who was hooked was also the one person who had the perk they needed to get out of that situation. Very, very unlucky for that team. But with that, it looks like a 2-1 win for Predrop after those wonderful 3 rounds of Dead by Daylight. Of course.
And that was a solid performance by both teams. Very crazy. Very crazy.
Yeah, there's been a lot of fantastic moments where players have made some amazing plays, Billy, and hopefully we'll be able to see some cool ones on the upcoming highlights later.
消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。 消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。
And welcome back, friends and foes, survivors and killers, to the DVD Mobile Invitational as we get into round 2 of day 2. And before we get into things, just because our competitors are indulging in the rewards of the frog doesn't mean you can't as well. So there's an invitational code on screen right now, a little gift code, to get 20,000 blood points in game on DVD Mobile by using the code that's currently on screen. That'll get you started on the blood market, or help you get some useful stuff to continue your survival or not survival adventures in the fog.
That's right. And we have a bunch of, with all the games, we came out with a very crazy start of games with the crazy Billy matches, some crazy Oni matches. We even had like a crazy Mori from in the previous one. I think the next match is possibly going to be Predrop versus FroggyFrogs. Predrop did play in the previous matchup, so it would be interesting to see. They did win, so it'd be interesting to see if they'll be able to bring Hillbilly and maybe able to pull out something against FroggyFrogs, who's been dominant within their matchups when it came to yesterday's games.
Absolutely, we've seen so much Billy so far in this tournament. We've had 4 Billy matches so far. Like, again, if you're a fan of old school DVD, this is the place to look, because we're in Billy City right now, and it's going to be it'll be really exciting to watch more Billy get played. As well, I'm guessing more Billy's going to get played if it doesn't get banned throughout the matches to come, because a lot of these people were former Billy enthusiasts before his add-ons and base kit got hit over the head with the cattle hammer and in the main game. So this is going to be a reprisal, a revenge of the Billy, if you will.
A rebirth of his crazy finger-turning glides with his chainsaws. So yeah, absolutely. I think that's quite cool. I know players today have been experimenting a little bit with Oni. What's the next killer that you think we might be seeing?
Whoa! Hello.
Oh,
we're
what?
going to Haddonfield.
Oh, that is going to be crazy.
This is going to be curious.
I thought this would have been an auto ban for everybody.
Absolutely. I'm crossing my fingers that we get a pig. I'm very fond of the Manda, but we're getting a Billy, it looks like.
Oh my god.
It's like Lonely's breaking out the first pick, Billy, into Hence's Feng Min, Deadly Kitten's Nia, Dan's Dwight, and Laser's Bill. Oh my lord, Billy Haddonfield. How's this gonna go?
I've seen some Billy mains on PC been able to pull this off in the past. Oh, and he also has the crack Billy as well. So the perfect add-ons for this matchup. Going to be chasing hens inside the house. There are some windows. Those are something to be scared about. And there are the bowling lanes where he can possibly be able to get some hits off and maybe be able to get a little bit of use out of these lines along the houses. It's not the end of the world for Hillbilly here.
Oh, Hens gets background as he goes towards that bench pallet, and that's a very quick first down, halfway through Corrupt's duration for our boy Lonely here.
It seems like he's a little bit paranoid about somebody going for the pallet save, as he is right perfectly primed for a save. There hasn't been one pallet save within the tournament so far.
So Laser's hanging around at the back, but does Laser make it in time for the save? Laser's not going for it. Rather Jets go for the unhook. I respect it. I respect it. Interesting
That
that we're
was a
seeing...
very quick first down and very good first momentum setup for Team Predrop here. And this is the Myers house, a very scary house with a lot of windows.
Absolutely,
I'm
but
honestly kind of curious if Predrop allowed Haddonfield to go in, because maybe they tested Billy on Haddonfield. It's like, you know what? This might be a good map for us.
essentially, especially because because Lonely's bought Bamboozle, which is, we all know, an excellent perk for shutting these sorts of windows down. So it's kind of an unstoppable force move robbery situation here. I feel, or maybe they were just really scared of another map like Disturbed Ward. That could easily have been a potential problem map. But I guess well, we're here now, so we'll see how it goes. And if it goes wrong, I guess they banning Haddonfield again in the future.
Now, generator pressure seems to be one generator is on 97% and one is on 43%. He's doing the good old-fashioned reliable strategy that Billy players within the tournament have been doing, which is to make sure that the first guy goes to struggle. And
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to be doing it all the way. We're going to have to see that. Hens goes to struggle. What is the game plan from here on out? As they're all spread out, it does seem like he's going to try to get some more pressure to try to prevent a secondary generator from popping.
He's kind of maybe started to sniff out Laser, and the other two are just sitting on Gen. So if I guess he might be waiting for Hens to be about to die before leaving the hook, getting chased off with Laser, because hanging around there kind of prevents Laser from being able to work on the Gen too safely, while also being the other two being far enough away that there isn't really risk of an unhook coming out onto Hens.
And this is a little bit of a trifecta here, as he has a hook in between around 3 generators. He does not see the survivor going for the save. Oh, no, now he does. And it seems like the best play for him at this moment is probably to try to get Hens straight to death. As Billy also is the carburetor tuning guide, he can instantly down survivors. Now going to Laser, this is the perfect opportunity to try to go for the unhook save. They probably are telling each other within the comms here. Billy becoming paranoid that someone's going to be going to save Hens. Very much so, as Dan is right there, ready to get the save off.
A split-second rescue from Dan there. That could very easily have gone sideways for Team FroggyFrogs, but looks like Dan getting in for the save, but the literal perfect moment. Could not have been a better time.
And the engravings proving to be a little bit useful here, as he allows him to catch up very close, up close and personal to Dan. Running this fence. Wow! Oh, it's a crazy curve by the Hillbilly here. Very nice. Very nicely done.
Billy mobile turning, especially without turn rate add-ons as well. That is some legendary steering from Lonely. And it's looking like the Billy may even have kind of a 3-gen here. If you look to the left, you see there's one in front of Maya's house, one in Maya's house, and then one opposite the road. So could he end up playing for what looks like a soft but possible 3-gen?
Possibly. But the thing is that 2 of the generators are within houses. In order to defend them, he'd need to go inside of them. So it's a little bit worrying, but maybe it's possible. And now with the 2 survivors, Hens was just healed at this house. Unfortunately, he did not hear him getting healed earlier. One generator is being progressed on 70%, one on 43 at the moment. If he can find Hens, this would be very huge, as Hens is dead on hook. He does see Laser, though. As Laser is trying to go for the save, they're going to be taking full advantage of this overheat mechanic here.
Let's go for the
follow-up hook hit on Bill. Dan getting a vault off and getting the grab. Very well played into a decisive strike.
Given it was Bill who unhooked, I think it's very, very wise for Lonely there to go for the grab, because the risk of borrowed time, very, very high, and the kind of thing you don't want the survivor to have at a structure as strong as Maya's house, with DS to back him up as well. That could have gone very badly wrong for the survivors. Dead Hard doing exactly nothing to save Dan from the clobbering. And now that's decisive strike used for the whole match, so there is no consequence whatsoever to Lonely tunneling out whoever the hell he chooses.
And Lonely, seeing Hens walking backwards, doing a double fake to try to pull Hens back inward. He's going to try to get a follow-up play. Nope. He's going to see if someone's going to pick up Dan. There is also 1 generator left, but he doesn't seem too worried about that. Rightly so, as they're only on 43 and 28% at the moment. And now possibly basement hook here. Both Dan and Hens will be on death hook. Those will be his main ways of gaining an immense amount of pressure by getting the kills off. He also isn't too worried if it gets to end game, just due to the fact that he has no way out and know it.
Unfortunately, Lonely there bumping on a bit of invisible door frame there. Like, unfortunately, a common feature in houses in 1978 that bits of the doorways were just invisible. I'm glad they sorted that out there by the 80s though.
And although he heard the Hens working on the generator, he decides to go for the basement play as it's a little bit safer. All in the side window, just barely getting it in time. Carburetor tuning guy doing exactly what he needed at that very moment. Dan is also on death hook, so he's going for this as this is a way to get a kill on the board as early as possible with a nice smooth, just barely touching Dan's back.
Yeah. Just giving you an affectionate scratch on the back there. Guess we'll see if the Bill may also have Unbreakable.
And it will take a little bit for the No Way Out to get procced, as they do need to touch the door for it to go off. Going over to Laser here. No Way Out is now procced. Excellent turning, getting up close and personal with Bill, and probably going to be following up with an M1 to get the down.
Looks like the Bill in this case did use the Unbreakable on the team. Given I should say given how far away the rest of the teammates are, but Unbreakable has likely already been used now. So it's DS down, Unbreakable down. And that mobile turret taking Billy on a perfect tour of pretty much the whole map before he goes to pick up on the Bill. If he is going to pick it up.
Crazy turning. Oh my.
Man's Tokyo drifting. Far too Billy, too furious.
And now here's the issue. Billy's chainsaw is very loud, so every single time that he gets close to the door, they're going to be moving away from it. He probably does see the light on the door that they were working on, but
that's a deliverance from the Bell.
Want to act on it.
Deliberate, but importantly, no decisive strike. So because Dan's used it, so Bill is not safe from being tunneled out at this point.
It seems like he's going to be going for a full click chase on Laser here around the rock loop. It seems like he wants to go for more than just a Bill. With the door open here, it seems like both Hens and Dan are probably going to be pushed out.
I doubt Deadly Kitten's going to try and go for a rescue given the presence of Noed. So it looks like the Billy may be cashing in the Haddonfield 1K. Given that DS uses no real chance this Bill's getting out of this. It's a question of what Deadly Kitten's planning on doing.
Now hooking on the side here. Unless there is some crazy Billy turning magic, he would need to check the door immediately.
Looks like he's not bothered to do so. Just standing here to take
calling
his one.
It that Deadly Kitten will be getting out. So 3 on the board for Froggy Frogs, 1 point on the board for Team Predrop. Very interesting Haddonfield matchup. That's the first time we've seen that map.
Yeah, and looked to be a brutal endeavor for that Billy there. The one time it looked maybe in his advantage was when the basement hook happened. Basement hook was very, very pivotal, and it seemed unfortunate that the slug into the DS didn't go quite as the Billy planned. But that was a valiant fight, given that can be a very, very high difficulty map for a lot of killers to try and make it work on. Especially
with the balanced landing in play. I feel like there was a couple situations where Lonely could have pulled out some pressure if there was a possibility to get the connection off on Hens and Dan, as they were the only ones on death hook. He did find Hens a little bit later on. I'm kind of curious as to why he didn't commit to Hens, and then when he got decisive striked by Dan, why he didn't double down on Dan to go for the full kill. He had 2 separate opportunities to get the kill, but I'm surprised that he didn't commit, especially after eating DS and everything, and the deliverance and all that, all around. Yeah, Dan played that very, very effectively, trying to
trying to both incentivize potential grab to use the DS easily rather than the risk being slugged, and the unhook on Hence. For a second, that made me think that Dan might have had Deliverance, but he didn't seem to have it. With how aggressively he was going for that unhook, basically in Lonely's face. It was a dangerous plan, and if it had been done a little bit more slowly, Hens would have died on the hook, or Dan would have died trying to trade. But with the DS, with the hook trade to save Hens into the DS, that was a lot of time and pressure lost for the Billy. And the late game Deliverance probably didn't help either. Not meant that he couldn't capitalize on anybody moving into that and maybe go for the door or go for the bell.
There were a couple things. When Hens was first being hooked, he was able to get him down to struggle, but he kept being paranoid about the generator that Laser was on. If there's a possibility that he was trying to bait out a save. I think it was from Class to go for the save on Hens, but I feel like it might have been a little bit of a better play to camp out Hens to guarantee the kill, as there were 2 gens left still. You don't have to worry if worst case scenario there's just 1 gen left and you're a Billy. They're scared of you because you have an instant down chainsaw. That was the one point of contention where he just didn't fully commit to the camp, and he wanted both gens and the kill. He wanted his cake and eat it too. And then when it came to the save, he accidentally bumped to the tree. And then when it came to chasing the Dwight, he got the down, he got the hook, and then got grabbed. Well, he got the hook and he got a second hook, but then he didn't get the follow-up. He let him go. And I'm sorry if I'm going a little bit on tangent here. There's also another part at the car where he saw Hens at the car, and then he ran back to try to get Hens to make a mistake and misstep and overcommit, and then he wanted to chainsaw back to try to get Hens off guard to get a quick fast down. He let Hens go 1 time on the hook, 2 times on the chase by the car, and then he let Dwight go when he was on death hook after the decisive strike. So there were a couple points of contention. I feel like there could have been things that were done a little bit differently to get a pullout on points there.
I felt perhaps Lonely was overcome with greed. Now, when the DS had been used, when he believed maybe the Deliverance may have been already used, although Deliverance still wasn't used. Bill had that. There may have been a lot of confidence that he could maybe go for more kills, which is maybe why he left Hens, because committing to Hens, committing to Dan, maybe could have gotten the last couple of gens done. He was thinking, maybe I can greed for multiple kills, because I'm probably going to get one anyway. With no edge, with no way out, I've got the means to just kind of secure a kill.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I can see why taking the risky option to potentially having a greater payoff could definitely work, given there was very little risk with that build of getting properly 4-outed.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a potential high risk for high reward for not really that big a risk.
Yeah, it seems like he it was like he's very confident in his plays, because then again there were only 2 generators left, so getting that early kill has proven to be very significant for the teams that we've been seeing. So.
Yeah, I was going to have it reiterated, that map, not a pleasant one for Billy to play on. Like, the Bamboozle didn't do a lot because those windows on those maps are not ones that you vault multiple times to get value out of. They are god windows that you vault and leave. Just buy yourself loads of free time. And that cannot have been easy for Lonely to deal with. Mm-hmm. Trying to get through the upstairs windows, especially where you have to drop afterwards. It's such a faff to try to get basically anywhere.
There might have been a lot of pressure. Yeah, but the thing that you're right about the map. Especially Myers' house, there's a window vault at the bottom, there's like 2 window vaults at the top, and if they let it get out of hand, it would have been absolutely detrimental. Lonely, I may have been hard on him on a little bit of the little things where he could have went for a little bit safer plays, but he played these houses pretty gosh darn well. He didn't really get run on them. They weren't able to get multiple vaults in chases with him and windows.
He didn't waste his time. Because what I thought was interesting was how, when he had Hens on that first hook, he kept badgering the house that had Laser in it. And I think maybe if he'd done that a little bit more, because ultimately Hens got away on second hook anyway. It wasn't like Hens is dying on that first hook. If he'd have kept badgering Laser, maybe he could have had a 3-gen going on. because then he has Laser's gen, the one in the corner, Maya's house gen, and the one in front of Maya's house. That maybe could have been a bit of plan we could have seen to defend that 3 gen that has basement in it as well. Because Laser was quite hesitant to commit to that gen while the Billy was coming in his direction. So perhaps that could have been the plan, especially because he can get back to Hens' hook pretty damn quickly from that house. So while it could necessarily make giving up Hens' hook, which ultimately happened anyway, it perhaps could have meant a trade with Dan, could have moved Dan into the basement or into the street out front, potentially control a 3 gen from the front to go for Laser's gen and the 2 gens around Maya's house. That may have been useful, because it also limits their ability to use Maya's house as a resource because the killer's already there.
Yeah.
That maybe could have been a plan. Laser's gen popping, I think it was a 3rd gen that popped was Lasers, kind of stymied that plan a little bit, gave him a pretty bad gen spread. But maybe that could have been a direction we could have seen, and it could be something that teams use in the future should Haddonfield somehow slip through the net of map bans.
I think a lot of it came down to what he wanted. So he was playing Billy. He was camping Hens. Hens gets down to struggle hook, but he kept going back and forth. Hens, Laser's gen. Hens, Laser's gen. Back and forth, back and forth. He wanted both the gen and Hens at the same time. But the issue is that he was banking on like getting perfect timing on someone going for Hens' save. What he really needed to do, I feel like, that we might both agree with, is that he needed to commit to one of them. Either make sure that Hens dies, or just be satisfied with Hens' struggle hook and go for the generator control to play for a more mid-late game style.
I absolutely agree. I think if he'd have committed to Laser, as soon as Hens goes second, if he commits to getting Laser off that gen, there's still Hens is still dropped to stage. That's still big. And denying the unhook completely, very, very tall order when those distant gens have been done and survivors can start coming in to get the unhook. At that point, I think I would have just given up on Hens' hook and just focused on Laser's generator, because then you've got your 3 gen. Hens is still dead on hook, and someone's still got to come from a long way to get him, so he's going to waste a lot of that time. Importantly, that means Laser can't threaten the unhook at all, because Laser might get chased. So that could very easily have gone better if he'd focused more on generators, and that's what I'm trying to force through some kills. I see why he did it though, and I think if the DS hadn't come out of Dan, so then he puts Dan on second, Hens is dead and hook and injured, chases Hens, then I think that would have been a very advantageous plan. But unfortunately, the DS coming out of Dan was pretty backbreaking. It was something he did not need at that point. Was getting DS'd at that stage when he's trying to go for basement hook. It was a complete faff.
And what I'm assuming is what's been happening with these teams, and when it comes to the map ban picks, I've been assuming that Haddonfield's been getting banned every single time. I'm guessing that every single team does not want to go to Haddonfield just due to the fact of how many windows are in there. So there's like a psychological factor for Lonely being the first killer of the tournament to be playing on Haddonfield. This is unfamiliar territory for him. He's been playing on mostly Yamaoka, mostly on Macmillan, Autohaven, even what's it called? Just like Father's Campbell's Chapel, and being the first person not being able to watch other players play on Haddonfield, it might have been a little bit nerve-wracking to be like, wow, this building, the gen's up there for this gen too, the gen's down there for this gen here too. Is like 3 windows all around, that building, and maybe it was a little bit difficult as the environment was completely unfamiliar. What a lot of people try to do is you try to, when it comes to a tournament like this, some players like to watch each other and you try to learn. It's best to learn from other people's mistakes. You don't want to be the one making the mistake, because when you make the mistake, you're going to get punished for it. When other people make mistakes, they're going to get punished for it, and you just kind of reap the benefits without the consequences. So maybe this is a little bit of a learning experience when it comes to playing on Haddonfield, at least getting a feel for how it plays out, yeah, especially on Hillbilly. Yeah.
I think there's a very good reason that Lonely didn't ban Haddonfield, just because he's terrified of Disturb Ward. Like, I can see why Disturb Ward would be a map you really don't want to play on as Billy. I don't know if it would be worse than Haddonfield necessarily, but it's bad. And he might have assumed that because there hasn't been Haddonfield picked yet, maybe he thought, oh, maybe other people are banning Disturb Ward or other sorts of maps. Maybe if I ban Disturb Ward, Haddonfield might just slip. I might end up blanking Haddonfield for this round. But no, turns out he, unfortunately for him, did not, because that map is not a pleasant one to play on if you're playing basically any killer at all. I think the only times I'd let Haddonfield through, personally, of the killers that are available on mobile, would be if I was playing maybe a Hag. Hag on Haddonfield's pretty solid. Maybe Myers, maybe even Sadako, because you've got lots of line of sight blockers that Sadako could use to her advantage. Like imagine you're doing a generator in a house and she teleports into a television in that house. That's a freaking dense stack. She comes from any angle. That's actually quite bad for you. So I think a couple of killers maybe could be useful in Haddonfield, but beyond that, if you're not going to play killers like that, I don't see why you would risk letting Haddonfield through, unless it's a round 1 and you're really worried about Disturb Ward. Because that's also a very back-breaking map you want to avoid if you can.
Yeah, with that a strong central building and so many vaults as well. All the jungle gyms, when paired together with the main building and the different pallets, can prove to be a little bit difficult. So, and to be honest with you, on the main game, a lot of Billy mains that I knew, they used to actually kind of like Haddonfield. They actually played it. This, I don't know if Haddonfield here is different from how old Haddonfield was like, but it felt a little bit more open for some reason. I didn't like. I don't know if Myers House usually has lanes, the bushes. Like usually there's hedges on both sides of Myers House, but it didn't appear to be so. And usually there's like a bench between the houses and like a little square jungle gym loop. It doesn't seem to be that either. So
Yeah,
I'm
very
genuinely curious if there's like been some sort of like balancing that was done on the Haddonfield version of mobile.
Well, speaking of Billy, it looks like we've got Alf breaking up Billy pick once more against Xeno, Classid, Aaron, and Ray Xeno. It's going to be very, very exciting to see if Alf can make Billy work a little better than Lonely did, because Alf's Billy record so far has been outstanding, and I'm looking forward to seeing him, seeing if he can meet his match with Classid and Team Predrop.
We'll have to see if Placid team has done their research, because Alf, when he's been playing the Billy, is he gets a first hook off, and then he camps the first guy. He tries to get a guaranteed first kill. Also on Haddonfield. So actually, let's just see how different this may play out when it comes to playing against Team Predrop.
Interesting. So first look at Classid immediately. Also noteworthy here, Alf running his typical double turn rate add-on with the boots, with the quad boot loadout. How many feet does this man have?
Oh my goodness. And that's going to be quite interesting because of the fences and how Haddonfield's all brick and mortar laid out. So right now he's actually chasing Class, who seems to be going around the pallet. There's a little bit of mind gaming going around, and will he be able to get the play of just barely nipping him as he runs straight into a tree. And that is the first down of the match. It'd be interesting to see if he's going to be doing a similar tactic to what he normally did to get his 4Ks in previous matches. Getting a nice steady hook on the side next to the police car.
I'm interested to see that, like in that situation, there wasn't a lot Classic could really do once he left the pallet, because those turn rate add-ons mean that if Alpha's on point, Classic is not juking. There's no juking that. With the turn rate add-ons like that on mobile, especially with the mobile turn rate, that's like a heat-seeking missile made of chainsaw and pain coming directly at you at the speed of holy smokes. Like that's going to hit you if you're in the open. And I'm looking forward to seeing if they can make a comeback from this pretty significant early hook. When, let's be honest, this team doesn't have the most gen pressure in the world. They've only got they've got 2 gens at 60. But given that Corrupting Convention is already like expired, I'd have expected maybe a gen could have popped by now. But this doesn't have happened yet.
Well, they got a generator on 72% and one on 75%, one on 46. Best case scenario, they can get 3 generators to pop. And if they also have toolboxes, maybe they can get all 5 off. We're going to have to see how optimal they do it. Depends if they have a good old-fashioned prove thyself. They need to be coordinated, and they need to take the most out of the situation with Blast on the hook here. Even though it's just camping, this is a solid way to make sure that your end game pressure is set up perfectly.
I get the feeling here that Alf isn't interested in trying to spread hooks as much as the other villains, because notably he's the only one I've seen so far who isn't running No Way Out. He ran Lethal Pursuer instead. And I can see where I see he's literally he's just face camping from first till dead. And you know what? I respect the grind, frankly. The other two
like
taking some serious risk trying to get that unhook, and maybe it's a risk that won't pay off. We'll see.
What Team Predrop's going to have to do is try to take advantage of this overheat mechanic, because that's the one way they can deny the hillbilly from camping here. Because he really would need to commit to a chainsaw. He can't just keep hovering over and over and over again. Aaron is able to get that unhook off on Clast. As David does go down, that is 2 on the floor, with Aaron getting chased and getting hit through the pallet here.
You might go for Classic just to force a DS if everyone's in play, just force it out immediately. I think that's what he's doing. Oh, Classic is dead this early. No decisive strike on him. And because Classic immediately went down off the hook, that means if Aaron has Deliverance, it didn't trigger, because it only procs on safe unhooks. Due to the lack of borrowed time, if there is Deliverance in play, Aaron will not have it. It will not be active.
There we go. This is a good old-fashioned safe, reliable. Oh, I thought he was going to Deliverance in front of his face. And he's struggling in front of Mr. Billy. Mr. Billy making sure he's getting control. I'm kind of curious as to why he went for those self-unhook plays, as it's a little bit more advantageous to try to stall for as long as possible while you're on the hook, to let your teammates get the generators done.
Yeah, like if Zeno hadn't tried to unhook himself, there's a good chance the other 2 gens could have gotten done. But I think now Zeno dies with 1 gen left to get completed, and that's very, very bad for Team Predrop, because there's 2 people left, a high lethality Billy, and 1 gen to go with nowhere on top. That's very, very frightening. But I can see effectively Alf had no intention of playing Billy, like playing Billy on this map. He's going in, and he has not moved 2 inches from the hook since the start of the game. On Haddonfield, can't say I entirely blame the guy.
Haddonfield's very, very scary. And there goes the know-it on Aaron, right through the window fall. Aaron's going to try to mine him a little bit, and then he gets the pickup. I think this might be a hook on the side. I'm surprised he doesn't go for a hook in the basement there. Oh, it seems like he's going to be trying to go for a full 4K safe play. And that is the last generator powered. We're going to have to, for Team Predrop, they're going to have to pray that they have an unbreakable play probably coming out. We'll have to see.
It also wouldn't surprise me if one thing Alf's doing right now is looking for the hatch. Because if Alf knows where the hatch is, he can get the hook and then protect it.
Oof.
Doesn't need to do that, just needs to smash Resino on the head with the no-head and get that hook himself.
And Haddonfield is a little bit scary because of, you saw the stairs there where Ace went down. Generally, it's very difficult to loop that basement as the killer, as the survivor has a lot of information of where you're going at all times due to the ability to see right under the stairs. So it's very understandable why Alf opted to try to go for a double camp play, as it can be fair to be very difficult to try to get a maneuver off on this map.
This match won't be having Deliverance being active, because I don't believe there's been a safe unhook this entire game. But looks like Aaron's going to get on this hook, and if he doesn't Kobe, then the game is almost certainly just over. That's a 4K for Alf. You can see Alf just smelling Aaron at point blank range to make sure that he doesn't Kobe in his face.
He's trying. 2.
Oh! he's going to sit there and wait out decisive strike. Well, I guess we've got a minute of waiting around filling time before this match ends, I suppose. Because there's a potential concern for decisive.
Yeah, decisive strike, it would be a very solid way to get a point on the board. Alf has been playing quite safe when it comes to the different methods. He's going for the solid camping plays to try to make sure he gets the guaranteed points on the board for his team, and he's making sure that there's been a lot of hatch denial strategies. First with Candy yesterday, and now I'm guessing with Alf on out in field here, he wants to make sure he doesn't eat a decisive strike. If a decisive strike goes off, then Alf can, then Aaron can easily just straight up find the hatch on the side.
Yeah, well, one thing we do know is that Aaron does not have Unbreakable because his recovery bar was not yellow.
Mm.
So at the very least, he doesn't have an Unbreakable. But I wish he was waiting here until Alf decides it's good to get a pickup. He's going for it now. So.
And there we go, a solid 4K for Team Froggy Frogs.
Fantastic. Well, given the horrible map choice, Alf made the best of a bad situation and walked away with that 4K. I'm still unsure as to why Xeno tried to unhook himself with the with two people left on gens. I'm kind of confused as to why he made that decision. You got any insight on that?
Not particularly. I don't really know, because if Xeno stayed on the hook, then they'd have a lot more time to complete generators, and there's a possibility to get a 2-man out without doing that so much. They had 4 toolboxes, so they definitely could have pushed into endgame there. So I'm a little bit perplexed. When it came to the camping, Alf was chainsaw revving, so I think it would have been going in for the unhook play. They had 2 players going in. I think it was Aaron and I think Adam. I'm not sure. And
yeah, it was Aaron. It was those two. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is that the best case scenario is that the Billy overheats, and he cannot instantly down someone that's going for the unhook. What was really unfortunate was that after the unhook play went off, he was able to down the person that was just unhooked, and then he was able to down the person that was going for the unhook as well. So he got a 2 solid. It would have been nice if someone had a borrowed time. The person with borrowed time was able to go for the unhook play, but that would have required that would have needed a little bit more setup, and saying like, okay, you should be going for the unhook play. I'm going to try to get the M1 hit here or something like that.
Absolutely. I noticed Xeno was the player who tried to get off the hook himself, but he did have Deliverance, but it wasn't active. So maybe he just forgot he didn't have his Deliverance up. I can't think of any explanations, but
yeah, everyone throughout all the matches have been getting Deliverances off. So then maybe he was like, oh yeah, it's time to use Deliverance. Oh crap! And then I was like, wait, I might as well just commit. You know what?
Yeah, I've already lost some status, so I may as well try and Kobe, I guess. The other plan, maybe if he had DS, he was just taking the chance that he could waste the Billy's time by unhooking himself and then DSing to get away. But I don't think Xeno even had the team's decisive strike. I think it might have been Aaron who had that.
I'm not entirely sure. It's a peculiar move, because I almost feel like if he waited on the hook, that's like, is it about 2 minutes? 2 minutes on the hook?
It's an extra minute he would have bought by not trying to get off the hook.
And Aaron's gen was on like 50, and the other player's gen was on like 10, like 15, 30. I feel like they almost guaranteed with generators. I'm guessing the generators take 80 seconds. They definitely would have been able to get the generators done, both of them. And even though they'd proc the Noed, they could at least maybe guarantee a 1 out. Maybe there's also the possibility where they're like, oh, he guaranteed a 1K by camping. If he's going to camp the second, then they basically take this round. So like if Alf gets a guaranteed 2K, they take round 1 100%.
Yeah.
So maybe it was a thinking like that.
Yeah, it's like our options are we don't really have any options, so we may as well just try and do it, just to try and
maybe we have some sort of Christmas miracle somewhere out there.
Because let's be completely clear here. Alf's plan was never to chase people. Alf's plan was to get his first down to pursuer, put them on the hook while the crop was up, and just sit there under the hook, like getting a nose full of whichever survivor was in front of him 2 inches away on that hook.
It's a solid, reliable play. This is the practically the teams that have been doing the early guarantee camp play have seemed to be consistently getting a follow-up, at least a 2K when it comes to their matchups. I'm surprised that a lot more teams aren't really doing it. Maybe because they're not putting their builds to be optimized for that. But I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, maybe something that we'll see more over time, so people figure out what works and what doesn't. I think a lot of that also the map choice though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alfred's up on Haddonfield and is like, yeah, no. If I try and chase on that, I'm gonna knock Dutch better than Lonely did. So I may as well just put them on a hook and just stay there for a while. To make their lives more difficult, force them to get off of their gens and just face camp until Noed's active.
Especially if when it comes to Myers' house, it's the house with the basement. There is usually a window vault outside the basement. If you let a survivor get that window vault and loop you around that house, you're going to be running around that house 3 times unless you have a bamboozle. That house is very, very strong when it comes to looping potential for the survivors.
Indeed, the Myers family not realizing that they built a fortress, but yeah, that was certainly quite the round. Didn't get much use, I'm afraid, out of those turning add-ons for Billy. Maybe charge rate would have been preferable, but
Yeah.
but no matter. It worked out alright in the end. Do we reckon many killers are going to be letting Haddonfield through after what we've just witnessed, after the 1K Billy game into the face camping simulator? Do we think killers are going to be like, okay, this might be workable if we just turbo camp, or do you reckon they're going to be like, no, get it out of here. We'll risk disturb ward.
At face value, if we're like worst case scenario, when it came to Lonely playing on Haddonfield, he had a lot of opportunities to try to make something work. So, in honesty, the map wasn't really a detriment to Lonely. It was just a little bit of misplays here and there. If you played it just slightly differently. So, but when it came to Alf just camping, I'm not entirely sure. I feel like a lot of players will probably avoid that map like the plague, as we haven't seen a favorable result for killers that have to play it, as on round 1 when the map is chosen, both teams have to play on the map. So it will be if Haddonfield does get chosen, then they're going to be stressing their killers out.
Oh, absolutely.
They're going to be.
Maybe they didn't do it with a plan. Maybe they'd be like, okay, someone's going to pick, I don't know, Ghostface or something, and then pick Haddonfield to put their Ghostface on, knowing that the other team may not be prepared for it, because there are a couple of killers on this roster, again, Ghostface, Hag, who could be pretty decent on Haddonfield, but a lot of killers struggle with it. So I could even see a sneaky plan where the survivors on one team go, you know what, we'll set them up with Haddonfield, tell our killer will pick Ghostface or something, and have that advantage on Haddonfield while also really badly stymieing the other team's killer. That is, again, if Haddonfield is let through. If not, that could backfire quite badly. Imagine you have that plan, Haddonfield gets banned, and now you're playing Ghostface on Suffocation Pit or on Rotten Fields. I don't think Rotten Fields isn't actually in there, but like Disturb Ward. That could very much backfire. But there is a decent chance it could work out.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how different killers would play on that particular map. I feel like when it comes to Haddonfield, a lot of what like stealth killers are really good, like you said with Ghostface, but also like Wraith, maybe like Michael Myers, like the type of killers that can take advantage of the fact that the generators are in secluded spots when they can't really look around while they're doing the gen. They just need to be like, okay, I just gotta work on this and to make sure that the killer doesn't jump scare me. Because that's a way to build up pressure when, as the killer, when it comes to such a crazy map with a lot of windows. It's a little bit of it's a balancing act. It's a little bit hard.
I think the killer I want to see on Haddonfield is actually Sadako, because not only because I think she'd have decent potentials on it, because lots of line of sight blockers, TVs could be hard to access if they're inside buildings, but also just because this is old Haddonfield, this is pre-rework Haddonfield, and Sadako's never had that map. Like on the live game, she's never been on this version of Haddonfield on the main game, but seeing her perform on old Haddonfield could actually be kind of interesting. It could be something, the kind of thing that we've not really seen before. It'd be a whole new experience for this tournament.
It'd be quite interesting too, because the TVs, usually she wouldn't have to deal with like that survivors hearing the terror radius, and then they get to run early and get into an optimal position at the house. With Sadako, she'd be able to teleport to every single house and be able to catch them off guard. It's like, oh crap, she's teleporting to me. I wasn't able to get to an optimal position. Maybe Sadako would have been a better choice as a killer. I almost guarantee probably she didn't get banned, because we've only seen her once. It's very likely that I'm kind of interested as to why Lonely probably may have not chosen her. Maybe he wasn't thinking of it, but maybe he's like, you know what, Billy's the good old-fashioned reliable. I'm going to stick with him. The only thing that with Sadako is that she, even though she's teleporting, she's going to have to be dealing with those windows. That's very difficult. What's proven to be very reliable for Sadako players is playing a solid 3-gen setup. Even on her worst maps, she can teleport back and forth, controlling a solid 3-gen. And that's like on like a Batum preschool on PC. I would think that I'd be worried about that when it comes to Haddonfield on mobile.
So speaking of interesting maps, we're going back to Cold Tower. Looks like everyone's running scared from Haddonfield is going to the safety of Cold Tower. I can't say I entirely blame them. The FroggyFrogs versus Predrop, round 2. And I'm interested to see which killer's going to get played again. Are we going to see yet more Billy? Are we going to be residents of Billy Nation? Is this going to be the night of Billy? Let's find out. It's not. Looks like Lonely's breaking out the plague again. So we've got Hence on David, Deadly Kitten on Nia, Dan on Ace, and Laser on Claudad up against the Plague on Cold Tower. As a Plague enthusiast, I got some thoughts on this, but I'm gonna let my good co-caster give his thoughts first.
I have a feeling that when it comes to the Plague match, she might be bringing like an extra pool Corrupt Purge. She's probably going to be doing something where she goes full endgame, like try to get everyone injured as fast as possible with the Corrupt, and then going all in with when they cleanse with the Noed play later. Interesting choice. Also using the Ruin as well. A little bit different from when she was playing with, well, I don't think with Papa Zariza here.
I have to say, big fan of Plague on Cold Tower because the map is so small and the fountain spreads are, as a result, going to be fairly easy to access compared to a big map like Disturb Ward. And looking at those fountain spawns, one by Shack a little bit hard to access, but the other one right there, near the middle of the map, near main building, and near the Ruin Totem. I suspect that could be a very good pressure point for the killer, especially if they can get a hook near that fountain, near that Ruin Totem. Oh boy. That could go back. Oh, hello. Hens is on the totem.
He's working on totem, and he hears
it. Totem. Yeah. What I would like to see maybe is if Lonely chooses to vomit on the totem, because to infect anybody who tries to do it. I could absolutely see that be a plan if the survivors try and cleanse and try and keep the plague dealing with healthy survivors. Vomiting on the Ruin could be a good way to let you know if someone's doing it, because you'll see them get infected. I could 100% see that plan happening.
And speaking of infected, every single survivor is infected at this point. This is the best case scenario for the Plague at the moment, as she will be able to pop off if she's able to get a Corrupt Purge off. And since everyone's injured, it's almost as if like she can instantly down everybody. She's now chasing Dan around the Shaku Vault and window, and now he's going around to the pallet. Seems like he's going to overcommit just a tad bit, and she's going to be able to get the follow-up M1 here as the first down of the match, with one generator at 94%, and this will be a nice amount of pressure for...
I believe somebody's on the Ruin right now. I think that's Hens on the Ruin, it looks like. Hens will, if Hens for some reason leaves it, the Ruin will get broken in a second. Looking like it's about to go. Yeah, there goes the Ruin. But it has certainly done its work, preventing more than one generator from popping, in combination with the Corrupt intervention. And now I guess it was just a matter of time to see how much value the Plague can get out of the two Corrupt pools.
Now she's going to be going for the power play, going to be Corrupt Purge, be able to capitalize on off everybody that is currently infected. Now here's the thing, will the survivors cleanse? Will they not cleanse? Will they take the risk? Will they, with the plague having her five hatchet projectile puke vomit, we'll have to see if she's going to be able to capitalize off her ability here.
Well, Laser's cleanse, but it was interestingly at that fairly central fountain, which is an interesting choice of place to cleanse at, because the plague can access it without too much difficulty. So if they're not careful, that could end up with a double power usage from the plague there. Using the Corrupt Purge to secure second on down with the increased duration add-on, the purple amulet. And then you just end up having to deal with second use of the power from the nearby fountain. Second stage has been confirmed. Let's see if the play chooses to continue the camp or stop pressuring gens again.
And I don't blame the survivors here for not trying to go for the save, as she's going to be able to projectile just injure everybody with her puke by doing this camp here. Him going to struggle is a very solid play. Now she's going to be transitioning over to Hens, who's working on a generator that's only on a couple percent. Now chasing around this jungle gym on the double pellets. That is brutal for Plague to deal with. She decides it's not worth it as it's a massive time sink. And now she's following Dan on the side, who's going up the hill. Looking like she's going to be able to get the connection for the down on Mr. Ace here.
Importantly, Laser reinfecting themselves, unhooking the Ace, so that's basically a free use of Corrupt Purge right now. Taking the pool, I think I might know why here. If Dan DS's, the drop from the hill will minimize distance that he gets, so she might be able to Corrupt Purge Dan as he's running away if the DS happens right now, which could happen. No DS has been used yet, we could risk it. Oh, there is no decisive strike. Oh, that's unfortunate for Team Predrop. Losing a teammate already.
Kill is going to be very huge for them. As she starts heading towards Hens, who drops the shock pellet. They're playing safe. They want to make sure, they want to try to deny as many kills as much as possible. And this Corrupt Purge is going to probably make a difference when it comes to going over to Laser, who seems to be going to be running it early. Just barely unable to make the connection. And
oh, I could always smell that hit. It was so close.
Now, there we go. Down on Laser there.
For those of you who might struggle with the colors, you can tell that Plague's Corrupt Purge sound is Corrupt Purge is still active by hearing the whispering and chanting of the entity in her ears. That's what you can hear. It's not whispers. It's not the whisper. You can hear it stop now. So that's how you can tell the Corrupt Purge is over. And should need to have another drink if you want to keep using it. And that is a second hook. Is she going to choose a hook near the gen, or is she going to choose to hook near the corrupt fountain in the shack? Because either one is an option.
And now it looks like she's going to hook close to the generator so that she can defend this 68%. I'm surprised she's not going for the kick here, as there is one generator that needs to be left to be repaired. Deadly Kitten around the corner, Hens on the side. She's going to have to decide what she wants to do in order to make sure that the last generator does not get powered.
Bear in mind that Laser did unhook Dan, so deliverance is certainly a possibility.
And now, it seems like even regardless, if she gets to this generator, if they get the generator off, she still has Noed and No Way Out to rely on. So she could very well camp Laser here, but she's deciding not to do that and go over to Deadly Kitten and getting the Corrupt Purge. And it seems like she's going back to Laser, as that's the generator that is the most progressed at the moment.
The fact that Laser was sticking the gen immediately makes me think Laser might have Decisive Strike, given that they made no attempt to head to do the safer gen further back in the map, despite being down a hook stage. So DS is very much on the cards here, potentially. But Corrupt Purge should mean that if DS does go off, they should be able to get it down again fairly swiftly. Oh, no DS, I was wrong. My DS sense was not tingling, I am not cooking today. But that's second hook for Laser. So I wonder has got the DS. Is it Kitten or is it Hens? Hens is the obsession, so odds are it would be Hens, but we're not sure at the moment.
That was a pretty decent read, though. Confident survivors usually try to do plays that are very more riskier. People usually tend to do that with Dead Hard. It seems like that the Plague is going to play it a little bit safe here with the hook, as she doesn't need to worry too much about the doors being open. because she can rely very heavily on the no way out here, which is huge because it does not get activated until someone touches a door handle. So by using the Corrupt Purge to hold everyone a gun to everybody to make sure that they can't save, it looks like she is making sure that she can secure this second kill here.
Yeah, no way out coming pretty much as soon as, and Hens is cleansing, which indicates to me that Hens does not realize the ploy with the no-ed that's currently in play, because that could make that makes cleansing effectively useless because you're insta-downable anyway, and all that's happened is Plague's just been given 2 free uses of her power, something that could bite them in the backside quite dearly if the Plague figures out where they are.
And Lonely has a high chance to be able to get a 4K here. Having the pool, the corrupt pool, close to that door and by the shack, I'm surprised that Lonely does not check around to see if Deadly Kitten is nearby. It looks like she wants to play Door Guardian by standing between them. Does she not see Deadly Kitten here?
Well, one play that surprised me that wasn't made was actually infecting the doors, because right there for taking the pool could have just put a splash of the green vomit on the doors to infect them, so that Lonely would know if Deadly Kitten was trying to open one. It can't do it now because you've got Corrupt Purge, but you can't infect the doors. But it certainly would have made that acquire that information significantly easier.
And it looks like she's going to be able to corner Hens here. The corrupting the doors would have been a very nice play to get some information off and to know where a player is without even needing to look at them. So
Well,
that
Hens
might have
kind of
actually
zoned
made
out
the
here.
difference.
Hens is kind of zoned out here. I think he might not realize how badly zoned out he is because of the no-ed, but Hatch is also not far from here, so there's a good chance Hens books it to.
Well,
I'm unsure where. I don't think Lonely saw Hens on the way out, and the hatch is right there. So even if a door isn't open, Hens might just be able to sneak a hatch. Yes, Hens spotted the hatch, and that is a 2 out for a 2 out for Team FroggyFrogs there.
gave Hens a little bit too much leeway when it came to the end game there, because that was very much looking like a 3K for Lonely if he was able to get the insta down on Hens.
Yes, looks like that lucky break from Kitten not being terribly useful against a Plague, but streetwise with the Commodious Toolbox, that's a lot of generator progress done. Maybe actually the Obituary Obsession is what caught Lonely off guard. But that's still surprising because Obituary Obsession revealing the aura to the killer, you'd think maybe Lonely would have realized what Hens was doing in terms of getting around to the hatch there, but I guess Hens just kept looking away to deny the Obsession proc. That might be what was doing it.
I think the thing is that Lonely did not know where the hatch was, and Lonely was probably worried that the hatch was on the right side, but in reality it was closer to the door. Due to the fact of not hearing where it is, then that was a big game changer, especially just the timing of everything.
Absolutely. I think the one play I will undoubtedly be a bit unsure of as to why, if Lonely's plan is to play Gate Defender, why not to vomit on that back door before taking a drink. Because doing that gives the information, as soon as they get infected, you will know that Deadly Kitten is on their back door. So that you can immediately go over and start pressing off it with your Corrupt Purge, or it forces them to just not do the door at all, meaning you can commit to a chase on Hens with Corrupt Purge. Either way, your options are good, and seeing the option turn off by taking a Corrupt Purge drink immediately just made me scratch my head a little bit. But I think that was also just a spur of the moment thing. That's the kind of thing that, that's where a lot of experience playing Plague might come in, and I don't know how much Plague Lonely has played, but I think it's also just it's one of those things that just sort of happens. It's a little thing that in hindsight made a big difference, but it's also it is a little thing, and overall it was a little possible mistake in a match that for a large part Lonely played it pretty damn well. I would say for a large portion of the match Lonely played it very well.
It's like a thing where there's another thing similarly on Plague where if you hook a survivor, you can actually puke on them to infect them if they are not already infected. There are certain like little things that a lot maybe players may overlook. Maybe Lonely does know about it, and they just in the spur of the moment when there's a high amount of pressure, 2 survivors, all the gens done, the chips on the table. It's very difficult to just come up with a perfect right play instantaneously, or it could have been a little bit of a niche tech that's like not as known, and it just was not something that slips like a player's mind. But, like there are some people out there who think if you hit the survivor on the hook that they die faster as well. They're like, no, that doesn't work. And they're just like these tiny little things that when it comes down to it, like you said, it's the little things that make a difference between, hey, if you knew this one tiny move could have been the difference between getting an extra kill or possibly not, etc.
Yeah, nobody plays perfectly all the time, and at the end of the day, it's a fairly minor thing. Puking on a gate's kind of thing that's fairly easy to miss, but as I guarantee it would even have helped either. It was just a thought that I had at the moment that as who's played a lot of Plague, that's the kind of thing I see, and I'm like, so
Yeah.
like I see it, and it's like it's like I can imagine you like if you see someone reloading at a bad time as Huntress. Like the kind of thing where it's a little thing that just gets your nerves a little bit. That got me a little bit. So I keep harping on about it. It's just something I noticed and was like,
and that's something very similar with like what with DB players. All of us have our like little things. Like a Blight player, when they see like rushes a wall, is like, oh, you can hug tech here. You can hug the wall and get a free hit. It's like, no, she's like, I don't know how to do the hug tech. Or like Nemesis, the fact that you can flick the tentacle swing a little bit. Same thing with Pyramid Head, where you can do a last minute flick with Pyramid Head's
punishment
torment. And there's all these like little things, and then there's like a new one here with Hillbilly where you could turn like 270 degrees when you go around the corner. And
absolutely,
it's all these little things. I think it's because of us as like DB players. We've been playing this game for a very long time, so we know all like the little nit and grit, all the things that kind of like make a difference when you play this game like for years and thousands of hours. You start to build like a library of things, and they kind of build up, and that's basically what playing Killer and Survivor is. It's a stack of making mistakes, learning from them, and finding out what works, and keep building the little layers. And overall, at the end of the day, it leads to a 4K. It leads to an escape. It leads to just overall getting better. A stack.
And by no means we're trying to belittle Lonely or anything. You know, I've been very complimentary of Lonely this entire tournament, and I couldn't do most of the things that Lonely's been doing today. Absolutely not. And it'll be interesting to see, because that match that was Coal Tower, a pretty balanced map by all regards. Not like it got sent to Handfield or something horrible like that. So it'll be interesting to see what killer and what playstyle Alf breaks out for Coal Tower, because on that map, basically anything goes. Could be. Sorry.
Lonely has had a very good performance. We're doing a little bit of like nitpicking as it's going. There's being more matches, and because it's mostly like a lot of the little things that can make a difference. Because even just like a single decisive strike can be the difference between getting a kill or not. In this scenario, missing a puke could possibly have been the difference between maybe an extra kill or not. It's this nitpicking is basically pointing out points of contention, areas where the complete outcome could have been a little bit different, because every point makes a little bit of a difference when it comes to these individual rounds. When you're trying to get a round from another team, you want to get as many points on the board as possible. So in reality, if the killer players watch this back, we're basically trying to give like feedback on, okay, this is a little bit something that could have been done a little bit better, and then in the future you'll be able to get more points on the board when going against future teams. So we're trying to root for you so you guys can try to get to the highest placement you can with the prize pool, being $30,000 here.
Because if you think of it, we're effectively like those two Muppets. What are their names? They're Sattler and Waldorf. Those two Muppets that go in the box at the top. They're not funny themselves. They're not useful themselves to the whole Muppet troupe. They just heckle in the background and that's what we are. We are the Muppets, and I love it. But Yeah, as someone said to me once, it's actually a reference to a whole different game, but the sentiment stands for DBD. So it's not about winning or losing individual matches. It's about getting better as a player, win or lose. And I think nothing could be better expressed than watching some very, very good players who obviously play very, very well a lot of the time, but they're human. They make mistakes like the rest of us, and it's a useful thing both as a player to watch it, and also presumably as an audience member to see it getting played out. It keeps matches interesting. Everyone playing perfectly all the time. Our commentary would just be, yeah, he's good. Yeah, he's good.
The thing that's important is that
He's pretty
improvement always requires pain. You never learn from always winning. You have to make a mistake, you have to lose in order to actually learn how to get better. Because when you learn from something that goes wrong, it allows you to be like, okay, I could do that differently next time. So let's say I'm playing Huntress and I'm throwing a hatchet and the survivor jukes to the right and they had some sort of weird body language. I'm like, next time I see this body language, we're gonna throw a hatchet to the right and then we get the down and it gets conversions in the future. And the next time that happens, that one mistake translates to thousands of kills in the future from the building of these mistakes. A way everyone has their functional system, which is it's a good way to progress. It helps you get better at the game. And being on mobile, it's a completely fresh new experience, especially when you're turning with your thumbs and everything and all.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's all about improvement.
Yeah, you're always reinventing the wheel, if you will. Like, got to kind of start from square one to a degree. I know when I've played a mobile, it's not been the easiest thing in the world to get used to. But it's but the control layout, the control layouts with the thumbs, massively helpful. But again, it's all a mixture of old and new, and that can take some getting used to at times. But it should all be fine.
And especially when the environment's quite different. The maps, the Haddonfield's very different from the main game. There are probably some players in this tournament that probably have never played on the old Haddonfield. I'm not sure about that though. It seems like everyone's veterans, but when the new Haddonfield came into play, it's like the thing where people's like, what's a Demogorgon? It's like, wait, that was released like a couple years. Yeah, but what's a Demogorgon? I've never heard of this before. It's not in the game. I can't buy him. It's like, yeah. So I'd kind of be interested if we have any babies participating as well.
Yeah, it's just like it's a weird organism over there. I didn't recognize that. It's called Steve. What's a Steve? Someone put Joe Keery in this game. Get him out. Like someone.
Oh my goodness! What's another thing that people would probably be like, what is that? I'm not entirely sure.
If you say the word Ironworks window, you can tell by a DVD player's face, like how long they've played the game for. Because if you say Ironworks window to a veteran player, you'll see like their life flash before their eyes, like they've seen a ghost. There'll be a couple of things that just stick out.
Because that was the time before the breakable walls and stuff as well.
So that window basically was just like, hey, you lose the chase now because they have a funny window. And that was about the time I started playing DVD, when that started to become something people knew about. And I remember my first game back to DVD when I got Ironworks and I saw that window. I was like, some kind of window. Okay, yeah, I'm leaving you now. Bye bye. Congratulations, you've won the chase. Goodbye. I am now going somewhere else now because there's no
Especially
point.
with the base kit stagger. I used to watch a couple streamers when they face a survivor. They go through the window, go upstairs, drop down, go through the window, go upstairs, drop down. No entity blocker, no stagger effect, pallet vacuum. Absolutely nuts. It was scary.
Old DVD. What an absolute wild west of jank and of jank and questionable decisions. Jank and questionable decisions should be the title of my autobiography.
I'm kind of curious if there are like pallet vacuums on the mobile version right here.
I haven't seen them.
And I'm also kind of, I don't know, I would assume not. I think there is built-in stagger for every survivor. Because if there wasn't built-in stagger, we'd be seeing people just humping buildings, like going up, down, and doing the vaults like crazy. With Billy, I'm not sure. There was a point in time where Aaron was getting chainsawed at a pallet. I don't really know if the chainsaw gets priority on the survivor or the pallet, because on PC, it it prioritizes breaking the pallet. So I'm kind of curious how the chainsaw interactions. We've seen a lot of Billy, so that would be something that might come in play. And speaking of Billy, Mr. Alf is going to be playing Hillbilly against
summoned him.
Team Predrop here.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks to be like the Billy pick has become a staple since I'm guessing people are just banning Nurse and I guess Auto Spirit and taking their chances with Alf's Billy. But let's see how that goes for them on Coal Tower.
Seems to be quite a fun matchup as he goes really fast and he turns really quickly.
Especially with those turn rate add-ons too. Man is Tokyo drifting.
Seems like he's hovering around the map, trying to find his first pick.
Because he has Lethal Pursuer, but I think it's a question of not just finding the first survivor, but finding the first survivor he thinks it's safe to chase. Especially without Bamboozle, so there's a big risk of potentially finding a tile that's just too safe to run without Bam Bam.
This would be the first time. Oh, wait, I might eat my own words here. I was about to say, this would be the first time Alf has not gotten a down within the first minute of the match. And 40 seconds in, that's the first down of the game. Let's go.
That turn on the gen was beautiful, and with not a lot of gen progress for the players either. Only 40, 43, and 20. It's actually not a lot of progress on the gens.
Yeah, making extreme use out of that turn rate. Seems like he's going to be hovering around Xeno here. He knows the generators are being worked on heavily. One on 40, actually 3 generators on 40%. He's really paranoid about someone going for the unhook here. It would be wise for the survivors to try to get as many generators done as possible when it comes to the first camp play off of Alf here.
And it's looking to me like that ruin is already gone. Like that ruin has disappeared immediately. So I'm interested to see what Alf's plan is now. But I think that's the fastest ruin break of the tournament so far. That just ceased to be.
I'd be interested to see if these players have learned from the previous matches, because Xeno is not struggling at the moment, and he's stalling as much time as humanly possible to let his teammates get the generators done. But at one point, they probably want to go for this save. They probably don't want to give Alf this hook and kill for free here. Oh, it seems like Alf is not going to be camping all the way to death, and that's a chase on Ray. Xeno with the insane turn rate on Billy there.
Beautiful snipe, and after Xeno went second too. So there's tons of pressure on the board right now as he goes back for Xeno after the unhook.
There's blood in the water as he gets a nice solid cross map on Xeno. I think Xeno is also dead on hooks. That's going to be the first kill of the match.
That is brutal, and what you can tell the power of those turn rate add-ons plus the natural mobile turning rate, because he went from facing away from where Xeno went down, where Xeno went down, and then looped all the way around, almost doing a almost curving in a complete circle, to go back round to hit Xeno on that corner. They did get Xeno up, potentially with Unbreakable's recovery speed to help to get them there. If they have Unbreakable, I didn't actually see. But nevertheless, that was a very aggressive early kill from Alf there.
Now another chainsaw right off the hill, looking for Aaron, who just popped the generator. Hovering around the LT wall, he must be terrified at the fast turn rate speed. Trying to do a mind game. And Alf goes down for the window vault here.
That's the second person on hook with barely any gen progress on the remaining 4 generators, only 14 and 16% on the last 2. This is going to be difficult to see if they can, especially if Alf chooses not to camp now.
I think if Alf chooses to camp here, it almost guaranteed the last 2 generators will pop. I'd imagine he does not camp here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Now he finds Class at the jungle gym. Is he going to go back? No, it seems like he's going to be committing to Class as Class trying to play it safe, goes for the window vault successfully and tries to connect it straight into the main building here. And into the dreaded Ironworks window, going to be breaking the breakable wall to make it so that this is a little bit more easier for the future. That was a very quick break.
Aaron hooking himself with Deliverance there, but not lasting very long once, but he decides to return to the hook.
And a solid
DS on their feature? No DS. This is the first time I've seen Deliverance not run with Decisive Strike. I think we've seen Deliverance run without DS before, but we've certainly not seen someone pick up from a Deliverance and not get DS, I think.
We're going to have to see a play to try to recover Aaron here, as it looks like Alpha is going to probably try to deny a sort of unhook play.
Yeah, with
Zeno and
injured.
Clast hovering along the edges. They're going to have to choose to whether they want to leave Aaron to die or not.
Absolutely, and Rezino is injured, so Rezino really can't risk it. If anyone's going to go for it, it has to be Classic.
And it seems like Aaron is going through the comms, telling his teammates that he is getting camped as his teammates start working on a generator at 78%. They're going to need, I think, in order to progress forward, they're going to need to get 2 survives here. Both of them will need to be able to execute here.
That may have been why Alpha's camping, despite possibly going to pressure them both off the gens. He does not want to take the risk of potentially getting 3 people out.
Now he sees the scratch marks.
If he's confident he can catch one in the end game, then I'm pretty sure that's the round done in 2. But I guess we'll see what Rezino is able to do. Oh,
just barely.
No head hit straight through that pallet. And does he slug or does he pick? Looks like he's slugging, and Classid's trying to get that door down. Now, will Classid just leave Rezino to die? With no one active, I wouldn't be surprised if he stayed. Classid's just hanging around in the gate, potentially trying to... No, he's just left. I thought maybe he's trying to buy time to maybe get Kobe from Rezino, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
There's a little bit of a problem with waiting at the exit gate, because as the killer could just camp the hook here, he could just straight up M1 right off the hook.
Yes, that is true.
That's a little bit of the risk. And Team Froggy Frogs will be taking round 2 just like that, a very dominating performance on what a surprising map that we saw for the first time in the tournament, Hillbilly.
Yeah,
I mean Hillbilly, how did it feel?
Yeah. It looks like Froggy Frogs is developed a certain proclivity in just not letting matches go to 3 rounds. It's relentlessly impressive seeing how consistent Alpha's been at keeping these games from going to 3 by just.
There's been like a very consistent strategy that I've been seeing, where he's trying to make sure that he guarantees that first kill, and it's proving to be very reliable in all his matches. And it seems like, I think he's gotten like 4Ks in almost all of them, except for that one where through the exit game so far.
And I get the sense almost that it feels almost like Alf kind of let Clazzard out, because part of me thinks that if he'd have left Aaron, there was a good chance that he could have gotten the 4K, but he knew all he needed was 3.
Would you look at that? Aaron does have decisive strike. He might have missed the skill check.
Yes. Course. So yeah, there's a good chance he did miss it. It's very possible. But in any case, that is a spectacular round in 2 for Team Froggy Frogs, and I think we'll be about to get to highlights now. So we'll see you after the break.
消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。 消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the DVD Mobile Invitational. We are about to get into round 3, so I hope you guys had a nice little bit of a break, had a little bit of a restroom break, or maybe got some food, some chips, all that good stuff. If you guys would like to also, if you guys haven't already, we also have a gift code down below that you can redeem on DVD Mobile for 20,000 blood points. If you guys have liked all the tournaments, crazy fun that we've had today, maybe even possibly want to try out Hillbilly due to how different he is on PC, you can get a little bit of a kickstart with the 20,000 blood point code down below.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It feels like at this point every discussion we have goes back to Billy, and honestly, I'm not complaining, because he's just been such an omnipresent force in this tournament. Like every round, someone's first picking Billy. If Billy's making it to the band stages, Billy's getting picked. It's fantastic. Like, again, it's a great time. Sorry, if you're a DVD player most of the time, it's a bad time to be a Billy enthusiast, especially right now when his engraving is on the chopping block. But on mobile, it's a new lease of life for the Billy enthusiast, and I think right now the players, especially the killer players right now, take as much opportunities as they can to enjoy Billy as they probably remember him as he used to be, with his good add-ons.
A little bit of a throwback in the past, Hillbilly used to be the most played killer in DBD. He used to be one of the fan favorites for survivors to face as well. Matter of fact, I think it's changed on over where he used to fight for the top 1 spot with Wraith and Hillbilly, and then it all changed after a little bit. And it looks like it'll be Team Swing versus Team Kingdom on Coal Tower for round 3 tonight to start things off.
Yeah, let's see what's being played. Speaking of Wraith, it is Lynxy breaking up the Wraith pick again for the 3rd time in this tournament against Tony the Duff's Dwight, Swartz, Tap, Just Be Quiet's Nia, and Swarm's Yui. Let's see how it goes.
Completely invisible in front of Swirt as he vaults a window, gets a nice early hit off. There are 4 medkits in play. That looks like a Windstorm, and I'm not entirely sure.
I think it's Swift Hunt. I think it's Purple Windstorm, Green Swift Hunt, I think is what Lynxy's running over there.
I see. I can't get over the breakable walk. It's completely body blocking the pallet, so it can't be dropped here. The Windstorm will definitely come and play around this car. We're going to get the connection off.
Oh, so close and yet so far. Also, looks like Lynxy's ruin is right here, right there, and the fact that no one's seen it yet might indicate it might not go for a while. Tap just hugging that window there. Wise choice. Is he going to get the vault before Lynxy gets the hit? No, he is not. That's a very quick early down with more than half of Corrupt still to go. And could Lynxy get a basement hook off of this? I think it'd be an interesting play for sure, especially because there seems to be a 3-gen with a ruin in it clustered around that basement hook. Maybe that could be a very profitable plan for Lynxy.
Yeah, it's proven to be very effective in getting multiple kills off to get that nice early basement play. And when it comes to Coal Tower, this is probably going to be one of the first that we see within the tournament. It makes a lot of sense that Coal Tower is chosen, as it's a nice balanced map with the two pallets at the bottom and the window vault. And it makes it so that you can make something work, as if you're playing killer and survivor here. Getting a nice chase off on Kuwait here.
A sprint burst that gets nowhere. And it looks
There's
like
two generator pops back to back.
But importantly, Lynxie has got that 3-gen. There is one down the other side of main building with a ruin right in the middle and a basement hook right here. Lynxie has no reason to leave this area if she wants to contest the 3-gen. No reason whatsoever. She can stand on top of the basement stairs and just chill.
Now, it seems like all the survivors are spread out. This is Tony's team once again. They've been known to have a really good synergy with coordinating their plays together. So it'd be interesting to see how. It's interesting to see how they're spread out and trying to do pressure at this point. As looks like Sword is going to be going to struggle, and it looks like they just want to work on the generators to build off pressure off of this hook camp here.
Yeah, quite healed with their med kit, and so we'll likely be joining Tony or Swarm on a generator, while Sword rides on the hook and struggle stage.
And like, one of the things that is very good here is that the rune totem's right next to the basement. So, in a way, the killer Lynxie is not only camping the hook, she's defending her totem that will regress the generators for her when they want to go for the hook save.
Quiet, trying to allow 1-for-1 to happen here, but I don't think Lynxie's going to let it go that easily, especially with very little time left from Sword's dash timer. And oh, that was unlucky timing from Quiet there. Lynxie walking into the wall there, potentially an unlucky controller, unlucky thumb pad input, but it's not a big deal, because back on Quiet's case, only 3 didn't completed rather than the 4 that I maybe had expected. Isn't committing to the chase though, forcing instead Swarm off of their generator, taking chase into the middle of the map.
And that early kill, proving trying out a little bit of a different strategy here, getting that nice confirmed kill early on. It might allow for a decent setup when it comes to later within the match, as there are 2 generators that need to be repaired in play. Only one of them on 80 and 38. They're actually regressing at the moment, chasing Tony out of the window vault as he connects it straight into a jungle gym.
Given the coordination of the teams,
a little bit of struggle going around here.
Given the coordination of the teams, it would not surprise me if someone was going over to try and complete Tony the Duff's 80% gen in the corner before Ruin eats the progress. Yep, Swarm's on it right now, but Lynxie is not letting that gen go easily. She's got a good sense that she sent people over to help keep the gen going. Until that Ruin goes, I think that gen's going to be a very difficult one for them to try and commit to. But the double pallet jungle gym hits Lynxie with a stun, and Quiet's got that other gen in the corner at 75. So it looks like we've got a 3-gen with the Ruin in the middle of it, but a highly progressed gen in the corner that it looks like Tony's gotten back onto.
It looks like Philip Omnis took a single hit. Lynxie seems to be worried about these popping, rightly so, as there are 2 that team they're like about to pop. With Ruin in play, it's in her best interest to keep kicking them off these generators, as it allows her to get a good amount of value out of the passive Ruin ability.
I don't think Tony was ready for that hit. He had a little pause of like, "Are you serious right now?" I think we've all seen it from times before where they get hit by the gen and it's just hit through the vault of the pallet, and then just looking at you like you just punched their mother. Oh, Lynxie maybe not fully uncloaking properly before going for the swing there.
And these double pallet loops proving to be very much of a menace on the killers, because it's something that eats quite a bit of time. It's 3 times the pain points to be able to loop there. Now Kuwait going right back to the generator. Lynxie sees it. She probably can get a follow-up hit off here, rightly so, as she does.
The other gen is being double stacked and it's almost halfway, so she can't commit too long to this chase, especially with the strong pallet already there. Yeah, she's just taking a hit, breaking the pallet, and someone's on the Ruin. That is Tony the Duff on Lynxie's Ruin totem, which could be very bad if it gets cleansed. Nope, he's not committing.
Doing an interesting strategy here, just constantly hovering around her Ruin totem. It's a good way to try to make sure that the match gets out for as long as possible. But she seems to be prioritizing this totem and kicking over and over and over again in order to make a solid 3-gen setup work. She really needs to make sure that this last generator definitely does not pop.
So as a tag on Tony, of course we're off the generator that's at 80%, but the Ruin will hopefully get to work on it while Tony's resetting with his medkit.
And if Lynxie's been watching the matches, it seems like Tony's team seems to be familiar with getting hit and healing off in the distance away from a generator setup, very similar to such as this.
So it's like the injured and healthy survivors are heading back towards that gen in the corner, trying to force it through for the aggressive church. But Lynxie's already back on them after getting a quick hit on Kawhi.
Right. Now she's going to be zoning Tony the Dove, who seems to be going around the jungle gyms. This should be a free hit for her, with almost everyone injured once again, but Yui healing straight back up due to
back on the Ruin
quick
again.
medkit speed. And
Again,
now
can
Swarm seems
Lynxie
to be
prevent
working
the-
on the totem.
Oh, body
and
blocked in
this
for a free
strategy
hit.
has been proving to
Very
be
well done from
very
Lynxie.
effective for her.
This is a real game of patience, and as medkit charges start to run out, I think it's a game that Lynxie is starting to win. Both the gens have settled down to about half progress from being at 60 to 80 earlier. The Ruin's getting harder. They're doing a full reset. Maybe Lynxie can go after Intercept.
And this is going to be a complete reset for her, as the generators will likely go down to 0. They're doing a triple 3-man heal, as the amount of pressure that's been put on them due to the injuries is going to be something they don't want to risk. And something that's interesting is that Lynxie's going to have to catch on, as this will be a pattern that will happen. She'll injure the survivor, they'll run across the map to heal. And I'm wondering if she'll be able to capitalize it at some point, as this is the tactic that this team has used many times before, now once against Lynxie.
See the Swarm balance landing? Swarm, I'm assuming that's a balance landing. Yeah, balance landing has been used from Swarm.
And now, making sure to defend this totem.
She was just camping it in cloak. She's just standing still, meaning the Wraith is completely invisible when standing still, so she's able to just basically camp the totem in cloak to force the hit on Swarm. She's maybe considering to commit, but the other 2 gens are both being worked on. She needs to be very careful as to where she chooses to commit. So it's the other gen that's at 56. Sprint Burst comes out of Kawhi. Slowly but surely both through the exhaustion perks. Does she commit to Kawhi or go back to Tony's gen?
And this 3-gen strategy is proving to be very effective, as she's exhausted the majority of the pallets around this area, except for this one that's close to Tony, which she's very likely going to be using very soon.
Oh, that's a hit on Tony, perfect. Connection. And it looks like Tony does not have life, indicating his exhaustion perk may be dead hard, given that we've seen Balance Landing and Sprint Burst already used from Swarm and Kawhi. Is that skill check failed by Kawhi on the corner gen? Well, at least Kawhi's healthy, so I think he's unlikely to go down here. The other 2 are resetting back at Shack.
Now chasing Kawhi as he goes into the building, making sure to defend these generators. There's a little bit of a pattern going on. People who get injured tend to run across the map. And then they heal up. I'm wondering if Lynxie will be able to get a read whenever no one is actually going to be focusing on the generators, just like in a situation like this where they're all across the map.
I think this is going to be a long match, only broken by someone making a big mistake, that pallet going or the Ruin breaking. Very intelligently just camping the area in full cloak, so that Tony basically runs directly into her. Kawhi is resetting. Swarm going for the Ruin totem perhaps.
This seems like a grinding of the gears, straight up back and forth, constantly working on the Ruin totem. If there wasn't a Ruin totem spot on like this, then I don't think this is like the perfect setup for Lynxie here.
Yeah, now will be the time where she wants to commit now, because the resets are happening, no one's on gens. Now is when she should go and trying to disrupt a heal and get some pressure on the board. Now that this gen here is at literally 0. The only generator on the board is at 30%, the reset's starting to happen. Now would be when I would head off, start checking out the injured survivors, start getting some pressure. Now that you know where Hatch is as well. This is a massive turnaround for Lynxie, being able to catch them off guard. Kawhi's running back into the gens, which is not going to let that happen. Complete deprivation of resources as Kuwait takes a hit, presumably. Yep. And now she can commit, knowing the other two are healing. This is a bad spot for Team Swing to be in right now. Tony's trying to take a hit for Kuwait. I don't think he's going to let that happen, though. Beautifully executed. Gens are at nothing or next to nothing, while Lynxie gets another hook on Kuwait.
And it looks like she
Swarm's
wants
on
to
the ruin now.
hook them quite far away. Oh wait, she's going to hook them closer to the generators. And it seems like she's gotten a little bit of hint of their strategy. And whenever they all get injured, they always seem to want to play it safe and heal in the corner of the map, way far away from the gens.
Swarm potentially, if your Swarm goes down for this ruin, then that is probably worth it for Team Swing, because now that ruin has gone permanently. That was a really odd fall pattern from Swarm there, almost falling in an arc, but that and the balanced landing, Swarm's got a lot of distance out of that. And with the ruin gone, next to hold the 3-gen is significantly diminished. That's another hook. She's not going to hook at all, she's going to slug and keep protecting those generators. I can definitely see that being a winning strategy, given that the ruin is now gone. There's so much more gen times you can eke out from the base gen repair speed.
And it's reasonable to be worried about the generators here, as she downed Swarm very far away. Tony and Kuwait are on the other side of the map, and she's going to have to build pressure slowly but surely. She knows about the pattern about them not liking being healed, not liking being injured throughout the match, and it looks like they're going to be trying to build up another reset once again with the heal off. Starts chasing Swarm by the shack. Kuwait on the side. Going to need to be able to get this follow-up M1 here very soon as they go around to the jungle gym. Does not go for the vault.
Oh,
accidentally hits the
PAL. Moment. No gens are currently being worked on. At least Tony the Duff has been found in the open and injured. Both injured survivors are right here. Lynxie's kind of got her dealer's choice of who she wants to hit. Let's see who see the choice she makes. She goes for Swarm again.
And this seems like it might be becoming like a turning point for her, as the survivors were putting a lot of pressure on the generators. Once at 70%, 2 times. Now a solid recovery, having a survivor straight on the hook, far away from the gens, 1 person injured. And now she gets pallet stunned by Tony the Duff. Doesn't seem like there can be another reset in play just yet.
Kuwait's just sitting on the corner generator, but it's at 26%. There's a long way to go on that gen. If she downs, and if she gets it down on Tony and maybe has a quick hook or not doesn't hook at all, that could be a lot of pressure, just completely removed from survivors here.
Right, we'll be getting a M1 on Kuwait, and just because Team Swing does not like being injured, maybe she's going to try to capitalize off of this and try to get a lot of downs.
Was Kuwait maybe trying to recover the sprint burst there when they're walking?
There we go.
That is a second stage for Kuwait there as a team reset. Will Lynxie go and maybe kick the generator that Kuwait was working on? It's possible. Will she maybe try and camp, because the most progressed gen is also the one that's nearest the hook? Because she could be about to see some camping. I'm unsure. Is she going to try and play for the 4K before the gen's done, or is she going to try to use Noed to clean up? There is a lot of options on her plate right now, and I'm interested to see what she decides to do.
Making sure that these 2 generators are regressing on the side here, and if she was keeping track of the injuries, the heal on Swarm earlier, she should probably know that they're probably a little bit closer together.
Kuwait's not got long left on that hook.
And here's another one of those techs coming in play, standing still to make sure that they don't see where you are.
Notice Lynxie's been using that quite a lot, and it's been to great effect. She's giving up the hook on Kuwait so she can protect the generators. I can see why. Force to use as much resources as possible to force so that when Noed comes in, they don't have any way to protect against it. Tony the Duff's been caught in kind of an open space, but she's not committing to it. She'd rather go back to the hook.
It seems like a very strategic choice right here. Trying to go for the people thinking they're going to be healing right under the hook, but it goes for a nice transition. She wants to go after Swarm, it seems.
Tony's just sort of milling around, not going for a gen, which is kind of surprising at this stage of the match. No, he's gone for it, but Lynxie's right on the business.
Now this might be the use of the last pallet close to the 3-gen setup, and there we go. There should be no more pallets around the 3 gens for them to use.
Lynxie's finally forced them out, but it looks like Swarm's actually on the upstairs gen, which is smart because as far as I remember, Swarm has balanced landing. So that upstairs gen is a very, very good one for Swarm to try and force through.
And now would you look at this? Every single survivor on a separate generator. This is the perfect situation that the survivors would want to be in. So Lynxie's going to have to pull it back. She had a good amount of pressure for one time being. Injures Koei right here. And now it looks like she's going to do a full commit play. It may be very well that she may be trading a full generator for this single down here.
Oh, perhaps not. Looks like, unless there's a DS here, then Kuwait's dead. And that will mean Swarm and Tony are in a 2v1 with a no-ed when the last gen pops. So even if the last gen does get completed here, that is no guarantee of safety. They're two-manning it out, but are they ready to get hit with a no-ed? Does it even know they're on the central gen? Guess they know now.
Yeah.
Let's see what the plan is. Tony vaults directly into Lynxie. Swarm's on top of the building. Swarm drops down.
Now she knows where both players are. Maybe she'll be at the double no-ed play here. She just saw Swarm drop. So with the speed that she'll have with Wraith, will she be able to find the scratch marks to follow to see where he is?
Is she going to start checking the doors? Or she just... I can even see, well, if Tony was on second hook, I could see her going for the pickup, but there is the risk of a deliverance, potentially. There's Swarm.
Oh, will she see him?
Oh, wow. That was a very unusual stun.
But still, it looks like Lynxie still has the upper hand, as she does still have no-ed. This is probably likely going to be... Oh, I thought that was going to be a vault. Swarm did a perfectly nice mind game around the pallet.
Yep, there is a non-zero chance if Tony has an unbreakable, I believe he would have used it by now. So barring something miraculous, I think this game is going to be a 4K for Lynxie.
There we go.
A well-earned one at that.
A very, very solid performance by Lynxie. A lot of back and forth, controlling the playing field ever so slightly. As all the players, she's constantly getting the injuries going back and forth, able to finally pull it back with a solid 4K from 4 alive.
This match is a true exercise in patience. It went up to the 8-minute mark, and there was still the 3-gen up with the ruin. It was like, oh, this could be a very, very interesting match. It's going to last a while though, and it truly did. It lasted so long. But it certainly was not a bad match by any stretch of the imagination, and the no-ed was right there on the hill. Now she just waits because Tony could well have deliverance, which would mean that we end up with another minute of waiting around for no deliverance from Tony, and it looks to be that is a 4K from Lynxie in the first game of round 3.
And there we go. A very, very solid match by Team Kingdom.
Absolutely, Lynxie serenading us with the Wraith's bell of victory, bong bong, as she coasts into that 4K. What a match! What an absolute slog!
And I think that's the first time we've seen like a very successful 3-gen strategy there. Like she was defending the ruin totem, and they kept wanting to work on it over and over and over again, and defending, and they were truly terrified of working on the generator because they couldn't work on the gens because the totem was up at all times.
Absolutely.
So
I think it's not our first 3-gen because we had the one with the clown on the first day. But today, I think that's the first true 3-gen that we've had, I think, and it was spectacularly done by Lynxie. Right from the start of the match, she knew ruin, basement, everything she knew was all in the right place. And they had the perks for it. They had the Kuwait had the deliverance, Swit had the unbreakable. Swit with only 1,700 blood points, unfortunately, is the one who ended up on that first hook. But wow, that was never going to be a quick match. Was against all those medkits. You had to go through all the resources of making everybody heal, all the pallets, all the double jungle gem pallets. It was a real uphill battle for Lynxie, but between her sheer incredible patience and the Noed that came in at the end, it was a fantastic end result for Lynxie.
I think there's probably not a better way that she could have played it, because by ending the survivors, they were going to keep resetting by running to the shack over and over and over again. And the thing is they would constantly reset. After the first reset, she had a nice cue into being like, okay, they're all the way across the map. It would have been detrimental if she started defending those generators and the totem for a little bit longer, but she had a hint that they would be at the shack trying to get everyone at full health again. So that was a very great read into seeing what they would do, as they were playing it extremely safe. And I think that's ultimately what helped Lynxie push forward to be able to get the 4K. A solid brick and mortar just strategy to counter exactly what the quad was doing.
Absolutely. I think it's very excellent foresight of her to get that first basement hook with the ruin and just keep it there. Because as soon as we saw the writing on the wall, 3 gens, 1 ruin, 1 basement hook, it's like you gotta say there's something there you can do. And Lynxie just deciding, right, here's where I will draw the line. You go here, no further. Was a very smart choice. A lot of foresight. And the patience of being able to know you shouldn't commit until the medkit charges have been depleted, because every medkit there has 2 heals. So she has to keep getting a hit and leaving, keep getting a hit and leaving, just waiting until the medkit charges have all been used, and then they had to heal, do so in groups, do so do so collectively, so it forces them to get together, get off the gens that ruin the progress, and let her interrupt them. Because as soon as it was almost like, on a pool table when there's the triangle of balls at the start, and you shoot the keyboard into it and it goes across the table. That was what Lynxie did when they were resetting as a group together, just arriving at the group trio and just scattered. And as soon as that happened, you could tell that unless Lynxie fumbled the bag there, that game was kind of hers to lose, because it could it was a case of they couldn't heal, they couldn't do gens. Lynxie was disrupting them, getting them to not complete their heals properly. It was a very tumultuous affair they couldn't really come back from, even with the ruin gone.
As well as baiting them into making mistakes. When it came to going up and looping the coal tower, she was able to bait Swarm into dropping right on top of her. Even though there was a balanced landing in place, she was still able to get the down off on him, as well as standing still, making sure that there's no shimmer, and they walk right into her. I think she got a solid 1, 2, possibly even 3 hits off of that. That might have been they might have entirely need to go across the map just to deal with the mind games that they weren't expecting.
Absolutely. I didn't really know Lynxie as a Wraith player. I only really know her for her twins. But now after seeing that, maybe maybe she's picked the wrong killer, because she's certainly shown her skills at Wraith, and the persistence and the macro knowledge that it takes to be a very good Wraith against very good survivors with good perks and good items. She played a valiant game, and it paid off beautifully. And that was only with tier 2 ruin too. Imagine if that ruin had been tier 3. That would have been even more difficult to get through, even more pressure on the survivors as they were trying to constantly reset. It was quite the chore, but she earned that 4K up. I think we can safely say that. That was a well-earned 4K.
Say it was very difficult. If you didn't play like almost precisely like how she did, it very well could have turned into a 2K or even just a 3K. I think the only way out of that particular scenario was definitely, especially with the setup and the Wraith and everything, exhausting all the pallets, was to play just hardcore pressure and make them make mistakes, and then when they are down on the ground, try to capitalize, get the hooks, and get the kills off until endgame.
Yeah, maybe if the ruin had gone earlier, that would have been a bit of relief on them. But Lynxie was very good at just driving by, keeping the pressure on, and just constantly. I think there was 3 or 4 times she got the Swarm especially off of that ruin. And I guess we're moving into round 2 to see what Flowers does. So that is King, Paulie, Running Man, and Candy as Adam, Fengmin, Yoichi, and Yui respectively, rolling up against Kinetic Flowers' Spirit. Now that's going to be a match and a half.
Let's let's see. I think this is going to be, we've seen one spirit per day so far, so it'll be interesting to kind of like see how this pans out.
A spirit a day keeps the strider away. That's what they always say, or at least maybe they should. Any case, spirit loads in right at the start. Looks like the build actually. This is not the first use of Call of Brine we've seen, but it's the first time we've seen it on a spirit. So that's No Way Out, Call of Brine, Noed, and Corrupt Intervention. Early first chase with Paulie. That's an early injury state, which is fantastic. And that looks to be a very quick down on Paulie. A 30-second down. Start the match on Polyester.
And there we go. Deciding to slug and go for the king here. Does she hear him? Now he goes around the jungle gym and drops the pallet. And now here continues the chase. This is the double pallet, the infamous double pallet jungle gym, utilized so early, right as he does a little bit of a vault play. And he goes around. I think this will need to be kicked as this is a jungle gym. And she continues to do a phase off as the king connects into another jungle gym. Paulie does go down here, unfortunately. Going for the hook. I think this may be the first hook of the match. As they're pressuring the generators, there are two on at least 50% here. And it seems like the pressure is about even on the playing field.
Yeah. Paulie, unfortunately, give yourself over that missed skill check, but that's a Call of Brine proc on that generator. Let's see the progress evaporate.
And
because that's
the beauty.
The first hook at 5 gens and 1 gen's at 86. But let's see if. That was so nearly a grab.
Almost.
You could tell a brief stutter there as the grab validation almost pulled King off that gen straight away. That would have been a massive loss of pressure for Team Kingdom.
Now the king going to be utilizing this pallet, not only the pallet, but also the window vault there. And now here comes the unhook on Polyester with Running Man going the opposite direction. She seems to want to be doing a double dip play on Poly. There's no pallets here as they exhausted these really early into the match. But fortunately for them, they have also done 2 generators, so it's not always the end of the world here.
No borrowed time, no DS, so Paulie goes on to his second hook of the match. Let's see how this winds up. Because Running Man, everyone's returned to healthy, and looks like the gens aren't particularly progressed, so not going to wait to get a lot of Call of Brine value, but I guess we'll see. It's kind of
the cool thing about Call of Brine is that if someone hits a good skill check, it's not only a nice regression, it also tells you when someone's on it as well.
Yeah.
So getting procs and everything.
We don't see many info perks on in these tournaments. Mostly just been slowdown and occasionally like anti-healing or lethality perks. But a bit of info is very useful to have on top of a solid slowdown perk, and Candy hits the floor very, very quickly.
There we go. It looks like she'll have a lot of pressure on the board as Paulie is still on the hook, just getting hooked just now. I was a little bit worried that he'd actually go to be killed on the second there. Applying Call of Brine to this generator that was being worked on before. Let's see if Flower can hear if the Running Man progress on the generator and the building. Oh, it's time to break these pallets to be a little bit safe.
While we do, we can actually look at the Call of Brine progress, just eating that generator up. It's already gone from 55 to 45 that quickly. The gen has just evaporated under Call of Brine. And there's only tier 1 Call of Brine too. It's not even. It's not as strong as it could be, and that's indicative just how powerful that perk actually is.
Looks like there's been a lot of baiting around this building to try to scare the survivors to drop down as fast as possible. Maybe does she hear Running Man? Goes around the crates, and it seems like she's going to get a connection on a Yoichi as he goes out of the breakable wall area. Maybe she'll be able to hear him as she creeps towards him. Nope.
Oh, she has King.
For King. Yeah.
Crouching behind a rock. Oh, that Candy going second just as King arrives at the hook. That's so unfortunate. And maybe we get another. If we can get another down here, that might prevent a potential deliverance off of King and get a secure kill on Candy at the same time, which would be very, very impressive. But it looks like the sheer speed, initial distance is too much for Flowers to catch up. Oh, that's a That's an unlucky phase to her Running Man being on the receiving end of, because that is that gen going to get caught up Brian and another fresh hook onto Running Man.
And it seems like there are 2 survivors in Death Hook within the match, and I think this might be Running Man's first hook with a basement as well. Man, I'm curious to see if they actually might not go for a save here. Possibly. As it's a little bit risky, as I think Candy and Paulie, they are both on Death Hook, and I think all they need to do, all Team Kingdom needs to do to take this round is to get 1 escape. That's all they really need from this round, as Link, because of Lynxie's incredible performance from the previous round.
I'm looking into my crystal ball, and I'm going to guess that based on the fact that he's had it every other game so far, the King has got Deliverance, because he's had it every time. I'm looking into my crystal ball and I'm seeing it. Am I a wizard? Let us find out. This is how we prove, by the way, that magic is real. If I'm right and King has Deliverance, then magic is real, and I am a wizard. There's no other explanation. All right? We'll be making a mark of that now.
You're gonna be like a fortune teller. You know you'll be able to predict the future for everything in these matches.
Absolutely.
Will he have Deliverance? There's a possibility, but I'll be honest, if he had Deliverance, he probably would have used it already. I'm kind of curious if he's...
Running Man's not broken, he just Kobe'd. Running Man isn't broken with Deliverance, he just unhooked himself. What an absolute mastermind, I love it.
Oh, they might need to be letting the King go to struggle here.
Perhaps.
As the Spirit's presence was so close, as Candy was checking.
I guess I'm not a wizard. I guess magic is not real. I've been lied to, I suppose. I've been deceived. But on the bright side, they do unhook King after going second. And Running Man lying there on the floor, potentially with a DS in the chamber.
And this time around, Kingdom having a very solid performance, being able to go back and forth, roll with the punches, being absolutely resilient to going down and getting back up again. A good amount of teamwork coming from this team right here.
Yeah, takes a swipe at Paulie. It pulls a little bit too far away. Maybe, there we go. That is a nice quick down onto Paulie, who is unfortunately dead on hook. So, unless we can get some gen progress on the board, this is looking very not great for Team Kingdom.
Now, heading back to Running Man Slug, it seems like Flower is incredibly scared of the decisive strike.
Yes. Well, Running Man from the floor a little while now, so maybe DS is timed out. I guess we're about to find out when. I assume Running Man's about to get picked up. For a while, the Running Man did have Deliverance, but no, he's not broken. He just unhooked himself. So you know, I had to respect the grind set, nothing else. But that was still very. I was not prepared for that. Just someone just 4%. So that did buy the time for King and Candy to have a full reset. And I guess they'll probably split up on gens now. But neither of them are on gens at the moment.
Oh, she doesn't see the King there.
She does not know. She does not see our stealthing liege as she's too busy checking the gens. Whether the King can use this in some profitable way, maybe to get an unhook on Running Man. Maybe. Yeah, he's heading into the basement. Running Man is off the hook. But it looks like Spirit's going to be content going for the King, as he is dead on hook. And has currently unknown exhaustion perk. Might not even have one.
Oh, unless he has a balanced landing here, possibly.
I can see it.
Oh, there we go. There's the balanced landing. That's exactly what he needed.
Candy's on the gen. Does the King with Candy? There goes the King. Hits the floor, and is almost certainly gonna be very, very dead, which is unfortunate. But this now means I'm pretty sure the door is more or less closed on this game, with Candy and Running Man having to do 2 gens without great amount of gen progress on either one of the ones they're working on. It's not a great time to be Team Kingdom right now. Could scab a hatch escape though, wouldn't be the first time.
The hatch escape might actually make a huge difference here.
Because now it's spawned. So I imagine Running Man's going to get slugged while Flowers looks for the hatch, because I don't think Flowers is going to risk potentially Candy getting a hatch escape here. Not after how Alf got robbed last time.
And now going in the perfect area of where Candy is, but I'm not entirely sure she's able to hear her.
Candy the Locker Ninja once again. I'm having flashbacks over here.
The
This
right
is somewhat
survivor for
familiar.
the job.
Yeah. One with the trees. Candy is the Lorax and they speak for the trees. The trees say, "You can't find me." They're not very talkative, but no, this is good. This may take a while. The right play here for Flowers might just be to camp the hatch and just wait on top of it for Running Man to bleed out. That may actually be the play here.
That
Just-
actually, you might be right. Almost 100% there. I'm curious to see if the comms are able to get that read off on playing for the hatch here. The thing is that we got to hope that that Flower did not see the hatch on the hill.
Yeah.
So it all depends on if that's what they are going to plan to do. And also, Candy needs to find the hatch as well.
That is true. While it has spawned, I think Flowers found it. Oh, that's bad. Now Flowers doing it. Flowers just waiting on top of the hatch.
So there is a way to play this out. There's a way to escape through the doors, but you need to make it so that you get enough progress on the door to make it look like you weren't on it by making sure it doesn't light up and then going back and forth with it. We'll have to see if Candy knows how to do that tech.
Well, there is a minor problem with that. There is a little perk called No Way Out.
Oh, I see.
So if this hatch closes, I'm pretty sure Candy's just dead. Like, because Ken tries to open the door, No Way Out procs, letting the spirit know exactly where Candy is. And then the No-Ed, that'll just close the door on the match. So I don't really see a way in which Candy can pull this off, unless Candy was to somehow sneak round and get the pickup on Running Man, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think in the current stage, not knowing about No Way Out, I think the plan is for No One to bleed out, Candy try and go for the door, but No Way Out is going to potentially put a spanner in the works there. And I don't see a way in which Candy gets to make it out of this match, I'm afraid. It's very unfortunate, but that's how it goes.
And there we go. Looks
Yeah,
like she's going to be making her way to one of the doors, and she will be probably proccing the No Way Out very soon.
No, Candy's just still hiding. Candy's still just chilling. Maybe Candy can smell their doom and is just trying to waste time. I appreciate the gesture, Candy, but we're not paid by the hour. This will be. I don't think Candy is even trying for a door at this point. I think Candy is content to just wait this out. Unless... There's no key in play, so maybe Candy's trying to look at the basement for a key. Might try and get an escape through the hatch. Wouldn't be impossible. Because if Candy can smell a No Way Out, maybe doesn't want to go for a door, especially given the doors are quite close together and the spirit does have No-Ad. But the hatch is right in the middle of the doors. So that is nothing useful. I think Candy's just kind of accepted their death, I think, and is going to just run out and see what they can do. At least see if there might be a No Way Out active. Oh, they're just checking the door, checking the crates. Maybe they're just trying to see if there's a key. I saw momentarily the almost disbelief I can feel on Candy's face as there's not a key in that chest. Candy's only way to escape that match. After endgame collapse, rest in peace, Candy. That is a 4K at the long last for Flowers and for Team Swing. So. Wow, what a match.
Very crazy match. I think Candy played that quite well at the end there. Those were her only real 2 outs. If one of those chests did have a key, then she would have been able to make it through. But very unfortunate with the No Way Out. If the spirit didn't have a No Way Out, then it would probably be a possibility. They probably had a read on the No Way Out, and she would have had a chance to get through it. But there's this little bit of a mental mind game. Where they know what the other side is going to do, and they count it ahead of time. which is a little bit crazy. It's very in depth.
It's really funny. Sorry, I'm just laughing because yesterday I said, "Oh, what if they switched up the Delhi DS Unbreakable and put it on Paulie instead of King?" And they literally put it on Paulie instead of King, and it caught me out. That was actually pretty funny. So you know what? I had to respect it, Team Kingdom. If they're watching this VOD back, then you have my respect.
They're trying to throw off the other teams in case they do their research. They're like, "Ah, yes, he's right. The man, he's right. The fortune teller." But it's these past few matches have been very interesting, as like one side has a strategy and the other side counters it. They Running Man, they're doing this play where it's like we're gonna bleed Running Man out, and Candy is going to go for the hatch. But the Spirit's like, oh, I know they're going to try to bleed out, so they just need one escape in order to take this round. So I'm going to camp the hatch to counter that play, and then the doors are fine. And it's this constant back and forth with this. A lot of the battle is going on in the brain here when it comes to these two teams.
Absolutely, and it's unfortunate that both the No Way Out existing and the hatch rolling directly in the middle of both gates was exceptionally awkward for Team Kingdom there, because either those things weren't true, and Kingdom plunders a key, then the hatch becomes an option. But I think even if Kingdom snagged a key, the node was up, plus the hatch was in the middle of both doors. So Spirit can and was just camping the hatch, be able to see both doors, knowing No Way Out was there to protect them, and knowing there was no chance of getting a key escape either. Effectively, it was just a prolonged execution for poor Candy in the middle of all of that.
Well, Candy doing what she does best, able to survive until the end game there.
Yes.
But in all honesty, I think we've been seeing like almost like near perfect play for both killers for this round. Just solid counter pressure, making sure that they deny the ability for survivors to get space, or deny a certain survivor to get a hatch to take the entire round. It's very smart for everybody.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate also for Team Kingdom that Paulie, who happened to be the one with the Delhi DS Unbreakable, was the one that got hooked first. That was not a pleasant place to be in, being done you deliver its value completely, and also he didn't even get a chance to use the DS or the Unbreakable either, so all those perks sort of went to waste because he happened to be the first person who got hooked. But nevertheless, that was a valiant attempt by the Kingdom. It's kind of unclear how the game would have gone had the last gen pot, because the two endgame perks were still very frightening. But it's really impressive how much value the Spirit got out of just tier 1 Court of Brine. Like, because that perk's very innocuous. Like on its own, at tier 1, it's not that scary. It sort of exists. But it's surprising how much value the Spirit got, and it's hard to tell also from the commentator side how much aura reading value the Spirit got off of it, because it is hard to tell.
Yeah, I think you might be right about it, because even though like she was downing survivors, and it's just the sheer amount of kicking and controlling the area, there was at one point where it was that they popped a couple generators really quickly, and then it was at 2 generators for the rest of the match for I think like more than like half the match at that point, and the constant regression going from the 55 to 45, it just goes straight down to 0. At one point, there was like 0 progress on almost all the generators. One of them was on like 17. Something that was a little bit crazy that I saw was when they had people in the basement and they were able to get a quick recovery. The King goes for the save, and then it's almost looking like he's going to go down, especially since the Spirit is able to phase fast, gets the balanced landing plate, and goes off. They had this resilience of having 2 players going down, recovery, 2 players go down, recovery, and it felt like it was much very well executed as a way to try to get that one survive they needed.
Oh, absolutely. Do you think when going into round 2, Kingdom and Swing are going to have any particular killer bans in mind? Because I've noticed Lynxie has performed by far the best on Wraith, not just today, but also throughout the yesterday as well. So I'd be surprised now if Team Swing didn't ban Wraith for Lynxie. But throughout the whole of yesterday and also today, Flowers has played a pretty significant variety of different killers. So do we have any predictions as to what 2 bans Kingdom might be breaking out to try and limit the power of Flowers?
I'd
Flowers.
wonder if they didn't ban Wraith. I'd wonder if it'd be like some sort of mind game with Swing doesn't ban Wraith against Kingdom, because all you need to do is just bring a flashlight. You could predict one player has a flashlight or a flashbang. So in a way, if Lynxie is most comfortable on Wraith, then what Team Swing could do is they could bring a curveball. And I know something like flashbang plays can absolutely stun a Wraith in his path, and bring a single flashlight can stun a Wraith in his path as well. Remember, they will be locked into the characters when they're choosing. So I'm actually a little bit kind of curious if Swing will actually not ban Wraith. And as I know they've been bringing flashbangs in yesterday, I'd wonder if that's what they'd go for.
There's a real possibility that they try and counterpick the Wraith instead of banning it. Lynxie's played other killers. She's played Plague, she's played Bubba, and she's played Doctor. I don't think she's gotten more than 1 kill in any of those games. So there is potentially them just going, Wraith the killer she's most comfortable with, getting rid of that forces her on the back foot, maybe forcing her to play a killer she's not quite so happy on. Bubba would be potentially risky, because Bubba is such a good securer of kills, and all it takes is Flowers to make a couple of mistakes in their game, and Lynxie to get a couple of kills just face camping with Leatherface to potentially lose them around when they're otherwise tied. So maybe if they're comfortable, their ability to run a Wraith effectively, if they can build against it right, I could see a world where they don't ban Wraith, just to stop her from potentially going into a more safe and harder to counter pick that maybe she isn't comfortable with as a player, but also has a lower floor of failure compared to Wraith. Because Wraith games, if you make some early mistakes and they bring build against you, you could just completely crumble. There's a very good chance that your game just stops being effective because they have everything they need to stop you, especially if it's a good map too. Like, I don't want to be Lynxie if I've locked in Wraith and then I get sent to Blood Lodge. I don't want to be that person. Or like, what else was the Disturb Ward? That would also be horrible. Big open map with a strong main building. That sounds like hell for Wraith. There's a lot of ways
to like loop around. It almost feels like you'd probably need what's it called? Bamboozle or something. That's what a lot of players do to try to shut down those main buildings, or even like jungle gyms, so that they can't just loop it over and over and over again.
Yeah, you wouldn't know my secret favorite perk on Wraith on the rare occasion I play him. It's not on mobile, unfortunately, so unfortunately they can't use it. But it's coup de grace.
Oh, coup de grace. Yeah.
Yes, because the increased lunge range on Wraith plus the lunge range on coup de grace pretty much just gives you like a pig dash without having to wind it up.
Yeah,
it's very very useful, because you can basically play pallets that normally an M1 killer has no good sense in playing. And if only mobile had the twins, if only mobile had coup de grace, because then we'd be gaming. But sadly for myself and for Lynxie, mobile does not have twins yet. Feels bad.
That would make for some crazy plays, especially around pallets and such as well.
Absolutely. Oh no, I said it. I said Blood Lodge, and now Lynxie's on Blood Lodge. Oh, this is unfortunate for potentially a stealth killer enjoyer. Let's see what gets picked.
Especially with such a big open area.
Oh, looks like someone's a wizard who isn't me.
And now I'm being kind of curious to see if Team Swing is going to bring some maybe flashlights, maybe some flashbangs to do a counter strategy.
I could see it. Well, it's a nice early hit thanks to Lethal Pursuer on Quiet there. Quiet hesitating to leave Shack. This could be that is the fastest Shack pallet in the West. Out and down instantly within 30 seconds of the match starting. Shack pallet already gone. That's a very powerful start for Lynxie.
I think prioritizing not getting the first down is very important to this team at the current moment. And Kawhi does go down, and is that the Ruin Totem? That is the Ruin Totem in play, so it looks like we probably won't be getting a repeat of what happened last game.
Yeah, Ruin's already been nuked. Although, that is at the cost of much gen progress, because this is first hook with no gen above half, which is a really excellent start for an M1 killer who's not great in chase. I guess we'll have to see what value she can get out of just kicking gens until the cows come home.
And now heading straight into the killer shack, there's Tony Duff, but she does not seem to see him. Wants to probably secure this kill on Kuwait. And now it seems like they have a read that she's doing a little bit of camping, and they have 3 different players on different gens as she starts chasing Swarm, kicking him off.
There's going to be some risky gens to protect though, with the shack gen being kind of within touch distance of the Wraith, and the gen by the hook definitely very risky. Surprised not doing gens a bit further away, because I just realised that gen spread. That's a really bad gen spread for Lexi. Look how far away those gens are.
Yeah, it's crazy.
This map is gigantic.
It's almost like Fortnite. It's like a Fortnite map. Oh, it's huge. And now
Nice.
it looks like Swear's going to be going for a save on Kuwait. Will they be using this pallet here, creating it a little bit? Oh, the mind game! Whoa! What is happening?
Probably borrowed time here. Just trying to bait dead hard, but Lynxie is disciplined. Oh, and there's the dead hard. Unfortunate. Well, if that big farms would in fact imply a deliverance from Swert, that will be available now that the unhook was considered safe by the game.
Now,
Let's see. Oh, I thought she was going to miss that hit on Donny, but she did pull it off. But back to picking Swert up. So I think she's pressure kind of starting to evaporate here, but she's got some injuries and Kuwait's on their own.
we're going to be dropping this pallet here, playing it quite safe. Really wants to go for Kawhi.
Excellent chaser take, given that Kuwait is used the exhaustion perk and has already been hooked.
Wow. That's a nice fake from the window. And now we're on this LT wall. This is not quite a Macmillan loop, as this is a little bit tighter, and this is a more survivor oriented.
Oh, good old back from Lynxie gets the down on Kuwait there.
There we go. And then it looks like it will be the second hook for Kawhi. A trade for 2 generators on the board. With a generator on 80%, seems like progress seems to be nice, a little bit and steady. Does not want to chase the bus, as the bus is a very scary place due to the window and pallet that's around their area. And it looks like she really just wants to get this kill off.
Yeah, absolutely. Swert is a dangerous chase to take because of the presence of Deliverance. That's likely, given the how aggressively Swert unhooked in Lynxie's face, and it's here for the unhook again. Maybe BT as well. I guess we'll see.
It looks like they really want to go for the save here. Swert very likely having borrowed time. This is Lori. She's always had the borrowed time in previous matches. Very likely so. Can she bait an M1 out of Lynxie?
Lynxie playing the grab game.
Oh. Oh. There we go.
Gets the M1 off. Judging by the fact that she's trying to take a hit. Yeah, there's the BT gone. So what does she do? I assume she's going to go for Swert here, given... Sorry, she's going to go for Quiet here, given that Quiet has had the BT procced and isn't the presumably Deliverance haver, who's been very aggressive with the unhooks with BT and everything.
I mean, continuing at the bus with Kawhi, trying to see if she can secure the kill on him.
Oh.
Unfortunately, getting the bus pallet thrown in her face, going to have to go around as Kawhi is going to be trying to connect another pallet that's close by. She is the only one on death hook. It looks like she will be able to make this pallet. Lynxie has the read that she'll be able to make this.
She's in the pallet, but unfortunately Kawhi's holding W. Well, but there's no keyboard here, but holding W in spirit.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate 5th gen pop. Nomad is now active.
And it seems like that shack pallet at the start of the match was a shack pallet well spent, as it seems like only Kawhi has 2 hooks on the plate, perfectly playing this window here.
I think he's swinging very aggressively, which is given dead hard is a little surprising actually. They're opening up. I think they might just take the 3 out here, given the presence of Noah and the fact that Kawhi's dead on hook.
I mean, very likely.
Yeah, they're
And
just...
that should be a solid 3 points on the board for Team Swing.
Absolutely.
Very, very confident. Going in, not even banning the Wraith.
Yeah, they clearly had no fear, and the lack of fear was clearly justified. Blood Lodge, a very unfortunate map for Wraith due to the large size and visibility, meaning the stealth is pretty low value. I wonder what killer Team Swing is going to be taking Blood Lodge.
It'd be very interesting to see what they partake in. And it seems like Lori with all the Bard Time, Deliverance, DS, Sprint Burst, all the solid perks, and then you have the Unbreakable on Kawhi. Kawhi was able to stall out the match quite well for the team there as well.
Like, Lynxie in theory picked her tunnel target well as the person who didn't have decisive, but in practice, dealing with the Dead Hard in the chase alongside Swirt's raw aggression, like constantly Swirt was at the hook ready to try and get that BT, and then the impatience of swinging into the attempted grab game. That was what really cost her. Maybe if Swirt had gotten grabbed and then she drops and just secures the kill on Kawhi, who didn't have a lot of time left on the second stage, was about to die. That match could have gone very differently, but it was unfortunate that the grab game didn't quite go the way Lynxie had wanted.
Yeah, it's a little it's like a breadcrumb trail, just like the hook. When Kuwait got unhooked, there was a couple body blocks. I think Swarm and I think Tony were around to try to prevent Lynxie from getting a follow-up hit, forcing her to re-cloak, allowing Kuwait to get that distance to make it to the pallet and able to make it so that she could not get the final down off. That was overall like the determining factor, is the fact that she just barely needs to get one single hit off on Kuwait to be able to get the conversion on him. Very difficult match.
Yeah, absolutely. It was hard to say what the other survivors were, because Lynxie only really had 2 survivors in her match most of that game. Tony the Duff and who else was it? Swarm. It was just being gen warriors. Like, Swift was all they needed to secure the unhook safely with borrowed time, so there was kind of no reason to get off the gens. That's all they really needed to do. Lynxie only had eyes for Kawhi, Swift only had eyes for Kawhi, so the other two just slamming out the gens. Maybe not an exciting match for those two, didn't really do a lot other than just land some skill checks, but nevertheless, they provided an admirable amount of effort and didn't waste time, which is the big thing when you got to deal with when you got to deal with a killer who's camping aggressively like that.
That's like the perfect case scenario. Typically, for a lot of teams, having 2 people working on generators and 2 people keeping the killer occupied, and that's how you get like a most maximization. It seems like that's the type of setup that they had, in order to be able to keep progressing the game and make sure that it doesn't ever get to a slow halt. So that they can push all the way to the end and get the exit gates open, and that's how they got the 3 survival conversion here.
Yes, it was. I think the choice of Blood Lodge as a map very, very unlucky for Lynxie. But what do you reckon we're going to see Team Swing bring as a killer to Blood Lodge? Do you reckon we're going to see another Billy?
Yeah.
Billy seems very strong on Blood Lodge. Yeah, Blood Lodge is a very good map for Billy.
I'd imagine Billy. Unless it gets banned. But I'm not so sure if Team Swing has played Billy yet, so I'm not sure. It would all depend on Kingdom's band, but I would probably say Billy.
Yeah, Billy's a very likely pick, I think. In the event of a Billy ban, I think Oni wouldn't be surprising for a similar reason. Got that open spaces, something that Oni very much thrives in, or even a Huntress.
Possibly.
Again, it depends if Flowers thinks they're confident to Huntress. Because you never know, maybe they're a secretly cracked Huntress, which haven't seen yet because the maps haven't favoured the Huntress. But I think now it was a non-zero chance. Because this is old Blood Lodge too, where the collisions are more forgiving, the loops are super low. Huntress would not be impossible right now. I could 100% see it.
It all depends on how confident they are on being able to land their hatchets.
Absolutely.
She does take a lot of practice on mobile.
Indeed she does. Or we could potentially even, if we're getting very spicy, see a Trickster. Our first Trickster.
We had to see about that.
Yeah, that would be a bold choice for sure, but a welcome one. I'd be very happy to see someone go, no fear, it's Trickster time. Because the thing is, one thing Tricksters are very, very good at, that this tournament's been about a lot extensively, is camping. So like, being camped by a Huntress is bad. being camped by a trickster means you are dead. it's very very simple. You just are killed. You cease to be.
I honestly think when it comes to Trickster, a lot of these teams are probably very scared of Trickster because they're probably afraid of this type of recoil that Trickster has. Because he goes, the recoil is a zigzag pattern that's very difficult to control. But imagine on mobile, they have to take into account that you're using your fingers. So maybe the recoil is like almost non-existent. Maybe Trickster is actually pretty good. The only thing you have to worry about, yeah, is it's like jungle gyms and such. But on a map like Blood Lodge, the low loops, might be a possibility that he actually might be good.
Yeah, I think aside from Rotten Fields being the other big open map that's in the rotation, I can't think of a map that would be better to see a Trickster on that's in the like collection that's playable in the tournament.
The Blood Lodge or Rotten Fields, those two.
Yeah,
for sure.
those two are the best, I think.
It seems to be a scary pick for the teams so far.
Absolutely. Although, put my sadistic side, I'd be like, go on, play him on Haddonfield. Go on, play him on Haddonfield.
Oh my goodness.
Although, I appreciate whoever's doing that isn't signing up for any more tournaments, probably ever, if they're doing that, because it'll be a traumatizing experience for everybody concerned.
But we love Haddonfield. Let's go to Haddonfield. Everyone, this is the reason why they call it Haddon Fun, because everyone has fun.
Yes, it's the most funnest map in the whole game. It's everyone's favorite.
It's just it's the Garden of Joy as well.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah. Ignore Badham's name. That name isn't relevant at all. No, it's named after ham, because ham's good. We like ham. Ham is tasty.
Absolutely.
Certainly isn't the worst place in the entire universe. But
it's not like they have like 4 giant buildings. That's like the school on the shag, and the double stack basement building, and the double stack upper stack building.
Yeah, so remember killers, if you're watching this, if your survivors send you to Badham, which they'll do a lot because they're very generous people, thank them in the end game chat, or even thank them in game by standing in front of their hook and not moving for 2 minutes. I'm sure they'll appreciate the intimacy after being so kind as to send you to Badham. They'll really appreciate it.
I don't think Badham's in the tournament right here, is it?
It's not, and I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure our killers are quite thankful for that.
Because I'd imagine they'd be like, "Oh, a ban on Haddonfield. Let's go to Badham Preschool." It's like, okay, like no, okay, never mind. Ban on Badham Preschool. Let's go to Haddonfield. It's like, oh my goodness.
Well, that's actually why I'm surprised we haven't seen any Disturbed Ward yet, because Disturbed Ward is exactly that kind of map where it's like, oh, you go there, you're just going to suffer, but you have to ban Haddonfield, or else they'll send you there.
Yeah,
so
it's like you asked for this, you didn't ban this map, you wanted to come here.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not seeing more Disturbed Ward, because that's a map that is very brutal for killer. Let's see who's being played. It's Billy.
Yeah.
It's Billy. Wow. I'm surprised. You called it, but I'm surprised they let Billy through. I really am surprised that Billy got let through in this pick.
Oh my goodness.
So who did they ban then? Did they ban Huntress?
I don't know. There's no way. There's no way.
Could have banned Nurse, perhaps? Please, sorry. I know people watching this lot back. If you guys ban Trickster, I love you. if you ban Trickster, I will send you a basket of puppies. Because that is the display of no fear. If you ban Trickster, that is like, do what you will to me, we have already won. It's the scene in Predator where they like cut the chastity.
Yeah.
That is a very quick little pursuer. Poorly slow vaulting the window in response to exert dominance.
There is the Billy Curves coming in play for that nice fast down. He wants to go for more. He's out for blood. Running Man is on the table with a pallet dropped and broken immediately.
Yeah, that's the add-on combo of Dad's Boots and Carburetor Tuning Guide. So that's going to be a that's a really nice add-on combination. It's kind of like, it's Crack Billy but slower.
But still pretty good nonetheless.
Yeah,
he gets his second down here.
Is it? Oh, that's an unbreakable from Paulie. That's an unbreakable from Paulie.
That's a very early use.
Excellent relief of pressure, but it also means that slugging later is done largely without risk.
And hopefully Flower has paid attention to that, as there won't be needing to be any worry for an unbreakable play coming in for a slug if that happens to be on the table.
Yeah, it looks like first gens and pop with corrupt still available, but with no bamboozle, that could be an interesting choice. Although this map is pretty light on windows, with only I think we one in main building and then the one in shack and one at the bus. Bamboozle is not a perk that there's a lot of. You've got a value for on this map, so I can see why Flower wouldn't be packing it if his team knew they were going to try to go to Blood Lodge.
Yeah. Seems like he's doing the strategy where he wants to make sure that nobody goes for the save. He wants to make sure that they fear his chainsaw here. And it seems like the survivors get the memo and are working on generators across the map to be able to try to power the generators as fast as possible.
Oh!
So, 4%?
Yeah, because again, no deliverance. There's no broken. And it's the first hook too.
Goodness.
Is this running man second 4% of the day? This man is like, I don't know, done a favor for a leprechaun or something, because he's so impossibly lucky today. 2 4% in a row. Jesus.
Incredible.
Flower being aggressive with the chainsaw use, but not actually getting anything out of it yet.
Mind gaming polyester here. Oh, unfortunately, getting a little bit of a hit right into the wall. A quick recovery into an overheat. A little bit unfortunate for Hillbilly as he has to deal with that. Going to be chasing polyester around this pallet here.
Oh, I thought I was going to be a hit for a second, but no, Paulie got stunned first.
Good old-fashioned flip-flop pallet kick. Going to be trying to mind game Polly around this wall here.
Not
trying
quite.
to rely heavily on those turns.
That's 3 gens completed for the first down. What was an excellent start for Flowers is starting to slip through their fingers a little bit, but remember they only need 1 kill. They only need 2 kills to beat Lynxie for this round. Oh, that was a brutal hit onto Paulie there. Very, very sharp turn angle. And notably, because Running Man seemed to have unhooked himself, that suggests that there's no deliverance, because Paulie is... no one has unhooked anybody yet, so if Paulie's got deliverance, he's not going to be able to use it.
And here's something that was peculiar. When he got the unhook playoff, Candy and the King were working on a generator. It's almost as if they predicted, you know what, you're going to get the 4%. And now trying to hover around the hook as they're paranoid that someone might be trying to go for the save here. And there's 1 generator left with it on 97. It looks like it is about to pop, and there we go. Exits are powered.
Let's see if anyone has a no way out test. I can we see the NOAA total here from our perspective as commentator people? Can we see the NOAA? I can't see it. I don't know if we see it.
I don't... Yeah, it's a little bit out of sight, out of mind for the time being.
That's not it. That's not it. No, this is the aura. No way out has been used up, it seems, because it was only tier one no way out with only two stacks.
Seem to really want to get Polly's full kill with the NOED. They are terrified, as a lot of these builds have been using NOED, and they're probably really scared of this ability here.
When they start that door, and Billy's on his way to King and Candy. Oh, is King gonna get sniped? Oh, King gets sniped from across the map, and Pauly's like to die on that hook too, unless something miraculous is about to happen. I'm pretty sure that's the Flower should be able to confirm 2 kills off of this.
A perfectly timed chainsaw snipe leading into Flower's second hook, or a second lead up to a second kill.
All Flower needs to do now is literally just camp the hook, and guarantees the victory over Lynxie if the others can't get the save. I think Flowers has realised that and is hanging around. And here can you see the insane turn rate that that mobile allows, because look how long this change has been going on for. And this is with 1 yellow turn rate add-on, nothing special.
I'm curious
I
if
think Candy's about to...
there'll be a conversion with Candy here. Able to get her down as King gets unhooked. He wants to get the 3K here. He wants to go for all in.
Man's getting greedy, and I have a lot of respect for it. King pre-drops the shack pallet, very advisable at this stage. Could the greed backfire? could the green potentially backfire? No, he's going back to check on his down, and Running Man's caught with his pants down.
Wow.
Oh, and with the Unbreakable used up from Paulie, does Flower take the risk of slugging for the 4K? I don't think he does. He's content to take his 3.
Wants to make sure to at least have a little bit of security with this play here by making sure to get a hook on Candy, trying to pull the king in, and maybe even what it looks like possibly setting up a 4K here.
Would be very impressive.
At one point, there were 2 players at the door, and it seems like this 4K could possibly be handed to him on a silver platter very soon.
I guess we'll see.
Bring around to see wherever the king is at. It seems like he's going to
Unhook.
get 4K unhook here.
I have a lot of respect for Flower because Flowers could just literally camp the first hook he gets and secure the 2K and win the round. But I like that he's playing properly to keep the game going for as to get as many kills as possible. If nothing else, just for the joy of it,
There we go.
just for having fun with it.
It's like a very organic way, especially on such like on a Blood Lodge. This is like Billy's playground in a way, where it's just nice out and open. You get to see people and try to go for snipes.
Clearly having fun with the match, and that's ultimately the deal, really. Oh, big dead hard from Running Man doesn't quite get into the hook, and with Candy in the open, I think that could be a if Billy hits the chainsaw here, it could be a surprise 4K out of nowhere. And Candy gets the chainsaw to the back of the head, and that looks like it's going to be the 4K for Team Swing's beloved Flower.
And what was looking like to be at first a 2K only, it looks like a straight up conversion to a 4K, being able to pull it through all the way at the end. Wow, that's insane. That little bit of a comeback is like a little bit of a back and forth. They got a little bit greedy trying to go for Candy's unhooked. And,
Absolutely.
yeah, very solid play.
I can see why though, because they needed to make sure that Flower only got 1 kill, so they don't lose round 2. Because obviously the round 1 was a tie, so they needed to get the win round 2 in order to not have to play an overtime match. So they could also win round 3. Yeah, that was a hell of a game. It could very easily have that was a match that could have gone either way for a long time. The unbreakable play from Paulie was excellent at relieving the killer's pressure.
And something that can't be understated is the fact when he went for the chainsaw at the perfect time so that Paulie would die on the hook, and then getting the cross map. So that timing, everything fell perfectly right into place for the setup for the 2K, at first a 2K, then into a 4K.
Yeah, if that chainsaw hadn't hit the king, or worse, if it hadn't hit the king and then Candy or Running Man gets the unhook on Paulie, that would have been an unmitigated disaster for Flowers. But took the risk to try and get the win rather than the tie in round 2, and that was an excellent call because it turned out to get that win. It was spectacular.
Seemed I think this was a good match that demonstrated like high risk, high reward. Leaving the hook there, there's a chance that someone will go for the unhook, but I think it's worth it to try to go for something out in the open. Gets rewarded for a high risk play, gets the down, and then when it comes to the 2 people alive, gets rewarded. It turns looking like a 2K, turns straight into a 4K. One tiny little risk turns into a butterfly effect, and there we go.
Absolutely, and it looks like in round 3, Team Kingdom will be fighting for their lives because they need to if they can secure a win, they end up in overtime. We get a 4th match out of today, but it doesn't look like it doesn't look like Team Spain's gonna let that happen easily. Do you reckon? Do you reckon that we're going to see a potential Billy ban for round 3 now that Flowers demonstrated their ability to play Billy well?
Possibly. With how comfortable he's been playing on Billy, he's been doing very consistently. It's those curves. He's had enough experience from what it looks like to be able to get the most potential out of the matches he's been having on him. So yeah, I'd imagine so. There could possibly be a ban coming out.
Yeah. Lynxie's probably feeling like kicking herself a little bit, not putting out a map ban for Blood Lodge there, because that must have been gutting. I can imagine she probably banned, I don't know, Disturb Ward and Haddonfield, or like really Rotten Fields and Haddonfield, and then ended up just tasting Blood Lodge, which is not a pleasant place to be if you're playing the funny Ghost Man. But do you reckon that's a mistake? Do you reckon that trick's going to work twice? Do you reckon the taking them to taking them to a specifically anti-Wraith map, and then leaving Wraith open for Lynxie to pick is going to be a strategy they're going to try again? Because there is an option for it.
It's a big possibility. I think so. I think Team Swing is very likely just gonna be like, you know what, you can play Wraith. But it all depends. I think I'm confident that Lynxie will be able to probably pull it through after the first round performance. I believe that she'll probably be able to get a 4K, but it's just going to be taking a lot of back and forth. I feel like it might prove to be a little bit difficult. As the first match, I think the first match took 19 minutes of back and forth through each end. Yeah. So I believe that she can do it. It's just going to take a little bit.
Yeah. I think there's one map we need to worry about for Lynxie though. One map that she's, I think, dreading, even if she does ban Blood Lodge and Disturb Ward and Haddonfield. There's one map that she needs to really fear. And the map is Rotten Fields. Because that's a similarly open map with the corner that can give away your presence, and with the right RNG, that map can be incredibly stacked for Survivor. So, especially if they don't ban Billy or some other killer who can really enjoy the open space, leaving Rotten Fields open and then getting Rotten Fields when you're playing Wraith could be very, very backbreaking for you as killer. Especially if the killer gets picked that's good on Rotten Fields.
The only issue with choosing a Rotten Fields is that I think Flower has proven that he's comfortable with mobility killers. I'm not sure. Have we seen Flower play Spirit before?
We might have done. I think we have.
So,
I'm not completely sure, but I think we've seen Flower play Spirit.
Yeah. Sorry.
Actually, that was first round, wasn't it? On Coal Tower. That was Flower, wasn't it? Was that a previous round? I think that was Flower.
Possibly. I think so.
Yeah, I think Flower plays Spirit. Yeah.
The thing is that if you leave Rotten Fields on the table, then a killer like Billy, we know they haven't banned Billy yet, will be an absolute monster on Rotten Fields. If you let Rotten Fields go under the table, you're almost guaranteed you probably will have to be banning Billy, because he's free reign. There's no jungle gyms to stop him.
Absolutely. So I could see Lynxie's map bans being Ward, Haddonfield, Blood Lodge, and then banning Billy to make Rotten Fields a more awkward map. Because without Billy, Rotten Fields, the killers you can really use Rotten Fields well are like Huntress and Nurse, and that's kind of it. Maybe Spirit. But there aren't many other killers who can really use Rotten Fields well. Whereas forcing Flowers onto a killer like McPlague, another killer that Flowers has played, with a Billy ban and and if they end up on Rotten Fields, would be very favorable. It wouldn't necessarily be favorable for Lynxie because she still has to play Rotten Fields as probably Wraith, but it would certainly level the disadvantage a little bit that would come from playing Wraith on a bad map for Wraith.
I feel like we're gonna probably have to see. I think when it goes into this next match, do you think that what's it called? Lynxie is going to choose a different killer other than Wraith due to the previous match, or do you think she's going to be sticking with it?
I think it'll depend on whether she feels comfortable with other killers. I'm not sure, because the only killer that we've seen her do really well on is Wraith. She's got 2 4Ks with Wraith, and I don't think has gotten any more than 1 kill with any other killer. She got, I think, one with Doctor, 1 with Bubba, and I think 0 with Plague. So she's not shown to be comfortable with a lot of these other killers, so Wraith might be the one she just goes for, like her staple. Where she ran Wraith back the first time. Maybe there'll be a surprise pick or something. Maybe we'll see, I don't know, a Freddy or a Maya or something like that out of Lynxie.
Or maybe she's going to go on the Billy train and the Billy
maybe she'll go. She before Twins came out, she was a Billy player, so it would not actually surprise me if she went on. She joined. Got on her Billy grinds out like everybody else seems to be doing these days.
I honestly don't think Swing is going to be banning Billy against her, because like we've never seen her play Billy. She's likely going to not play him. So you know what? We're going to leave Billy out on the table, and then maybe she's like, you know what? Flower did really good with Billy. Alf did good with Billy, and who else? It was Lonely did great with Billy.
Yeah,
You know what?
Lonely's really good at Billy. Just get everyone playing Billy. We're gonna
Everyone's playing Billy. I should do it too. You know what?
Yeah,
Maybe-
it'll be like second weekend. It's gonna be Billy Bowl. Everyone just playing Billy. Like it would be a question of like which team is best. It'd just be which Billy is best, and which Billy add-on combo is the one I want to go for. Because you've had Lonely used Crack Billy, Alf used Double Turn Rate, Flowers used I think it was Carburetor Tuning Guide plus Turn Rate, and I don't know. Lixie runs speed limits, or I don't know. I'm just making up as we go along. No, that would be. I'm sure people would tune in to watch next week's Billy Bowl.
Yeah, it's like it's like the freaking the Jedi versus the stormtroopers are gonna be like back and forth, like the quad Billy war.
Yeah, the
It's
Omni Billy.
Yeah, the Omni Billy. Yeah.
Although, actually, here's a question: are any indoor maps in the rotation? Because if there are, that could be a surprise pocket pick for Wraith that would also kind of cripple a Billy. So I could see Team Kingdom leaving Billy unbanned if they're planning on trying to go to an indoor map. Like I don't know if Larry's is available. If Larry's is available, then suddenly Lixie playing Wraith on Larry's and then having to play Billy on Larry's, aka playing a killer with no power because you're playing Billy on Larry's. That could. I don't know if I didn't see it, so I don't believe Larry's is on there. But if it was, that would have been an excellent idea. But I don't think it is. I don't think it is. So
I think the closest thing that we've got is Haddonfield, to be honest, as an indoor map, because we don't have
Honestly,
the game. Yeah.
Honestly, if I was Lynxie and I was dead set on playing Wraith, I'd probably try and actively push for Haddonfield. But at that point, because Haddonfield not only is like possible for Wraith, one of the better killers you can play on Haddonfield, because you'll hit and run, lots of line sight blockers that he can use to get jump on survivors, but also that could make playing Billy really awkward. That could make playing Billy very, very awkward. Or even Spirit. Like, Spirit less so, but definitely Billy would have a real hard time on Haddonfield compared to a Wraith.
It might be a good pick, but the only thing is those windows. The good thing about Wraith is that you'll be able to sneak up and get to the survivors, but you're going to get a lot of your M1 hits from survivors falling down from height because of the stagger effect. The issue is I feel like all our killer players are scared of Haddonfield just because of like the Myers window by basement or the double window on the double stack house. It's just mostly that. So yeah, I'd be Wraith is great at catching people off guard to make sure that she can get hits off with stagger, but I'm not entirely sure if we're going to be seeing it again. But
no. It would also be a massive gamble, because what if you let Haddonfield through and then they ban Wraith? Like, then you're just like, guess I'm playing Doctor? Based on her recent killer pool? Or you have to, like, panic flex to Ghostface or Myers to try and do something? Or Hag, even? God forbid Lynxie plays Hag. I know her opinions on Hag are not the best. I know even suggesting that I play Hag, I'll be getting a DM from her in about 2 hours' time, being like, "Hey, Will, why did you suggest that I play Hag?" And I'll be like, "No, you have to. You got to do it now. I said so." But no, it's yeah, it's the map selection when you're playing a stealth killer as your primary killer, and the enemy team has shown already that they're capable of kind of working around it, of knowing that you're playing Wraith and picking maps to screw you over. That is a real nightmare situation for someone like Lynxie to be in, because then she either has to run the risk of potentially being put on a map that's just hell for her, but good for the killer that Swing wants to play, or just ending up on a not having to play the killer you want to play. Suffocation Pit. Okay, just check by the way, there is no indoor maps. there's no Larry's. So sad.
I ran to Abattoir a little bit, but not entirely.
Yeah. Suffocation Pit seems like a decent map, and it seems like the kind of map that anyone could do decently on. Lynxie's gone Bubba. I said that. I said, oh yeah, it's one that any killer could be decent on, and then Bubba, like the one killer out of the lot that's on mobile, I think, who would really struggle. Apart from maybe Billy himself on Suffocation Pit, because the map has so many good windows.
Yeah, and the center, the 5 jungle gyms. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so that's Corrupt, Ruin, Lethal, and Nowhere on Bubba with double chilies.
Right. So let's see if that chainsaw will be able to prove to be useful here.
Just Go for the window to conserve the chainsaw charges.
Running around this window loop right here at the building, and it looks like Kuwait's going to get the follow-up through the center, and it looks like the pallet at the Jenny's might be used soon? Nah. Going to be taking a little bit of a risk of going for the window vaults here.
Oh, barely avoids the tantrum. Twice, actually, barely avoiding the tantrum.
Making it a little bit tricky to actually get those the window, the turns off on the mobile, proving it to be a little bit difficult to try to go around there.
Yeah.
Transitioning onto Swirt, that's at a pallet loop here. As Ori does go down.
Swirt greeds and is punished for it very, 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 very hard. That is a brutally quick first down. And let's see Lynxie's gen spread when the hook takes place. We've got one there. Unfortunately, this side of the map has a not great gen spread for Lynxie to protect. Although the ruin is still up.
Similar situation to Blood Lodge, it seems.
Yeah.
Very far gens spread out.
That's very unfortunate. And also, importantly, I can't see where the ruin is, which means that if I can't see it, the fighters probably can't see it either. Which is alright, I suppose, for Lynxie, but that'll be rather challenging if she can't pressure them off of gens quickly. That corner gen, that's, I think it's Swarm and, that Kuwait's on, if Lynxie can't get them off that gen, I don't see a path to her winning that match. I don't see it.
There's a possibility that she could be trying to go for making sure that Squirt dies and then going for a 180 comeback miracle, but we'll have to see how that pans out.
I could see it, but also that since there's no way out or anything, I worry that would just result in maybe like a 2k, and that right now is not what Kingdom needs. Maybe she should just secure second stage before she starts pressuring people off gens, but
does she see Tony?
Kuwait's gen's probably about to go, and that's quite frightening.
And she seems to be chasing Tony away from the hook, and he does seem to be scared as Bubba has a multi-hit down chainsaw. Going to be chasing Swarm now around the pallet. Does she get the connection off?
Oh, good stun from Swarm there. But that is a pallet used, and let's see how gen's got. Breaks the pallet. I assume they're going to go for the unhook round right now if they can try and do it at all. They're on another close by gen. Could Lynxie maybe transition to a 3G on the other side of the map? I think there is one.
Likely.
No. There's one in the middle, and then two on either side. So that's a really hard gen spread for Lynxie to effectively defend, even if she can get Swirt dead on this hook.
The Corrupt Dimension would have guaranteed her that, as they likely wouldn't be working on it, because the Corrupt Dimension forces them to come closer to her in this situation.
Yep. That's Swirt dead on first, and let's see what her plan is going forward. Is she going to chase with Swarm, or is she going to try and pressure the other gens? So she's taking a chase at main building with Swarm.
And then as she goes through the doorway, Swarm has a couple windows here, but I think some of the pallets may have been used already.
Yeah, that one's already gone.
This area is getting a little bit dry as Lynxie does get a little bit closer. A chainsaw play does seem to be in order if she can mind game around the loop. Unfortunately gets tantrumed at the main building there. A little bit of unfortunate timing on that.
So sad. Now let's see if she chooses to commit to Suffocation Pit main with its two windows of moderate discomfort, or chooses to just drop chase and try and find somebody else.
Now, continuing to chase Swarm as he vaults the window there, going to be able to get him right on the spool on the tree there.
Swarm ends up eating the back rev and ends up. Is there a basement hook here, or is it on Shaq's side?
Oh, I think it's on Shaq's side likely.
That's unfortunate for Lynxie, but that's pretty much she's going next time to get the other two off of the gens, so maybe we'll see some extra pressure retained. If she can get in a chase with somebody, get in a chase with maybe Kuwait, who's on the more progressed gen, I think, we could end up in a situation where if she can get down fast enough to force a cessation of progress on generators really down quickly, especially because the side is lacking in windows compared to the building side. There's only one window there.
She's been doing a very good job at making sure to not try to get any chases within the center jungle gyms, as those could be a massive time sink. It seems like she has a hint on Tony going for Swarms on hook. Maybe she will get a double down here as she starts tailing.
Ooh, that was not a time you want to be tantruming, I'm afraid. That's so sad. Crucially though, Ruin's set up, and Tony getting forced off his gen means Ruin is eating some progress up a little bit.
Continuing to chase Tony around this pallet here as he plays it a little bit safe and tries to bring her towards the center jungle gyms. Will she chase around these LT walls and single jungle pallets?
Well, there's the ruin there, so that's kind of bad for Lynxie. But light has now been used, meaning there's no chance of dead hard or anything from Tony. Oh,
Right.
hammering that window ledge there. Not a pleasant thing to have to do, but Kuwait's forced off the gen.
Making a good decision to not chase within those jungle gyms, as that would probably be the rest of the generators popping. Now continuing this chase on Kawhi, who seems to be trying to go around the window, and it looks like he's probably going to be able to make this, and she might try to do a mind game. There we go, there's the mind game, and I'm assuming the shack pallet's probably going to go down here. Nope, a little bit of a greedy play by Meg there.
Going for the mother. Is it the millie? But it's a mother. It's a mother.
Yeah,
it's a mother. I'm sorry that my vernacular has like seeped down into this chat, guys. I'm sorry, but we're Lynxie's in chase of the swarm now. The pallet has been used up. Last gen is at 2/3, and Ruin is still active to eat the progress. But Tony doesn't know where it is. Tony may have seen the room when he was looping around that tile earlier, so going back to it, getting rid of it now for that last gen, since he can defend so easily, might be something he chooses to do right now, because it's already back down to halfway. And there we go, just as if by magic, the room disappears.
Now there's a generator that on 50%, she's kicking it. Hopefully she'll be able to, I think the best bet is probably to defend this area, as this is where the hot spots are. Unless she gets a little bit paranoid on the other generators, as this is the most progressive generator and this is where the hook is, it might be wise to actually try to guarantee the kill on Swarm here.
Yeah, with a no-ed, that could result in a, even if, unless Kuwait and Tony were to double stack a gen, at the end of the map, there is no way on earth that they get it done before, this is quite bad news for Team Swarm there. Kuwait getting caught out at the worst possible moment. Does Lynxie choose to slug and potentially go for a 4K, or does she potentially risk a unbreakable, or even a deliverance if we was to go to hook Kuwait? Is hanging around here, letting Tony try and get a gen done to make sure Swarm dies, force an unbreakable out of Kuwait if they have it. I think this is the correct play here from Lynxie. There's the unbreakable.
Ooh. That was a very good read.
And a dead hard. And the shack pallet. That is so many resources burned in the space of 10 seconds, it's not even funny. Can Kuwait get the unhook on but the double down. And Unbreakable's been used now, so there's no reason for Lynxie not to slug right now, but she's going for the pickup. She's gonna I did believe this is Kuwait on hook. I don't think Kuwait's had a safe unhook so far, which means no deliverance. But there is one perk you got to be aware of though, and that perk is, well, there's actually two. There's DS and there's Adrenaline. If Swarm has Adrenaline, which Swarm doesn't seem to have, that's not a problem. But now, now last gen's done, it's a question of can she get to the door before Tony gets it open? Because if Lynxie does, she should be able to get that kill. If not, Tony gets out and Lynxie gets the strong 3K. Let's see how this goes.
A good read that he's actually going to be sticking the door here instead of going for the save.
The no-ed spawns there. I think Tony's noticed it, so he knows the mother is to be feared. Oh, the light out into the rest of the map. Very, very smart use of light distance there. But what will it ultimately attain?
I think it's hope as well.
That could be. Hope would not be too surprising. But
so I think he's going to try to go for a play where he stalls out until Swarm bleeds out.
Well, Lynxie's got no-ed, so that's only going to last a certain amount of time. Now it's just a question of... this might sound really weird. If I was Lynxie here, I wouldn't pick anybody up. Because a deliverance right now, a Deli DS would be really bad right now. It would be so bad.
I think I agree with you.
I actually would beat them out, both of them. Because there's no other choice.
Absolutely savage. He's like, she knows what we have. She knows that's our tricks.
Well, it's more the fact that there's because there's no unbreakable, so there's no downside to slugging now with the unbreakable gone. There's no downside to slugging whatsoever. So you could literally just wait and bleed them out, just to make sure that there's no deli. But Tony doesn't seem to have it, and Swarm is on the ground on second stage, so there's no deliverances anyway. I was just like, maybe my paranoia was just too strong here. But what I
think
would,
it's rightly so though, because this team they've actually gotten, I would say, almost like free escapes just because they got a deliverance playoff, just because they got a DS playoff in previous matches. So I'd imagine, you know what, I think the paranoia is a little bit warranted, especially against this team.
with the Unbreakable gone, and obviously there's no Mother or anything, and there's not even any Soul Guard or Exponential on mobile, so there's no risk of picking themselves up with those, because there's obviously no active. I think it's a reasonable paranoia to make, where you just can't risk a pickup, because even if it's something as simple as you can't hook Swarm, this is just not hook available for Swarm, then suddenly the match could restart, and that can be quite bad for you. So bleeding them out is just a smart play.
And man, Lynxie, I think she's gotten, even though this is a 4K first match, second match, 1K, a little bit because of a Blood Lodge, and now another 4K. So a very solid performance today by Lynxie on Team Kingdom here.
Absolutely, not to knock her at all, but when I saw Suffocation Pit and then I saw Bubba, I like the Windows 95 map, because there's 95 windows on it. I was very worried that she'd have difficulties in the chainsaw, but turns out using the Noed at the end makes it kind of unnecessary when your chainsaw is just jam one. It gets the job done, and being able to use the chainsaw sweep to get both the downs there right at the end to make sure that the unhooker and the unhooked person were both out of commission was fantastic. There was ultimately, like, the only way that could possibly have gone wrong is if Kuwait had BT, because if BT was involved, then the unhooked person takes a hit and gets some distance. But otherwise, that problem's basically resolved. Little hit on Hook to celebrate Lynxie's success. Very well deserved 4K by Lynxie after that fantastic performance on Suffocation Pit. Oh wow, that was a match.
It seems like she's having a bit of a party and very happy about that 4K. She was about to chainsaw him, and she's like, very nice, very well deserved.
Yeah. I'll say this, there was a lot riding against her that match. Like, the lack of a good 3-gen was quite bad for her on a map that's known for being very 3-gen centric. Oh, the lorry he got camped from first to was the one who had Deli DS. That's so sad.
Yeah, that's what happens when all the eggs are in one basket there.
Yeah. And forcing out the Unbreakable on Kuwait was a very, very profitable thing in the long run, because it meant you could slug freely later. It was massive. There was so much riding against Nixie for so much of that match. There was no good 3-gen. The Unbreakable was used from Kuwait. It's Suffocation Pit Bubba, so there's a million windows you can't use a chainsaw at. It wasn't even running Bamboozle to help deal with them. There was a lot riding against her. The fact that she pulled out the 4K despite that, I think, is testament to how good she is a killer, and how much her Bubba maybe should be feared.
And there was a good strategy to not chase the center area by not. She made sure to exhaust all the pallets on the one side so that she could make the full use out of Bubba's chainsaw. Bubba's really good at getting those insta downs, and she doesn't want to be running around trying to babysit all 4 of the children, trying to pull them from their diapers and everything. She's like, you know what? We got one child. We're going to make sure this one child gets finished off, and then we're going to go on to the next. Trying to make sure that she can control everything without going crazy.
Yeah, the metaphor's starting to fall apart there when you're going on about killing them. But you know, you said it, not me. You said it, not me. Yeah. Organizers, don't get mad at us, okay? It's his fault. But yeah, it was a blaster match. It was a blaster match. I don't think we can downplay how effectively, especially in the early game, Team Swing had that game on lock. Like, they used the main building very, very well. Just not letting her use that chainsaw with the windows was very, very aggressive. It was excellent, just keeping her in check by just hugging the strong structures around main building. The window into the fell pallet, into the other fell pallet at the side, into the two at the back. There was a lot of stuff to use there. And given that he's playing around there quite a lot, it was good that for most of that he still had resources to use there. There was a lot of value in those tiles, even though they were the tiles you could use a chainsaw out. Again, aside from in building.
And I think there was a little bit of a good transition where she stayed on like a little bit of the half of the map, and then she started, and after a little bit afterwards, she headed towards the shack area. She had a little bit of a good read that the corrupted dimension would be able to hunker down those generators that are far away at first, and she almost used corrupted dimension in a way where she maximized the potential out of the blocking that perk gives her for free as well.
So her gen spread was super awkward. I took a little bit of a look at the start. She had 2 on shack side, 2 near the middle, and 3 on main building side. So her only 3 gems was on main building side, and corrupt intervention did not spawn there. Because she was on main building side, her corrupt intervention spawned on the 2 on shack and then 1 of the ones in the middle. Meaning the other middle one got done, 1 on main building side got done, and she has no good 3 gen to protect now. She has her best one is maybe the 2 shack gens and then 1 in the middle that have been blocked with corrupt intervention. So all you need to do is get that 1 middle gen done, in the middle of a load of safe tiles and resources, and suddenly she has no good gens to protect. You saw by the end she had 2 up by main building, well she can't chase because of the million windows in the good main building, and then 1 at the furthest possible spot it could have been down at shack. And that was such a complete chore to get through. Like that could very easily have gone quite badly pear-shaped, but I'm sure she's very happy that she was able to pull through, and the end game no add value got her the 4K in the end.
And as well as trying to play around like certain perks, you can see like not picking up, being very patient. It's like, oh, this guy could have deliverance. Oh, because in a lot of matches today, Running Man getting 4% once, 4% twice. It's like, this, I don't want this to happen to me. If this happens to me, no. So making sure to play around everything that could possibly go wrong. And these killer players, it seems like they're learning from probably seeing their other competitors while they're playing their matches in particular, which is actually helping them out, as she got a 4K in that match.
Yeah, we're all aware of Running Man and his and the pot of gold he found under the rainbow that's blessed him with 4% today. But he's turns out Link seems to be probably on the caution for the same amount of luck in the end game hooks, but it turns out she didn't need it. So that was a clean 4K, and that puts a lot of pressure on Team Swing here, because if they don't get the 4K, if even a single member of Kingdom escapes, that would mean there'll be a tie, a win, and a loss, meaning it'll go to overtime, and there'll be a fourth round to decider.
Let's imagine in a world where the Team Kingdom bans Hillbilly. What killer do you think that they'll choose?
I don't think Flowers has picked the same killer more than once. Oh, it's a Sadako. It's a Sadako. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
The one time we've seen Sadako so far, it was against Team Kingdom, and they got absolutely taken apart on Father Campbell's Chapel. It was a complete bloodbath on Chapel when they tried it. But they are loading into...
She has the blue cosmetic.
I love that one. It's gorgeous. She's got tip editing deck as well, so she's got the early chases. Also, that build. I'm sorry, I love that build. That's a build I'm a huge fan of that build. It's Thrill of the Hunt with Hex Ruin. Oh, baby. Sorry, like I'm a fan of Thrill of the Hunt Hex builds on like every character I ever play ever. And seeing that on Sadako sparks joy in my heart. That makes me very happy. That's a quick pick. On Fenn, that's a 43 second down for a killer without chase power is really impressive.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can handle the early pressure to the tape editing deck.
And the quick teleports in this map pressure as it teleports right to Candy on the gender. This is the power of Sadako being able to be right on top of player instantaneously after a hook. And there is the first M1 on Candy here. Starting to chase, it's more in the center jungle gyms, and she's wise enough to not commit to that chase, going right on top of Running Man. And Sadako might be able to get this M1 here. Shaft comes into play.
Well, the part that interests me here is that Candy's already at 5 condemned stacks because she just hasn't put the tape away. Wow. Which is very bad news for Team Kingdom if this situation continues.
Sadako, look at this pressure already being put on. 2 downs, almost max condemn on Adam, almost max condemn on Candy. The game just started and people are basically almost dead already.
Yeah,
That's
I can
insane.
imagine King especially really sweating under the like getting hot under the collar at how much condemned he's got because he's almost ready to pop.
Really gotta work on that tape.
Oh, that's a
Well,
big DS from Paulie there.
with the momentum, I wouldn't mind actually having to eat it, and that's all right. And the
Oh,
grab.
that's unfortunate. Paulie cancelling his unhook so that he gets grabbed off it. That's so sad. And now the Sadako knows that no one on the team has Decisive Strike, so they can now tunnel with absolute impunity, knowing there's no risk. King puts his tape back in the television, meaning he's not going to explode at this exact moment. But Candy's about to hit 6 stacks as well. This is a very dangerous place for Kingdom to be in.
It seems like she's playing with fire because she's on a generator.
She's on a gen. She's like, she's ticking like a time bomb, and she's like, "I'll just do a gen. It's fine." Paulie's on hook. She's about to go red and heartbeaty. Everything's going wrong. She's like, "No, I'll just do a gen. It's cool."
Oh no, this might be disastrous.
Oh my lord, Candy's actually fully condemned. Oh god. There's no TVs near her destination, so there's a good chance she gets to tape in. She's healing!
Candy.
Candy, what are
Get
you
away,
doing?
Candy.
Do you want to explode?
Oh my
Oh no,
gosh.
we're gonna get a condemned kill! Oh no, Candy! Yeah, Candy! Oh no! This is so sad!
Whoa.
What a... Oh my gosh, I was not expecting Candy to just explode there. I was not ready for it.
That was insane.
I don't understand. This is why you return your videotapes on time, Candy. It's worse than late fees. You die of a heart attack. And King in the basement. What an absolute game this is. Is this your favorite game of the day so far? Quite probably. It's great.
It's like she's going crazier than the hillbillies that we've been seeing earlier.
This is really silly. Why is it when Sadako gets picked in these tournaments, something always just goes insanely wrong with the survivors? Paulie's so close to getting cooked as well. Look at him.
That's insane.
If he'd waited a couple more seconds with that tape, then the teleportation would have killed him. He just dies on hook like a regular chump. Wow.
Wow.
You killed them with a hook. Wow, Flower, you noob. Why don't you just blow their hearts up instead? I guess that's something Paulie can say with pride. At least I didn't die to condemned, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what a game!
I can't believe she didn't get the tape. Dude, there's no way. She should have been able to get the tape in. He was so far away as well.
Just doing gens and healing, like forgetting that there's a ticking time bomb in her hands.
I'm guessing the players have played so much hillbilly, they forgot that that Sadako can just straight up mori them with the condemned ability.
Yeah, my face hurts from smiling. It really does. This is really funny. I'm sorry, I just wasn't expecting someone to die to condemned in this. At least not without like ring drawing and stuff. The like actual condemned add-ons where you're like editing deck, ring drawing, and you just like force condemn on people. King's going to the comp corner. I see it. I see the vision. I after this, do we suspect Sadako is going to be a high priority to ban?
Yeah, probably. After this performance, it's like he spawned in and he just instantly murdered.
Yeah, it's like Candy's just ceased to be. It's just like in the future when we load in and we see the survivor like 4 survivor portraits that shows what they're playing. Instead of Candy, it's just like a smouldering crater. Candy's been just removed. There is no Candy anymore.
Oh my god.
Oh my lord. It's running around dead. Although
they play.
Yeah, I guess King is going to also get hooked. I'm guessing, given that everyone else is dead, there's not even a chance for a deliverance or anything.
You know what would be pretty sweet if someone brought a ring core, so we could see the new Sadako Mori as well. He does have the new Sadako cosmetic, but you know, you gotta run certain perks. He's obviously running for the hunt, ruin, know it, etc. Celebrating a little bit.
King on hook. Wow, the insult to injury. Well, there was an injury to more injury, but yeah, you know what I mean. That That was a less than 7-minute match and a victory for Team Swing with a spectacular Sadako finish. I'm
Holy-
amazed as to how that match went. Bloody hell, that was crazy.
It's just like a massive tsunami just went over the town and just swept all the people in. Sadako went crazy during that match.
Yeah, like we're scared of Nurse, we're scared of Billy, we're scared of like Spirit, but no, it's just like the nuclear option. They had to bring it in a special crate or else it damages the people handling it. Sadako's terrifying.
Oh my goodness. I'm just in awe of how
Yeah,
how
getting a
crazy that
condemned
match-
kill in this
Oh.
tournament. I wasn't, especially again without like even ring drawing, the add-on that you expect for a condemned build. Just it happening naturally because Candy just never put her tape away. That's a spectacular thing. I love it. I absolutely love it.
I'm wondering if this will inspire some people to play Sadako in the future.
Oh, I hope so.
Then again, that also requires a little bit of RNG, a little bit.
Yeah, I guess.
But you could like immediately you could just spawn and you just instantly kill somebody, and that sounds like a good deal.
Yeah,
Possibly help.
just making the game a 3v1 just by existing seems like a pretty good deal.
That was pretty
Yeah.
insane.
I think that the whole ring drawing strategy, like how you see the really good Sonic players do it, when they run ring drawing and then either Edison decorate or Edison tape and
Yeah.
just slug. Like it's a bit more awkward when you realize everyone's healing themselves with medkits, but that is after three rounds, 2 ties means that Team Swing's middle match means they overall win the match against Kingdom. And that is the last match of the day. But what a way to end it! What a way for Flowers to even the odds against Kingdom with the Sadako game. I'm still in awe, really.
Absolute solid performance from every single killer here. Everyone's
doubt.
playing on point, getting their 4Ks like crazy, and just solid consistency all around. Everyone seems to be getting used to all the controls and how to put everything together to
Yeah.
bring it home.
I've seen a marked improvement from all the players, especially the killers, today compared to yesterday. Both because the controls are obviously something that people are getting more used to, but also the how the tournament games actually play. That's something
Yeah.
that I noticed people have been getting a lot better with, getting the pace of the matches. And now with the group stages done, next week it's the playoffs.
Yeah.
So
Everyone's gonna be fighting for the prize pool, so it's gonna be even more intense. Maybe people will bring out some fairly nuclear options, and maybe
yeah,
we'll
more
see
Sadako. Let's go.
maybe we'll see something quite crazy. As everyone's gonna be fighting for a spot at a chance of the $12,000 first place, or a piece of the $30,000 prize pool.
That'd be a fantastic reward to cap off what has at least so far been some fantastic DBD. It's weird to think we're at the halfway point of the whole tournament now.
Yeah,
With 2 days, with pretty much just 2 days in, and it's been
that's
a
kinda crazy.
yeah. It feels like it's flown by, really. Like on paper, it's been a while. Like it's been 2 reasonably long streams, but it also felt like it's gone very quickly.
Yeah, and with how the players have been playing, they've been adapting very well. Like it feels like even though it's been just 2 days, I've just seen the evolution of how they've improved when it comes to match after match after match, and all seems to be building up. And it's going to be kind of interesting to see how things pan out next week later on.
Absolutely, we're going to see. Undoubtedly, we're going to see our players practicing very, very hard over the next week. Maybe we'll see more DVD mobile streams throughout the week, as some of them who are streamers might be playing mobile to prepare for the playoffs, because
And maybe
now
get
it
some
gets
of their,
real.
some of their perks to tier 3 as well. Maybe
Yeah,
like a
that'd be
ruined
good.
tier 3 that could make a huge difference. Or no way
Ruin
out as
tier
well.
3. Yeah, those two especially, because I've seen lots of Ruin, lots of No Way Out, and a lot of Corrupt as well. Getting those 3 to level 3 on the killers they want to play could be a very, very big deal. And maybe getting some ring drawings on Sadako's, perhaps.
Possibly, if they're going to go for the anti-heal.
Yeah. So it looks like FroggyFrogs are taking the win for the group stages so far. So far the group stages are done, so they're taking the win. With Predrop in second, Team Swing in third, and bringing up the rear, last but not least, Team Kingdom.
And it looks like FroggyFrogs has secured their place in I think the finale, the finals of the tournament, from what it looks like. Oh, not the
The
finals.
semis.
They have a little bit further. by one more.
Yeah.
So from the looks of it, this is a little bit of the winner's bracket and a little bit of the loser's bracket. They have plenty of chances to not get eliminated within the coming week.
Oh, absolutely. It looks to be an exciting bracket to see who gets to scrap it out in the next week's matches. Which for everybody who's looking forward to them, going to be April the 1st, so next Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern, or as it'll be 9 p.m. Here in Britain land, running for the same 6 hours, so until 10 p.m. Eastern or 3 a.m. British boy time.
So very, very interesting matches. It's going to be interesting to see, like what everyone's pulled forward. It's been cool to see how all the players have progressed. And if you guys would like to, then again, try out DBD Mobile, here's a little bit of a code that you guys can use that will give you 20,000 points if you guys would like to try out DBD Mobile and maybe possibly get more items in terms of the blood webs.
Well, so on that note, everything seems to have been played out. We're all good to go. So we'll be moving on to the highlights of the day, and we'll see you next week for the playoffs. Ta-ta, everybody.